outside of the hard point. He's throwing down smokes, covering himself very well already with 1:03 of hill time. Formal, 1:13 leads everybody in the lobby, and the highest you got over on the FaZe side, just 30 seconds. They haven't been able to control these hard points, but for now, you have Enable in that hill. We'll see if FaZe can gather a bit of time. The big rotation coming through. Formal all alone is going to have his hands full.
Yeah, he's got Clayster in the back as well. And Formal just needs to play his life, stay alive. The same way we saw FaZe try and pinch, you're going to see the same thing Optic try and do here. One kill would be huge for Formal. I think he knows exactly where this player is.
Call out comes in, Zuma executed. Now the second player going to be challenging from the mid. Scump on the back flank is going to pick up one. Karma is there as well. So it's going to be Optic Gaming collapsing once again. Formal just playing this one so slow, and it's paying dividends.
Yeah, Formal just staying alive in the back opens things up for the rest of his team. Just needs to pick up one kill, and then everyone starts to rotate around for FaZe, trying to pick up different angles. The rest of Optic just floods in.
Optic Gaming playing with all new energy here in Hardpoint. FaZe does not have an answer up to this point. No one positive at this point. You only have Enable at 12-12. Who is going to be the player to start the momentum?
It's going to be tough even getting momentum, Chris, to be quite frank. I mean, you just see the kills piling up in Optic Gaming's favor here. You got Formal on a 5 streak, working towards some score streaks as well. He gets those. This Grave hardpoint's going to go to Optic Gaming's favor. And then, look, you're looking at like a 230, 81. Maybe FaZe gets over 100 here, and that would be very difficult for them to come back from.
Scarab got absolutely nothing done. Informal will collect his 6th kill, though, for Optic Gaming. He's been alive for a full 90 seconds. I've been keeping my eye on him on the mini-map. He survived throughout the entire cell block. Now he's on the flank. He's the man running along the perimeter. His teammates are going to be the first players into action. Formal staying alive, knowing how important streaks could be at the end of this game. But already, this one looking pretty one-sided for game number 1. 204 and counting to just 90.
I mean, just look at everywhere for the FaZe guys are playing from. I mean, they're spawning all over the map. They're just pushing in one by one. Not good for the first game for FaZe Clan, as you see Scump inside the hardpoint just dancing around. Going to take the rest of this time. FaZe going to try and rotate here. I mean, I guess you can go over to commissary, but even if you get a full 60 there, Chris, what does it really do for you? You're down by so much still.
Last time I looked at Zuma, he was 8-10. Since then, he was 11-18. Does pick up his 12th and 13th kill, but really, he has been shut down in this game. You look at Attach, he's had moments where he's able to pick up 1-2 kills, but never more than 3. Scump on a 5 spree is looking to close this one out. 231 to 100. FaZe Clan trying to get out of the 100-point club, but Optic Gaming could shut it down on this hill. They only need 14 more.
Yeah, and Scump's got those full streaks as well. He's got one player coming around the back. Nice gunfight there for Attach, but see FaZe, I mean, at this moment in time, they just have to resort to flying towards the hard point. You're not going to be able to break this commissary.
And FaZe fighting for control. They're going to lose the battle. It's Crim6 surviving the attack from 2. Make it 3 players. 250 to 100.
That looks like a completely different Optic Gaming team than we've seen all weekend long. I mean, look, they're beating up on some teams in pool play. Great. Doesn't really do anything for me. You got to beat the big dogs. They come in here with a big performance in game 1.
And you can see the energy that Optic is playing with now. They were a bit sluggish last night, a little bit tired on Saturday. Here on Sunday, they know what's on the line. And what I love about this matchup, Matt, is it has huge implications on our global pro point standings here in North America. Based on the current tournament results, FaZe Clan has moved up to number 2. Optic Gaming is right behind them at number 3. E-United has taken the top spot. But whoever wins this is going to secure the 2nd place in North America overall in Pro Points.
And E-United looks good to hold down one of those top positions. I mean, I think it's kind of gotten lost in everything going on here. All the craziness. They're the only team that has not lost a match yet through pools and the bracket. So E-United looking like a very strong team, deserving in that number 1 spot if they get it. But Chris, this was just a blowout from the opening get-go. And I think a lot of it kind of attributes to, you know, the energy that Optic came and brought into this one. But also you saw Crim play very well.
I mean, Scump, he started off, what, 6-1? He got off to the hot start for the team. You saw Crim6 turning up as well. Karma, he played so smart inside these hard points, but really where I think the wheels fell off for FaZe is when Formal on that back cell block rotation. He got behind enemy lines, he got the key kills, helped his team secure those spawns, and where FaZe was hoping to come back in this game, Formal just slammed the door in their face.
Yeah, and going into the search and destroy, it's obviously going to be a huge map in general, but I'm just kind of thinking, like, who would this be a bigger loss for, coming out of this? I think it potentially could be FaZe Clan. We can take a look at the box score here, and then I'll explain why. But you can see Optic Gaming did a tremendous job over by Cell Block, taking an extended period there. Grave as well. That's where the game was decided.
Great stuff from Optic Gaming in game number 1, but this is a best of 5, 3 different game modes. Coming up next, we're going to see Search and Destroy. And give me the breakdown. Why do you think FaZe might have an opportunity to tie things up now?
Oh, well, look, I think they're going to go back to that aggressive search and destroy play that they were so successful earlier in the tournament. They did not bring that against E-United. So I expect them to be a little bit faster, up and off the gaming's face. It plays to Zuma's attached playstyle.
Hey, last time we saw Clayster here on the main stage, how many kills did he drop in that game 5?
Oh, I mean, it was like 14 or 15, but it's still a loss. I mean, a loss is a loss. I mean, you saw a big play by Gunless in a 1v3 with Camo. That really kind of solidified the game for E-United. They got streaks off of that. Spoke with the FaZe guys. They did not realize that he had all of those streaks. That's why you saw some of the plays over towards B on that map.
So FaZe Clan, they lost their last S&D. That was against E-United, though, in the winners bracket. Looking for a bit of redemption here against Optic Gaming, trying to tie things up before we get to Uplink. Your map, it's going to be scorched. The action is going to be up close and personal. Will we see any sniper rifles? We saw Formal with the highlight from yesterday.
Yeah, I think maybe he brings it out. I mean, the way he's shooting today, I would let him do whatever the hell he wanted. I mean, he want to use whatever gun he wants to. I just let him go. I mean, he has been lights out all tournament long. I do think, Optic Gaming, their search and destroy. It's something they've worked on from Vegas to now. It's very good. FaZe Clan, their search and destroy, they feel very confident as well. So I think it's going to be a very close game.
Formal's going to be going with the overdrive versus Attach's FTL jump. Other than that, we got a mirror match.
I mean, we haven't seen great uses of FTL jump. We haven't seen overdrive really make a huge impact. I think overdrive, I know it's something that they've used last year, something they're a little bit more familiar with, as opposed to just throwing an FTL jump. Nobody really knows how to use that yet.
So there is your rig draft. Also keep an eye on Zuma. Is he going to be able to slam the ground there with the shockwave? On the other side, using the reactive armor will be Scump. We've seen what he can do when he pops that payload. But the active camo, that's basically going to be your game winner if it gets to the late rounds. We've seen a guy like Clayster be able to get 2 camos in a same S&D game.
I mean, it's huge. I mean, camo is just such a powerful ability. I mean, we talk about it in Uplink, really in all game modes. I mean, we see it in Hardpoint. You could pop camo, get inside of a hardpoint, break it with ease, search and destroy, 1v2, 1v3 situations. You're able to just use that camo ability and make hero plays for your team, just swing momentum in games. So I look to see who can get camo more.
I can't wait, Matt. I know exactly where this bomb is going, and we are going to see a big boy toy in the hands of Clayster. He is pulling out the sniper rifle, but we'll see. Is he able to shut down Optic Gaming the way Formal was on the attacks for Optic yesterday? I can't wait, man. Here we go. It's time. Clayster on your screen. Pistol in hand. The bomb, it's moving to the top, and we're going to see Clay look for an opening pick here on the bridge.
Yeah, and I love this decision by FaZe Clan. Yeah, I talked about in the match against E-United, they were not aggressive. You see, they're using aggression over towards A. Attach goes in alone. They need to have another player there to at least trade that out. Zuma gets there a little bit late. Now the man advantage stopped the game.
And Clayster's getting tagged up. Formal long range picks up his second kill of your opening round. Make it 3. Formal going for the ace, and there is the full flood. FaZe gets shut down.
I tell you what, man, this is not the gaming team I would not want to play right now. And then, let's say, they go on and pass this FaZe team. That is such a mental hurdle just gotten over for this team. It's been a year and a half in the making where they have not been able to take down this FaZe Clan team. They beat them. I imagine these guys are on cloud 9. No, sky's the limit for them.
Optic Gaming cruising through game number 1. Off to a nice start on defense, but the tough thing here in IW is getting the bomb down. Karma is going to be making his way over to the B bomb site, dodging grenades as he moves forward, and it's already Crim6 picking up first blood. Formal's going to eliminate Zuma. 4-on-2 already.
You see Clay just trying to play his life here, waiting for the bomb to potentially go down. Then going to spring out of action, try and make a play, but just look at the minimap. All the arrows just converging on him. Scump just walks right in.
He just opened Clay's mouth and shoved a K-bar in it.
Yeah, that was not good. And Abel's going to get taken out towards the mid. You have Optic Gaming taking the first 2 rounds.
High fives all around. Karma talking with the team. You hear Formal making the calls for the next round. It's Optic back on defense. Last time we saw a pretty slow hit from FaZe as they tried to attack the top of the map. It simply did not work with the sniper in Clayster's hand. What strategy will they go with now? It looks like Clay, he's going to put away the ERAD in favor of an NV4. Attach on your screen with a K-bar, and Enable will be your bomb carrier.
Yeah, it seems like the way they're playing this, at least at the early outset, they're going to try and get a pick here towards the mid. Maybe get one of the Optic Gaming players playing a little bit out of position here, but Zuma going to fight that gunfight in the middle of the map, and Krim with yet another first blood. Back-to-back rounds, we've seen Krim draw first blood, starting things out 4-0.
Attached, not going to get anything. It's Scump shooting him out of the sky. 3-on-2, Optic with the advantage. Clayster and Enable still up for FaZe, and it's Clay on the flank. Gonna find one, outguns him this time around. Scump has been eliminated.
He stays alive, that is the key here. He is behind enemy lines potentially for the Optic Gaming squad. He has one more guy towards the middle of the map. Krim wins that one. And this is the best first two maps I've seen Krim play in a very long time, Chris. Starting out 5-0 here in the search. He was very good in the hard point. Optic Gaming 3-0.
And that is two players 5-0. 10-0 between Formal and Krim 6. A perfect start to score. You see Formal pointing over. That's right, Krim. Set the tone, baby.
I mean, those two guys are really how this roster kind of formed. I mean, if you remember towards the end of Advanced Warfare, EG's breaking up. Krim and Formal want a team with each other. They try and go to NV. Things do not work out there. They find themselves on Optic Gaming, obviously, with Scump. They have Nade Shot at the time. They swap him out for Karma. Eventually forms this just dynamic roster.
Optic Gaming has every single trophy in their trophy case outside of the Call of Duty World Championship. Will they be able to add a Vegas trophy? So far, they're looking good here on Championship Sunday after a rough start to the weekend. Atlanta trophy, excuse me, Matt. I'm looking at the mini-map, and you can see the rotation is going through after flanking over at B. They spotted FaZe Clan, and now a full rotation to the top of the map. They're going for A.
Yeah, it was a smart play by Optic. They show a little bit over by B. They get some vision. They see the FaZe Clan defense being so strong over on that site. They rotate all the way around. It's a 4v4 with bomb down over at A. It's going to be difficult for FaZe to break in.
Formal's going to tag up Attach, but Zuma cleans up Krim. The slam coming down, not going to land on anything. Enable and Zuma in the feed, and Clayster will finish off round number 4. FaZe Clan is on the board, and you hear the FaZe fans out here in Atlanta making some noise. FaZe needs them right now. They got to turn this series around.
Yeah, and the big thing that let them break in there was Formal's watching that door with an NV4. The first player slides in. He's able to take out one, but that first player that slid in is able to pick up 2 kills there. Just evens the man count. Throws it in FaZe's favor. Then they just flood right into the site, and they're able to take out the rest.
Nice team shot for the final kill. Your score, 3-1. After 4 rounds here in game number 2. If you're just joining us, this is a battle for top 4 in Atlanta. A huge impact on our global pro point system. The top 9 North American teams will be moving on to stage 1. And Optic and FaZe are fighting for the number 2 spot overall. You got Zuma on your screen doing some damage early against Karma. The kills are traded out. Zuma looking for a second. And there's a defender right on the other side of this wall.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take him out. Going to be Zuma working on streaks. He's going to earn that Scarab, and the rest of his team falls. We're going to get down to a one-on-one, Krim versus Zuma.
And this is for the ace for Zuma. He's already picked up the first 3 kills. The last man alive, though, it's Krim 6, who only has 1 death all game long. Zuma spots him. Krim is there, and Zuma's going to get the ace. FaZe is right back in it.
It's a risky gunfight for Krim to challenge there. I mean, Zuma has him pinned, pre-aimed at the doorway right here. He's really relying on Zuma, missing some shots there. Pretty easy gunfight for Zuma to win towards the end. Picks up the ace. Zuma trying to keep FaZe in this game, now only down 1 round.
Keep your eyes on that man. Kid Big Tommy, keep it rolling. Is he going to get the payload out? Krim 6 on your screen. 6-2. Attached with the donut so far in this game, Matt, but doesn't seem to matter. He's been kind of playing that role where he's the distraction, allowing his teammates to search forward. Karma on your screen, looking for an early pick. He's your bomb carrier. Streaks coming down. No kills, but that is going to clear out everybody from FaZe.
Karma in a great spot here. They have no idea where he was. The streaks back up Placer. He's not able to get any visions. Scump follows that up with a kill on Zuma. It's then going to be Enable. Taking him out, though, you're going to see Attach and Enable can make this play. Bomb is going to go down. They're going to get real close to Enable. Not going to be able to pick it up, and Attach picks up 2 quick kills, Chris.
We talked about the donut. Donut no more. 2 straight kills, but he needs a third. Karma the last man standing. Karma, of course, clutching up the 1v1 to get here. It was round 11 versus Panda. This time, Attach is going to poke him in the back. Plenty of time to get the defuse.
He didn't shoot at him for the first second. I was like, does he see him? Attach picks it up, though, comes up huge in a big round where he was not playing at his best. And we are all tied up at 3 rounds apiece. Attach going to earn a scarab there as well.
Clayster back in this series. You saw him standing up, yelling to the crowd, trying to get his team motivated. It was looking ugly early on. And now I want to see, how does Optic Gaming react? You allowed FaZe right back in this game. Will they crumble, or will they push back stronger than ever? Look at Formal. He is going to be the player with the payload on the other side. Keep your eyes on this man. Zuma with the reactive armor can do so much damage.
And you just knew eventually the aggression would pay off for FaZe Clan, and you see Attach going to draw first blood. The kills quickly traded out over by B. And Zuma coming on this flank has both players right in his line of sight, going to be able to melee the second. Fantastic flank there by Zuma, as FaZe has now gone up 4-3.
How's my gun taste, baby? Let's take a look at it one more time. The reaction time, just incredible from Zuma as he lays out his opponent. FaZe has won 4 straight rounds. They have now taken control of game 2.
In such a fast game, you kind of look back at what Zuma was in Advanced Warfare. Obviously, towards the end of the year, it was up for debate. Scump, Zuma, Attach, best player at that moment in time. Zuma looks like he's getting back into form.
Formal on your screen. Overdrive available. Will not be using that quite yet, but the score streak comes out. He's going to be scouting the B bomb site with the Scarab. Not going to find anything. As you see on your mini-map, it's Attached, and the rest of FaZe Clan going for the long flank. They've been spotted, though, and Crim 6 is going to be the first line of defense here.
Yeah, I don't think Optic knows how many players are on this flank, though. As they take out Enable, now they realize that there's more than one. They're going to take out Attach as well. You see Crim and Co going on the hunt here towards the back of their spawn. It's going to be just Zuma, the last one alive. It's actually going to be Clay. He takes out one as Zuma falls. Clay in a 1v2.
Bomb should be going down any moment here, and you're going to see that happen exactly. It's the plant going down. Karma backing up safely. He'll be watching the back door while you have Formal watching the front, overlooking that bomb. Clayster, they have no idea where he's located.
And he's going to pick up the K-bar, obviously. Needs that in the close quarter situation versus the NV4, and does not have any vision on any of these players.
Did he see Formal in the window? I think he might have spotted a shoulder mat, and now he's got the first gunfight. Tagged up, though, time running out, 17 seconds. He's got a little bit of wiggle room here, but Karma is so smart in these 1v1s. Backs up, shoots Clay in the back, and ties this game up.
It's Karma that winning a huge 1v1 against Panda that got him here. Karma wins a big 1v1 against Clay. But you kind of felt all the momentum in the game switching over towards FaZe Clan. Karma puts a stop to that, ties the game back up.
It all kind of started with Crim 6, that first blood. He knew the flank was coming, won an up-close fight, called out the location of the others, and it was Optic with the man advantage, securing round number 8. Here we go, round 9, though. It's FaZe Clan back on the attack. All of the action has been at B the last 4 rounds, and here it is once again.
And I think with the ERAD in hand, you're trying to get Attached pushed up over towards Bomb, maybe in observation. That's where he can really be a nuisance.
Camo available for Karma. Attach has that FTL jump available. 3 players pushing, though. Karma is going to be eliminated. Scump answering back, and it's Zuma with the return kill. So now 3 on 2. It's going to be Crim 6 and Formal left alive. Formal, will he be able to get this next pick? He's looking at every corner. Did spot a player in that window.
He sees one, but does not know if there's a player back here watching the flank. So needs to be very cautious. Not a situation you can see Overdrive use yet. Maybe you get into a one-on-one. You're searching for the other player. You know where he is. Just general location. Maybe you see that ability used, but Formal trying to push up on the bomb, trying to draw some of the players out from FaZe.
And shots are fired. He has given up. Clayster able to get the first pick. Crim trades it out, but there are just too many FaZe members. And FaZe, after starting down 0-3, are now on game point, trying to tie up this best-of-5 series at 1 apiece.
With Optic Gaming's strong performance at Hardpoint, and then the great start to the Search and Destroy, this would be a real bad map to lose. I think you kind of let FaZe get some momentum, get some hype back into the game. You kind of lose a lot of the steam that you had coming into this one. Be a bad loss for Optic.
Optic trying to force yet another round 11. How many of these have we seen from the green wall this weekend? Scump and Clayster trading out immediately. Karma picks up the second kill, though, so advantage Optic. Smokes are down from Karma. Crim6 through the smoke finds Enable, and the last kill goes down. Round 11, baby.
It's a really fast round as Optic pushes all the way into observation. They clear out the bomb site. The last two members of FaZe, they have to at least acknowledge that the bomb may go down. They try and check it. They get taken out quick.
Atlanta, are you enjoying this game? Where are the FaZe fans at? Who's cheering for Optic Gaming? It's time to find out who is going to take game number 2. Action kicking off right now. Attached with an FTL jump. Enable so close to his payload as well. On the other side, look out for the camo. It looks like Karma has already used it. It's going to be formal just with an overdrive.
And I believe Karma used it to push up there, so we'll see any of these abilities come into play. Karma's going to draw first blood there, taking out Zuma. It's going to be Enable falling as well. Quickly, we're in a 1v1 situation. It's going to be Clay going up against Crim.
And Clay has the huge advantage. Clearly on your screen, you can see what's happening, but that camo has burned out. The gun change, the jammer hits, but it doesn't matter. 6-5, Clayster clutched it up, and it's FaZe Clan tying this one up at 1 apiece.
Former teammates going at it in a one-on-one.
Clay tried to get in Crim's head earlier in the series. This time, gets the better of him. It's a battle of mental games, and that time around, it was just Clay with the better positioning. Tough spot for Crim to be in.
It's a huge map for FaZe Clan. I feel like if they lose that one, this is a series that could potentially go 3-0 in Optic Gaming's favor, but that's a huge map for them to come back. Clay to win that 1v1 at the end. You look now, going into Uplink. Uplink is obviously our swing game, our game number 3, but you can put up some pretty big score lines here. I think, the first half of this game is going to be massive.
Get on your phone. Get on Twitter, tell your friends, we are live. This is the CWL Atlanta Open. We are live here in the big convention center. We have a sold-out crowd, and boy, have we seen some highlights. Let's take a look at some of the biggest plays here of game number 2. It all started, Optic Gaming steamrolling your first 3 rounds. FaZe just being shut down until about round 4. That's when they started to turn up, and it was on the back of Zuma.
Yeah, Zuma and Attach just being so aggressive. Obviously when you make these aggressive play calls, sometimes you're just going to get hard countered by the other team, right? They're going to flood a bomb site. You're not going to expect it. But I like how FaZe stayed true to themselves, right? They stayed with the aggressive play. If we're going to lose, we're going to lose the way we want to go out. And it ends up working out for them. The aggressive play you see right here, Zuma's able to pick up 2 towards the end of that round, put them up 4-3. They let Optic take it all the way to a round 11, Chris, but that one-on-one against Clay at the end, he's able to come on top, and Crim falls.
Love it or hate it, Matt. I say it a lot, and most of the time I'm right. I have a feeling this one is another. It's another one. How many Game 5s have we seen today?
We saw the Panda Optic go to Game 5, FaZe United go to Game 5. That's 2 off the top of my head. There's so many games here in Atlanta. I have not been able to catch them all.
Oh, it's happening again. I'm just calling it now. Wait for it.
I can't see that, to be quite honest with you. I think whoever wins this uplink probably takes the hard point, ends it in 4.
Uplink, your swing game, as always. The only time it shows up in your best of 5, game number 3. And this is going to be a big one. We're on Throwback. And this is a favorite map for a lot of the pro players. You ask them, what is your preferred uplink? They said Throwback, probably the most fair, the one that we're most comfortable on. It's pretty basic. Break it down for us. What is the strategy that we're going to see going into this?
Well, this is a lower scoring uplink game, a lot like how we see on Frost. It's not something like Precinct where you can really spawn trap people. With the adjustments of the 1 goal over by Lime, you're not going to be able to see some easy 1-point throws over there. But I think if you can get the drone towards that bike path, bring it down that side, go over towards that baseball goal, that's where you can get a lot of 2-point plays.
We got to keep our eyes on 2 players. Let's take a look at our G Fuel key player matchup when it comes to uplink. We have Formal with a 1.22 uplink kill-to-death ratio so far throughout this tournament. On the other side, Zuma topping the leaderboard in so many categories, a 1.422, also getting involved with some dunks.
Yeah, it's like I was looking over towards the left at, Formal's KD, and that is silly. And then as soon as I glanced over towards the right, I was like, oh, God. It's like Zuma is just crushing. And earlier in the day, I casted the FaZe match against E United with Maven. We were talking a little bit about it. Don't know if that holds true now. Obviously, some games in between now and then. But FaZe had 3 of the top 5 uplink KDs with Zuma, Enable, and Attach.
And you remember just Zuma's first time on the main stage. That first uplink was like 37 kills, something ridiculous. He just came out firing. As we take a look at a rig draft, anything standing out to you, Matt?
Not too much. I mean, this has pretty much been the standard. You do see FTL on the side of FaZe Clan. That's really going to be the only difference, Centurion versus FTL jump. Do I think that is something that is a massive player in this game? No. I think those two, really, you're just looking at your camo and your reactive armor. Those are the two abilities you're going to see plays made with. Maybe we see something come through with Overdrive, but, usually an Overdrive player grabs the drone. You see him cut down pretty shortly after.
And talking about basic strategy here, what's the fastest route? Up the gut?
I mean, up the gut is always going to be the fastest route. It's not one you're going to be able to make happen, though. I mean, the chokes in the middle of the map by the train, so narrow. You see where that bowling area is. You can bring the drone through there, try and force your way for some 2-point scores. Usually don't see a lot of action over towards the top side of the map, over by Siloam Barn. A lot of it going to happen mid-map and over by Bike Path. That
drone spawns right out in the middle of the train tracks. Who's going to get to it first? You're going to have to get through your opponents to grab that objective. It's Zuma on your screen looking for the fight from the window.
Just needs to hold this position. Drone control so important in uplink. It's going to be Krim and Karma in the kill feed first with some nice shots there by Zuma. Going to take out Krim, even this up. No drone control yet for either team.
Our observer, Brian Saint, has been on point, catching all the important kills. There's a big fight going on the left. He saw the start of Enables. Now Zuma answers. Optic coming off the spawns. FaZe, they've only dropped one player, and now, though, with Karma taking out Clay, this drone push is going to be stopped. And, in fact, Optic going for the quick pass. They're on a fast break here. Scump could go for the 2-point play.
Oh, and he barely does not make it around that wall. As you see Krim trying to follow this up with some kills. But, man, Scump is just an inch in front there, gets around that wall. He's able to get a 2-point play.
Formal is inside. FaZe's base will be taken down by Clayster. So with the house clean, now they can surge forward. Already, Zuma opening up 6-0, yet 0 points on the board here for FaZe Clan.
Well, what FaZe has been doing all tournament long is they've been letting Zuma just focus on pushing through all the way, trying to pick up some kills. He's on a 7 streak now. It's going to be a 1-point play for FaZe Clan, and you see Zuma working on these streaks. He finally falls, but when he's just putting so much pressure on your base, it's hard to go back towards that middle of the map and get the objective.
Yeah, and you clear out Zuma, and then all of a sudden, Attach is in your face. 3 straight kills. Attach keeping the pressure on Optic Gaming. They're trapped in their spawn. Just everyone setting up for another interception because they know this drone is coming. Clayster and Enable clearing all 4 players. 2-point play should be incoming. It's Zuma with the dunk.
It has not been good for Optic here at the beginning. Zuma has completely dominated this game with Enable. Enable has really come to life, and I feel like he's the one guy we don't talk a lot about on this FaZe roster. We talk about Clay with the great leadership, and Zuma and Attach, how good they are, up close. But Enable kind of gets lost. Very talented player. Scump here with a 1-point throw, not going to connect. So that is a 1-point miss there for Optic. They miss out on some points earlier, albeit it's not really their fault. Could have been 2 scores there for them.
And honestly, that last one felt like it was Scump's fault. Got to aim a little bit higher. Maybe that one goes in. Do you need an extra step or 2? Possibly, but for me, this should be a 3-1 game. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them later in the game. Karma picks up 2 before being chased down. Crim6 following Scump.
This is going to be points.
Scump is the lead blocker. He's got to pick up the kills. Got 1. Looking for a second. Krim is going to sneak in and reset, Matt.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1-point play for Optic Gaming. It could have been potentially a 2. Obviously, they don't have the luxury of having the mini-map that we do, but doesn't matter. They get the control of the FaZe base.
Oh, no.
This will be a 2-point play there for Karma. He's able to put it through. They do have mid-map control yet again.
Yeah, look at the rally. Crim6 could have gone for the drone there and gone right to player number 2. That was Scump leading the way. Instead, they feel they need to get the kills. Tie game all of a sudden, and Krim, staying alive, is going to give himself a strong position. 3 down for FaZe once again. Scump looking for the spawners. You got support and Krim right behind you, and Formal is moving up the drone. Stronghold so far, though, and now Zuma feels he has to call in the score streaks.
Yeah, probably did not need to waste them there. He's going to be able to take out Formal. It kind of clears Optic Gaming out of their side of the map, but you see how effective you can be from this side. When Optic spawns the FaZe team up on the top side of the map, it's very difficult to rotate back towards the mid. You got to get control of your own base over by that statue and baseball. It's very difficult. You see how Optic turned that into points.
Clayster moving up the drone, but it's FaZe in a 3-on-4 looking for the kills first. 2 players dropped, but it's Scump and Crim6 for Optic Gaming answering right back. The drone tossed backwards, but it's not going to go outside the map. We're going to see, will FaZe be able to put it through? Not going to happen. Zuma stopped short by Formal. Reset goes in favor here of Optic Gaming, and in fact, they're going to be pushing this one up towards the baseball field.
Yeah, they were trying to throw that for some yards. Maybe Zuma picks up a kill and then able to get a one-point throw, but he's quickly taken out outside of Barn. And you see the drone down on the top side of the minimap. This is not where either team wants it. You see it's really in no man's land. Both teams fighting at range, trying to pick up some kills. The drone going to get reset. Nobody really wanted to pick it up in that situation.
Such a good series we have on our hands. 30 seconds away from halftime. It's all tied up 3 apiece. Both teams looking for at least one more point before we hit halftime. It's Zuma looking for the positioning. Knows 2 spawners are going to be coming his way. Deals with the first. Second player to his right. It's Zuma on the flank as you hear Claser with the callouts. The slam coming down. Zuma's going to finish with the headshot on Krim. But there's still Karma playing defense.
This is the position Zuma got into when they scored points last. 4 seconds left. The drone in the middle of the map. Scump might be able to get off a one-point throw here late. Nope, not able to get around the corner. So we're going to see a tie game going into the second half. I like this for FaZe, though, Chris. You know, obviously, we saw how Optic Gaming spawned them on that top side, was able to put on some points. Zuma gets in that good position over in the back by Bowling, you know, behind that statue. They can put a lot of points on the board.
If you're just joining us, no, this is not the grand finals. This is FaZe and Optic Gaming playing for top 4. FaZe, they started off a perfect 4-0 in their groups, but fell to United here on Championship Sunday. On the other side, Optic Gaming, they struggled a little bit earlier last night against Envious, looking for redemption here in their losers bracket run. Off the gut, though, it's going to be 3 players here for FaZe picking up kills. Zuma's going to find a 4th Optic member. FaZe with early control can attach, hit the shot. No, it's too low.
It's a big 1-point miss there by Attach. You're able to put another point on the board. You get a lot of pressure. Optic rotating into the back of their base. You probably get back to mid-map, get drone control yet again. Just kind of changes the whole dynamics of that game, that 1-point throw miss.
We saw the same thing from Scump on our first half. Karma and Formal clearing the way down the middle. It's going to be Formal set up behind the train. Karma pushing right down the front. And Zuma is there on defense, playing a very similar role to what we saw from Optic Gaming in our first half. Formal not going to be able to make it happen. And honestly, I've been very impressed with the team spawning on the left side with the key kills. They're getting them. They're stopping the dunks from coming through.
Yeah, you see Attach up in this top window. He's just going to be looking over the drone here, just making sure Optic Gaming can't just pick this up, run it straight down the mid. I got to say, Chris, I mean, Attach starting to play a little bit better. He was struggling at the beginning. Clay, 7-17 right now, needs to get it going. Really enabling Zuma, keeping FaZe in this match.
Absolutely. Claser is number 5 on your screen. He's carried the drone a bit. Here's a 1-point toss, and he's been practicing that one. Long range. Sinks another 1-point play. That is his 2nd toss of the game. So while he's not getting the kills, he's able to get the objective, but Zuma, the way he's playing at 26-12, you would expect a much bigger lead here for the FaZe clan. And
I like Clay with the NV4 in his hands coming into this match. You know, he uses the NV4 and the K-Bar. With the K-Bar, he's got like a 0.92 KD. With the NV4 in his hands, a 1.02. So significantly better with the NV4. Slows his playstyle down a little bit. Able to get back a little bit to what we're used to seeing from Clay.
Shout out to our production team as well as our friends from Colorado doing the stats backstage. There's a 1-pointer from Scump. We're all tied up.
You got to remember, it's just the 1-point misses we've seen. 1 from Scump, 1 from Attach. But Optic Gaming in control of mid-map right now. FaZe needs to stabilize, needs to get control of their base. And the drone is moving forward. It's going to be another 1-point throw attempt. That's going to be Optic actually missing that one.
Formal setting up the spawn trap. Nice shots there. He has been lights out once he gets rolling. And here he is with the dunk opportunity. It's going through.
They miss a 1-point play. Formal is that good that he picks up all the kills, turns it into 2. Now Optic Gaming with the lead here. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go in the second half. If you're FaZe, you need to focus on getting that mid-map control. See Zuma wrapping around, trying to get control of the Optic base. Could pick up some big kills here. He's going to get 1.
I have to say the player I've been really impressed by here on Optic Gaming. Clearly what you see from Formal, but Karma, his stats don't show how big of an impact he has had. There's another perfect example, stopping the drone carrier just inches short of another toss. Enable here on the far left side knows Optic is going to be moving up with the drone. He's going to rotate over. And when he does, he's going to see all kinds of action. Player called out in the window. Enable's going to try and sneak behind. Zuma already picking up the kills he's looking for.
Yeah, it's 2 kills in favor of FaZe, but it's going to be Karma and Scump on the defensive side of things. Picking up kills around the drone, locking it over here by Bowling. This is some big kills for FaZe. They're going to fall here as Attach going to have to back up. Has FTL jump. Don't really know when he's going to use it. See Krim going to fall here. Attach in a power position. Going to pick up another one. 2 big kills. Now the drone back in mid-map. Attach in a perfect position to stop this.
Optic Gaming knew they lost control, and that is a big play just to throw that drone for yards. Formal trying to hunt down Clayster, who had the drone momentarily. Zuma's still alive, finally going to be cut down. But we are down to our last 60 seconds, and it's FaZe Clan trailing. Attached used his FTL jump. Karma has a camo here. Objective in hand. He's going to be pushing up towards Lemon, but at this point, I don't know if Optic's going for the score or just trying to keep the drone out of FaZe's hands.
Oh, I mean, with 3 kills and camo, you definitely go for the score. It's going to be camo pop by Karma, drone in hand.
He's hit, gets the toss, so now it's a 2-possession game.
Really smart play there. Did not need the 2. The 1-point play still makes it a 2-possession game. It's going to be very difficult for FaZe to get drone, get a 2, and then get back to mid-map and get another score.
And you can see the panic mode setting in. Enable feels he has to use his overdrive before even getting control of the drone. He sneaks by 2 players in the middle. The Jammer's going to slow him down, and it's Optic sealing the deal. 10 seconds left. Optic Gaming is going to take the lead in our best of 5, 2-1.
Yeah, and Formal goes 31-19 during this map. He has been a man on a mission today, putting up crazy numbers in every single match I've seen. And it's kind of interesting, you know, we talk about how Krim and Scum, potentially one of those 2 guys are the leaders. Seems like Formal's just said, screw this, I'm going to lead this team by example. With the way we saw him, you know, shouting at the Panda guys, riling these dudes up. Seems like Formal stepped up into that leadership role.
Matthew Piper has come to play today. On the other side of the stage, though, he is going to have his hands full with Zuma all match long. Such an even battle we are seeing play out here on our main stage.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Enable and Azuma really brought it in that match, but you needed more from Attach a little bit earlier, and you needed more from Clay overall.
Hate to call him out like that, but honestly, numbers don't lie here as we see game number 3 going in Optic's favor. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights here from Uplink.
And I know this is a very close game in the first half, obviously tied. And going into the second one, you actually thought that FaZe could potentially had an opportunity to pull away because you had Zuma coming around on that flank, sets up. Just not able to get a ton of points out of it. But here in the first half, do see FaZe jumping out early, and Optic makes a little bit of a comeback.
Yeah, it was 3-0. When you take a look back here, the dunk coming in from Karma tied it up, and Optic really never slowed down. They traded 1-point plays. The kills going back and forth, but it was the key defenses that we saw. We saw so many times that the drone carrier was just stopped at the goal line. A few missed tosses, but this one sank in from Clayster, gave FaZe the lead once again. Scump answered right back, tied it up 4-4, but it was the final 2 minutes 30. This play from Formal, 3 kills, the dunk, and then the final shot coming in.
Well, I mean, that is a 1-point play that goes astray, and Formal just turns that into 2. I mean, there's not many players that are going to be able to jump in there, pick up 2 quick kills, and then make it a 2-point play. But you see, you know, Zuma and Formal, the 2 guys we highlighted, 33 and 22 for Zuma, staying on point with that KD we showed earlier. Formal, he's just been silly good today.
He's like, oh, you got a 1.52, I got a 1.22. I'm going to catch up somehow. That game, a 1.63, just 19 deaths and 31 kills for Optic Gaming. Very impressive stuff from both of the Slayers.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, Optic Gaming, 1 game away from beating this FaZe Clan team, which has never happened before. When this Optic roster has gone up against this FaZe Clan roster, FaZe undefeated.
5-0 is FaZe in this rivalry with the current lineups. We'll see, will they be able to make it 6? Currently, they're trailing by 1. We'll be right back after this.
Feel free to subscribe if you're new.
We are back live from Atlanta. This is the CWL Open, and Optic Gaming is just one game away from securing a top 4 finish here in our second major event in North America for IW.
And look, it's a huge win for them. A lot of people thought they would just kind of bow out after they lose to Envy, but they're trying to get all the way back to potentially another rematch with Envy, depending on what happens with Envy United.
Optic has never beaten FaZe on LAN. Can they do it here today? We're about to find out. Possibly a Game 5. Another Game 5 could be in store for us. If you look at that last one, we were in for a treat there on Scorched.
I mean, it was Hector's birthday the other day. I don't think he wanted all these Game 5s coming here to Atlanta. It's got to be tough for, like, Green Wall fans at home, I imagine. Like, I saw Maniac. I think he's like, I'm losing it in my hotel room. I'm completely alone. I'm just like, all these Game 5s, you don't want to win like that. You want to win it a little bit easier than that.
Hector turned 37, but he must feel 45 today. We're stressing him out. Here we go, Matt. Game number 4. The rig draft will be kicking off any moment. We take a look at this next map, though, and it's going to be throwback for Hardpoint. We just saw this same map used for Uplink. How is it different when we go into Hardpoint, though?
Well, obviously, Hardpoint, a little bit of a different game mode. That first hill going to be where the uplink drone was, right in that center track. So you're really worried about that second Hardpoint over by the barn. That's one you can get a ton of time on. Then all the way over on the other side of the map for hill number 4, over in that back baseball area. That's the 2 hills you can make a lot of time on.
We showed you some stats going into game number 3 where we compared uplink scores between Formal and Zuma. Going into this one, though, I want to point out Attach. He's been hot. He's been not. He's been a star player, though, in every other match they've played. He and Formal led all players coming into this match in terms of respawn KD. I'm looking for the youngster to really make some moves here on Throwback and force a search.
Yeah, I mean, Attach is going to need to play much better for FaZe Clan. He's been doing it all tournament long, with the kills and also doing a lot of the objective. Needed him to show up big here. And if you're FaZe, I mean, this is obviously do or die. But you got to look at this team, man, Chris. They were so good during Advanced Warfare. They won so many events towards the later half of the year. Nothing last year. They kind of lose a lot of confidence. What's like the last bit of confidence they can hold on to? It's against this Optic Gaming team. They are undefeated. That, they knew that if they can get back here and they were in the finals, they felt good about themselves going up here. A loss here hurts this FaZe team a lot.
FaZe made a similar run back at Vegas. It was eventually Cloud9 who stopped them to move on to the grand finals. Will FaZe be able to improve upon their 3rd place finish? Well, they got to get through Optic Gaming first. Also, quick reminder, Infused is playing Luminosity on our Bravo stream. Feel free to check that out. And of course, coming up next on the main stage, it's the Winners Bracket Finals. E United will be taking on Envy for a spot in our Atlanta championship match. Let's take a look, though, at Formal off the break here. He has been a man on a mission all series long. First blood and second blood, though, going in favor of FaZe Clan, and it's Zuma leading the charge.
Yeah, so Formal's job there is trying to lock down the spawns for that second barn hardpoint, and just like that, FaZe rolls through. They get control of the hill, and they get control of the spawns, spawning Optic all the way across the map. Play picks up 2 quick kills, put some nice shots there, and Formal not able to finish it. K-Bar versus NV4, but ooh, those are not good shots there from Zuma, as Scump just absolutely turns and burns them. Optic gets control of the hill. They do not have the spawns to the next hardpoint, though.
Zuma used all of his good shots on that opening break. He was the man picking up 3 of the 4 kills. Karma, though, causing problems. Just took out their 2 Slayers, attaching Zuma. Clayster is going to answer back on Crim 6. And now it's the peekaboo battle. Formal helping out Karma as Optic continues to score. 5 points remain. It's going to be about 27 to 18 as this hill rotates.
So Optic was so dominant in that first hard point because you saw it was Formal, Crim, and Scump were all going at one time. Right now you got Crim starting out 0-3. I believe on the first night he started out 5-1, really playing well. Gonna need to get him going. Optic has a lead now, but they will not be able to sustain this if they do not have everybody clicking on all cylinders.
And I love what we just saw from FaZe. If you are watching the mini-map, you saw players in all 4 corners of the barn. They all pushed in at the same time. Clayster and Attach getting some big kills. Zuma on a 2 streak on your screen finds his 3rd. Now we'll be rotating around, but he's got nothing but Optic players in the barn. Zuma cut out, and FaZe, even though they had total control, wiped out on Optic's first push.
Yeah, FaZe gets there early. They are not able to hold. Now the next hill going over towards bike path. You think FaZe probably gives up on this, does not want to feed Optic Gaming score streak, so they're going to set up towards that bottom side of the map, try and get control of bike path.
Thinking back to game number 1, the first time these 2 teams matched up in hardpoint, it was 250 to 100. FaZe Clan was never able to hold their setups. Optic Gaming able to take control and just get 91 points on a single hill after 2 rotations. We'll see if something similar happens, as already this game's starting to feel out of hand. 71 to now 35 and counting for FaZe. They've retaken the bike path. 40 points remain here. But Optic, they have just been so good on their retakes.
And Zuma working towards more streaks. You're going to see him get a kill with the Scarab there inside of the hard point. It's going to be FaZe racking up a lot of this time, and if they can get this back within a 10-point game, potentially tie this up, they hold this spawn going into the baseball field, they're in a very good spot.
And this is a big contest coming in from Scump. That's 15 points that he stopped FaZe from getting. Zuma's going to jump up, find 2, and they will continue to score now 71 to 55 and counting.
It's smart play, maybe intentional or maybe not, but Attach actually lets Zuma get back into the hard point, and he picks up all his streaks from those points being juggled back and forth. So may not have been intentional, but just the way they kind of positioned themselves there gave Zuma those streaks.
And talk to me a little bit about those streaks. Trinity Rocket Bombardment, basically used by all players in this lobby. When do you want to calm down if you get them?
Oh, well, it's huge for the second rotation of hills because you're able to just break bike path if you want, or if Optic Gaming takes control of baseball here in the back, you're going to be able to break that with ease. You don't need a full rotation over there. Those are going to be huge later in the game.
Action continues here on our main stage. This is game number 4. FaZe has taken control, 84 to 74 here for Optic Gaming, but it's Optic set up in the baseball field. As I say it, your kill feed turns all red. Zuma finds Formal, the last man with his score streaks, a second one on Skunk.
That's a big streak to invest in for the last 20 seconds here. I think you probably could have held on to that. You probably trade these gunfights out and you're in the same exact position you are here. So we'll see if they use one of those streaks in the second half. They don't exactly get a full break. Obviously not going to have that luxury of having another one.
I think it's just a confident play from Zuma. He's already 17 and 8. He's on another 3 streak. He says, what, 1 round of streaks? I'm going to get 5 this map, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, you may have a point. With the way he's been playing all tournament long, he's been crushing. I think, you know, in his head, he expects to go on another long run, string a lot of kills together, pick up more, and you just see the shots that he puts on Formal there. Kills him so fast. Zuma's so accurate at range with the K-Bar.
And he has saved the biggest of his score streaks for later. That bombardment will be available a little bit later on. Bit easier to dodge at times, but Enable and Zuma getting all the work done with their guns. 20 and 9 now is Zuma, double positive. On the other side, Formal, that player to keep pace with him, 12 and 13. Optic has all 4 players negative. They're getting outslayed. What a turnaround from FaZe in the last 3 minutes.
Well, I mean, the difference between game 1 and game 4 here is, you know, Formal's still there. Obviously, you know, not that positive like we saw in game 1, but you know, you have Crim not playing as well as he did in game 1, and same with Scump. Scump at 9-16 right now.
Optic may be feeling a little bit of the pressure despite being on match point. They are not playing with the same amount of energy that we saw earlier. Attach, picking up Crim 6 is going to be causing problems, trying to get behind enemy lines. Meanwhile, the flank is coming in from Clayster.
This is good for Optic Gaming, though, because they can take a ton of time on this hard point. You can't really use the streaks to break in, because obviously Barnes so close quartered. But Clay just walks in, takes out Scump. It's a nice shots here in the back on Karma, and I do not know how that happens. FaZe just walks right into the barn, takes it right from Optic.
They were so worried about Attach, and then when Clayster got behind him, they ignored Attach, who picked up his second kill, and it was a full sweep. You have all 4 players up here for FaZe. Optic Gaming is going to be sending 3 from the front. The flank is late here from Crim 6. Will Optic be able to break, though? Yes, 3 straight kills. It's formal inside scoring.
And now you're going to see the rotation going over towards bike path. Only 10 seconds left here. If you're Optic Gaming, I think you got to get one of these guys to figure out how to get some streaks. You know, juggle the hard point back and forth, earn some points, pick up some kills. You can earn some streaks over by bike path. You can get those, use them on baseball, and you can probably split that time.
Patch going up top on the bridge. Finds 2 players. Grenade goes down. Knows where the third is.
Right there, you saw all the kills going in Optic Gaming's favor, but Attach doing a good job just contesting it for the time being. Optic Gaming racking up score. They need to push these spawns out. It's a big kill there by Scump. Needs more teammates to just keep pushing straight through bike path. They need to get control of that back baseball area.
And what Optic was able to do last time FaZe had control was send 1 man just to contest, to stop the scoring. Looks like FaZe this time around is just going to be able to break through. Karma trying to stay alive.
So that push all the way around by Enable has actually spawned Optic out towards the right side of your minimap, and that's exactly where they want to be. So Enable trying to get a pinch, trying to get control of bike path there, ends up spawning Optic all the way across the map. The big kill is going to happen on the top side where Clayster's coming from.
Big fight for Clay. His opponent has no idea where he is, and he still loses the fight. Scump using the cover, able to pick off Clay. And I hope that doesn't get into Clay's head. He's got to ignore that, just come back fresh, because Optic now has control.
Oh, and you see 2 kills by Zuma with the streaks, but all of his teammates fall here, so the other going to get nothing with these streaks. Optic still holds on to the spawn. Looks like another big kill has to come in from Clayster here as he's trying to wrap all the way around the back.
It looks like Clayster at times is just trying to do too much. He's flanking, but he's running into multiple opponents. Unable to win the gunfight. It's going to be Scump set up with 2 protectors behind him. Formal is going to fall. Crim 6 ready to explode if anyone charges from baseball.
Yeah, now Optic has nothing to worry about. No streaks can come in. You see Karma calling down his score streaks, trying to protect his teammates, but FaZe gets a break. Every time you think Optic gets control of the hard point, things are going their way. FaZe answers right back.
What a back and forth game. It's about to be tied up 167 to 167. FaZe with the last 5 points here. Formal with the 2-piece though. And he's looking for the third.
He's going to just do a nice job dodging some shots there. Not able to take out Attach, but we go back to the center hard point. The 2 things to focus on is players can earn streaks. Payload abilities will be coming up here shortly for a lot of these players, so we'll see how the active camos get used on both sides and reactive armors and score streaks. Somebody can earn score streaks before we head over towards that baseball yet again. I feel like that team is going to be heavily favored.
Keep your eyes on Karma in the late game. I don't expect him to pop this camo. He's going to save it for later. On the other side, Clayster going to try and answer back. Enable on your screen, working towards the Centurion. That could be huge in the barn, and that'll be coming up here shortly. 20 points that remain in the middle of the map, and Optic Gaming seems to just be giving this up.
Yeah, FaZe has actually, flipped these spawns. They're going to get that top side of the map, and they're trying to push players out to that furthest cut, get control. They need to get further back towards that left-hand side. This is going to be a big play. Enable needs to come up with a kill or 2 here.
Enable has the Scarab available as well. And it looks like a counter scare may be coming out. Player prone behind this box, and he is going to find 2. Nice team shot coming in from Optic. They keep scoring here in the barn. It's Optic set up first. All the way across the map is FaZe, but now they have all 4 players pushing in at the same time. Is FaZe going to be able to break once again? Clayster leads the charge with his camo.
He's going to be tagged up a little bit. I love the patience here from Clayster. Does not get any teammate support coming in. It's going to be Enable taking out Karma with a big 2-piece, working towards more streaks, 50 points off of a Scarab. He has the camo for himself, so we'll see when Karma decides to use that, as this game is so close. Pops the camo, picks up 1, tries to turn, picks up another. Big play there from Karma.
For the 4th time this game, Optic retakes the lead, 207 to 204. 5 spree here from Karma. He's reached the 30 mark. Zuma slowing down a bit. He was 30 and 20. Now he is 33 and 25, getting outslayed twice in some big battles in that last hill.
It's going to be very difficult for FaZe to come back. It's going to be Karma with streaks. Going into baseball, you do have overdrive for Formal, so if they do spawn out, he can use that, get across that field at the top side of the minimap. It's going to be FaZe getting control of bike path. If you're Optic Gaming, you need to keep this close. Don't burn all your streaks here.
Streaks coming in from Karma. He takes out just Clayster, missing a second player. Meanwhile, FaZe continues to score down low, so the score streaks really not that effective yet for Optic. The guns, well, Crimsix picks up Enable, but Karma took out Scump with that barrage, and it's going to be Karma having to get it done. Attach on the other side of the bridge. Heavily contested is the bike path. Optic Gaming swarming all over the players. Attach and Enable, fending them off. And FaZe Clan somehow wins the fight.
So this is actually huge. Karma uses both of his streaks there, only has the Scarab available. If FaZe wins this rotation battle over to bike path, it's game over. Optic not going to be able to break that with streaks. And you see Clay picks up that big rotational kill on Formal. This is FaZe's game for the taking.
Zuma taking out Karma in transition. Enable picking up 2. Formal trying to get the job done. Last man up. Won't be able to. There is a player inside scoring. Attach. Trying to find him. 2 players around the corner. Finds the first, gets the assist. It's going to be Scump and Formal pushing forward here for Optic Gaming. Zuma in the back line.
You gotta wonder why both those streaks were used there. Optic fighting back from a disadvantaged position. You see Karma pushing forward with Formal. Has a Centurion to use. Maybe you drop it here. A lot of time left for the taking here on baseball. Karma with some nice shots taking out Attach. Optic Gaming climbing right back into it.
They don't need score streaks, Matt. The team shot is getting the job done. Optic Gaming 5 points away.
It's going to be Krim putting in some nice shots, and that's going to be it.
Optic Gaming taking out FaZe Clan will advance to your Final Four.
They finally get over the hump. We talked about it. This FaZe Clan team undefeated against this Optic roster when these two teams have formed. This is the first time they are able to take them down. A lot of momentum for the Optic guys going through the rest of the tournament.
What a series. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for both teams. That was one of the tightest matches we have seen, and it happened here on Championship Sunday. We have so many more matches to come, but this one, I think, is going to be the match a lot of people remember.
Without a doubt, and Karma goes absolutely massive in that game 4, really. I mean, when you were worried if Scump wasn't going to play his best going into that one, him and Krim were not looking good at the beginning. Karma stepped up in a big way.
Matt, when you look at this match, who's your MVP of this series alone?
Oh, it's difficult. I feel like, you can definitely say Formal. Definitely looked very good in that matchup. Karma, though, in that game 4 really gave them a lot.
Fantastic stuff from both of these squads. We'll get a chance to talk to the players here in just a moment. To remind you here on the big picture, this is a loser's bracket match. Up next, Optic Gaming is going to have to get through either Infused or Luminosity. Meanwhile, we're going to turn our attention on the main stage to the winners bracket finals. But before we get to that winners final, let's take a look back one more time at this series, starting with game number 4. Here's a look at how it all shook out. Optic Gaming, 105 points in the barn, and most of those came, I think it was a 45-point chunk in that last rotation.
And that's huge because there were 2 times where FaZe actually rotated early and they had control of the spawns for barn. So Optic able to break that swing a lot of that time in their favor, and you see Karma 39 and 26. Huge game for Optic Gaming.
A 1.5. Zuma played his heart out in this series, topping the leaderboard in almost every single game. Threw up another 39 kills for the FaZe Clan. But FaZe, they're knocked out. They're going to finish 5th, 6th in this tournament. Optic, they play on into our Final Four. And right now, we got Jack on the floor with Karma.
Thank you, boys. What a matchup we just saw there between Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan. Crowd, did you like that series? I know we most certainly did here in the venue. Thousands in attendance. Now first, Karma. Before we even get started with that series, the 1v1 in Game 5, Round 11 against Panda to get you to this point. What have your emotions been like so far today?
Well, honestly, I mean, like there were the killer jokes back in the day at MLG or UMG Atlanta where, he's nervous. I'm not gonna lie, I was really nervous in that. I had no idea what to do, and it worked out, dude. And we went into this match saying like it was meant to be, dude. Like, we're gonna come in, we're gonna play them, and I've always thought that if we all 4 play our best, we can beat them, and it finally happened after 2 years.
You say that after 2 years, you take down FaZe. That series, what, round 11 in that game 2, the hard point, so back and forth. What happened there at the end? How was that possible to mount that comeback and take that game 4?
Honestly, for a second, I thought we might have lost it. We lost the rotation from Train Hill to Blue Hill, and then we had a 2v4. I think Matt and Seth, or Matt and Ian, got a couple kills, and then we ended up flooding. You know, they may have made a mistake. I'm not really sure. But we all flooded, we played fast together and got the kills and clutched it up.
Well, a lot of people out there were doubting this roster, wondering, is the best now done for this Optic Gaming team? Now you take down FaZe, something you haven't been able to do for those 2 years. Is this roster done yet? You're in the top 4 now. What are your sights on in your next matchup up against Luminosity?
I mean, I don't think we're ever done. You know, with these 4 players, can we really be done? I don't think so, but what else did you say?
Karma, it doesn't even matter. Guys, what a series that just was. Congratulations again to Optic Gaming as they'll move on. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, your winner's bracket final.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4. We're here at the CWL Atlanta Open, and what a matchup we just had on that main stage. Optic Gaming versus FaZe for the first time in 2 years. Optic Gaming get that sweet, sweet revenge. It's got to feel pretty good for them, right, Mark?
And they did it, winning 2 hard points, something we critiqued big time coming into this matchup. And finally, you saw some resurgence out of Karma, one of the players we had a lot of eyes on, went huge in that game number 4. But really, they still have a lot of matches left, a lot of good teams still left in the tournament.
I mean, speaking of those matches, let's take a look now at our losers bracket and show you just where kind of all those teams have filled in. Obviously, there was more games going on the side station. Memo, I know you were watching that Team Infuse versus Luminosity game, and you can see there, Luminosity did come out and win that one 3-0. We'll touch on that in just a little bit. Meanwhile, Optic Gaming, they progressed through with a 3-1 victory over FaZe. That sets up an Optic Gaming versus Luminosity matchup. And I mean, Chance, who'd you take in that one now?
It'd be hard-pressed not to pick Optic after the performance they just had, but at the same time, Luminosity has looked pretty fantastic. I mean, they crushed Infused. Wasn't even remotely close. It was a pretty damning 3-0, if you will. I think Luminosity actually has a pretty good opportunity to pull this off. I think Optic, they had a pretty good map set going against FaZe. I think that breakout hardpoint was about the best map they could possibly hope for. So, again, I think it comes down to the maps, but honestly, I don't think they're going to be able to take 2 hardpoints off of Luminosity. They have looked way too strong in the respawn.
Just kind of talking about that last hardpoint that we saw on main stage, Merc. It had all of us kind of sat there going, wait, what is going on here? It was just crazy kind of last couple of hills. I mean, what went wrong, I guess, for FaZe, in your opinion?
I mean, just they rotated early after that train hill, and then those next set of gunfights, they just seemed to lost them. And there was a time at that train hill when Karma does use both of his streaks, and we're sitting there looking at each other like, why did he just call that? One ends up in team killing Crim6. That would have been huge if they would have had it for that baseball field, but they were able to clutch up and win those last few gunfights.
And what was crazy was FaZe had that rotation, and you're sat there and you see them get those kills as well, but somehow, some way, Optic Gaming managed to get themselves back in and take the victory. A crazy ending to what was a fantastic series. Elsewhere, however, though, we did have Team Infuse versus Luminosity Gaming. As I said, Memo, you were watching intently with that one. Break that series down for those that missed it.
Oh, it was hard to watch if you're an Infuse fan, let's say that. I mean, straight away, I mean, we went into the hard point. It was on breakout, sorry, and this is notorious for getting those high kind of leads, and it was pretty close, you know, to a certain extent. We see it here at 90 to 63. And the scoreboard, it was a little bit of a strange one. Octane started pretty slow, but Slacked, he was the complete opposite. He started really hot. And look at that scoreboard, right? 159 to 145. Now look at it. You see 249 to 1, like nothing. You know, for the last 2-3 minutes, Infuse, they really couldn't pull anything out of the bag. Slack went 20 and 10, 2 minutes objective. Fantastic. Search and Destroy Scorch, though. This started again very nice for Luminosity. Octane with a big 3-piece. Round 2 and 3, we saw Infuse tie it up, but the same story. It's what? 2-2, it ends 6-2. Luminosity just step it up a gear. We head into uplink, and it doesn't stop there. Infused, they start well. 2-0, you're thinking...
There's a theme here,
yeah,
isn't there?
And then suddenly, they just get to like 2 points, and then it's 3-2, 4-2, 6-7. It just gets out of hand.
What was going on there then? Like, what was this kind of breakdown from Infuse in every single game?
I mean, just to kind of break it down for Luminosity, they had one player starting slow every single time. On Hardpoint, they had, it was Octane again. On Uplink, Octane started 0 and 7 on the Uplink itself. Wow. And I was like, how are they still winning? It was like 4-3 at the time. Octane finishes 23 and 20, positive, so he really brings it back. Slack, though, 31 and 20. That's not the first time this tournament we've seen Slack going off. He's a dangerous man, and I think Optic should be scared of him.
Definitely can be a very big threat, but congratulations to Luminosity. They, of course, now progress through where they will meet Optic Gaming in that losers bracket. But briefly, Chance, I just want to get your opinion. Obviously, a lot of people coming into this event said, oh, you know, the European teams, no, they don't deserve spots in pool play. I mean, I feel like they've earned it, have they not?
I mean, that's kind of the expected result, right? We saw at Champs there was 2 top 8 placings, and that's exactly what they saw today. A little bit farther down, obviously not the second place, and I think it was the top 8 last time. So slight fall off from Champs. Whether or not they earn the spots, I think it's really tough to say, because the #1 seed, Orbit, I don't even know what they place, like top 24 or something along those lines. So it's really a bit of a mixed bag with the Europeans, but I think it always is. But I mean, now this is 2 tournaments in a row, 2 top 8 finishes, so at least a few teams deserve to be here.
Yeah, I think as well, I mean, call it bias or whatever it may be. I see the 6 European teams that were put into pools, which is 16. they all finished top 16. Orbit, definitely are very unhappy with how they played, finishing top 16.
Right.
But the likes of Fnatic, they kind of made a little bit of a run through loser bracket. They got top 16, I believe, but 2 top 12s. But most like what Chan said, I do agree with. We didn't have that second like we did at COD XP.
Right.
Epsilon placed 4th, and
of course,
bit of a disappointment. But Infused top the European scene, and they get top 6.
Fair enough.
Well, it always seems for them as well is that the losers bracket, always one side of it ends up with a bunch of European teams. I think Infused ended up beating 2 or 3 of them to knock them out. So a bit unfortunate in the bracket, but again, I was pretty impressed by them and the APAC teams coming into us. There was a lot of hard-fought series.
Definitely excited to see them throughout the rest of the year, that's for sure. For now, though, let's take a look at our winners bracket. Just kind of update you where we stand. Of course, we are now at the point of Championship Sunday, where we get to our winners bracket final. Of course, E United, after a hard-fought matchup against FaZe Clan, they walk away with a 3-2 victory there. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Team Envious, 3-1 victory over Luminosity. That now sets up E United versus Team Envious. And Momo, I don't think anyone would have expected E United to be here.
No, I mean, there may have been a couple. Burns probably being one of them. He's a big supporter, of course, being part of E United. But for to see E United, I think I've seen a couple of the pro players actually complimenting them, saying, we've been there. We've been, doubted. We've had a tough run. And they've turned up here. They've turned up not only on the main stage on Saturday, they've turned up on Championship Sunday. And I'm over the moon to see not only kind of fresh faces up there, but the likes of, Silly, who has been playing time and time, years and years. He's finally getting his break.
Look, what's that like as a player's perspective when you are trying to break out onto the competitive community and you have those doubts? I'm sure at the beginning of your career, maybe you witnessed that and you experienced that yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You just want to prove the people wrong, and it starts just by going to these tournaments and placing well. Luckily, my first tournament, there was only 8 teams, not 176, so I got a bit lucky there. But, it's a great feeling finally placing that top 3, and I think it'll sort of soar their confidence in the future for their tournaments. But they can't stop here. There's a long way to go if they want to win this championship.
Absolutely. Of course, E United coming in. Not that many people really knew much about this squad. A couple of people in the venue as well been asking us, tell us a little bit about E United. So without further ado, let's learn a little bit more about the E United squad.
The C United team has been doing incredibly well in the 2Ks. They continue to impress. It seems like a lot of players, though, and fans in the community don't know if they have what it takes. They've been referred to as onliners, warriors. I don't buy it. Anyone I've followed from any competitive FPS, if they come in strong online, if they're showing it consistently online, trust me, it's just a matter of time, a matter of experience before you're seeing them do it on LAN as well.
What I love most about United is the potential of this lineup. You have Silly, who's always been on the cusp. He's had huge games, a lot of highlights, but he really hasn't seen those tournament victories. But he's surrounded himself with some young, hungry guys. Arcides, Pristini, the twin brothers, this is a young, hungry team with nothing to lose and everything to prove. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if you see this team somehow finish in your top 8 and even make a run for a top 4 if they're able to pull off an upset in the winner's bracket.
United not slowing down an inch.
Of course, there are a little bit of a look and insight into E United, and you can see a couple of the guys expect them to do well. I don't think anyone expected this well, though.
No, not this well. I sort of expected maybe a top 8 finish, but I mean, they proved a lot of people wrong. And then on the other side, you have Envy, and I don't know if a lot of people expected them to be in the winners bracket final. I know I did, Ben, but I don't think really people projected them to be here.
We haven't even really mentioned Team Envy, of course, but they deserve a lot of props, right? Of course, last year's world champions, you've got John playing with a broken finger, and yet here they are in the winners bracket final. And Apathy, who's probably having one of his best events we've seen in recent memory. I mean, Chance, who takes this game in your opinion?
Well, they've played already in pool play, and E United beat them 3-1, I believe. And the respawns, I don't
Is
even
this
think they
going
were
to
that
switch
close.
over
The
to the
hard points,
Bravo
I think there was
stream?
about a 100-point margin for both the games. That being said, E United on the main stage, 2 different times, we've seen them completely collapse in the opening game, and they just did not look like their normal selves. And it's one of those things that Envy, anytime they've been given an inch, they've taken a mile. They've looked great. But again, if E United has done it once, they can certainly do it again.
Very true. Excited, of course, to get this next game on main stage underway. Team Envious versus E United. For now, though, it's time for a quick commercial break. When we return, it's MLG Prime Time.
No, sorry fam.
It is prime time. We are live from the CWL Atlanta Open. Oh my God!
You know, a great showing from both of these international teams in a very tough pool.
The breakout superstar, the up-and-coming player in Gunless. All four dead on Optic Gaming. It's John saying, get out of my lobby.
It's not about FaZe versus E United. It's about E United versus everybody.
It's prime time here at the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4. And joining me in the studio, I have the wonderful TP. We've got Mr. X and, of course, Momo for this next matchup on main stage. Team Envious versus E United. And during that commercial break, we were just kind of discussing a little bit about who we're going to go for, who we're kind of rooting for. Rooting, I should say, who we think is going to win. Teep, which side of the fence are you currently set on?
It's close. It's tough to call. Both teams looking extremely good, especially because E United actually won the first series in groups, right? But I think Envy's going to take it. I think the experience, they look better than ever. To be honest, we were doubting them after their Vegas performance, but obviously this is a true test of this Envy lineup. And with the way that Apathy and JCap in particular are playing today, I think they're going to take it.
It's definitely going to be close. Mr. X, one word, who do you think takes it?
I think E United comes out on top.
That was more than one word, but you're saying E United
comes out on top. I do.
Momo?
E United.
E United as well.
Okay.
Well,
smart man, Momo.
I believe the game is actually ready to get underway. Team Envious, E United, MLG Primetime, over to the wonderful Courage and the excellent Maven.
Thank you, guys. We're primed. We're ready to go. Yeah. This is going to be fun, man. You know, I talked to Cap, Slasher, and Apathy before this, kind of what went on in their first series. Remember, it was 3-1 victory for E6. We'll talk about it more as we go, but they've already matched up. E United. Why do I call them E6? E United, E United.
All I know is JCap trolled you when you asked him those questions. You're like, what went wrong? He was like, they won 3 maps. Yeah. We won 1 map. And you're like,
they got more kills.
John Apathy, help me, guys. But we do have a key player matchup heading into game 1 of our winners bracket final. It's simple. You win this, you're in the grand final. It's guaranteed a top 2 placing. Apathy and Gunless. Apathy, monster last year. Gunless, the new talent this year.
I think it's safe to say that either of these players, depending on result, could be considered for your Control Freak MVP.
Okay. Okay.
If Envy were to win the tournament, Apathy gets it right now in my eyes. If United were to win, Gunless gets it in my eyes. Both these guys have been monsters, man.
People were talking a lot about E United. We all know the whole onliner story. Certain pro players I asked said they are going to bomb out Atlanta. They're going to be terrible. Other pro players said these guys are going to finish in your top 4, their top 3. While they're there right now, can they keep the magic going? E United have yet to drop a series this weekend. Envious, on the other hand, they lose to E United in pools, now looking for revenge.
And the only map that Envy was able to take was a 6-1 victory in the Game 2 Search to Destroy. So a complete sweep in the respawns for E United. And talking to Cap, he said, you know what, we threw away game 1, we got out to an early lead, and we kind of, took the foot off the neck. We let it go. They got blown out in the second hard point, so you need a better start here from the boys in blue.
It is time, folks. Game 1 of your winner's bracket final. We're watching Slasher off the break as he challenges towards the top window.
First gunfight coming in, able to tag up one, but you can see on X-Ray, a little bit of a dip and a dive away. Long-range shots there. You're able to hit those with the NV4. But ultimately, his teammates now cleaning up the kill, and Envy gets set up top mid first.
Pristini, another name that's new to the competitive Call of Duty scene for a lot of people. Yes, he's been competing for a little bit over a year now, but really coming to the forefront in these last couple of events. Envy up 18-0 off the break and throwback hard point. What a dramatic map we saw between FaZe and Optic in this last series.
Well, I know for us, it's tough to follow all of the up-and-coming players and amateur teams. We have to, as much as the research we do, talking to players, you have to focus sometimes on the top 16, right? But I was reading last night, they've been playing Arsenies and Pristini, a duo all the way back to Ghost. So these guys have been playing together for a long time, but now playing on the biggest stage and showing what they can do.
And the big thing, too, with this squad is Silly is basically the leader of this team. I sat down and talked to United for about 30 minutes prior to this whole tournament starting, and I said, what separates you guys more than really the rest of the teams coming this weekend? Silly said our dedication to practice and how much we grinded for this event. He said, what, 2 of them had like strep throat, 1 of them had like a hospital visit or something, and through it all, they basically didn't even take a day off. They kept going at it, they kept scrimming, and it shows now with this top 3 placing, looking for more though. with him?
He's probably going to be irritated that I tell this story.
Okay.
But I went to use the restroom between breaks, and I heard someone. It sounded like they were throwing up. No, it sounded like they were throwing up, getting really sick in the stall.
Really?
And I'm like, are you all right? I didn't know who it was. Silly comes out. He's like, I'm struggling. I can't breathe. My throat's been hurting me. I'm trying to battle through it. So Silly really, really not feeling well. Trying to battle through that on Championship Sunday.
Well, I mean, I hope he feels better, but if United need to, I'm willing to play.
Yeah.
Who won Optic or FaZe?
You hop on in there, Gunless will backpack you.
I just need to spray paint my hair white like Silly, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, it's like he thinks he's Daenerys Targaryen. I don't know what he has going on there. But 50-30 lead for E United early on. Gunless leading all Slayers at 8-6. He has been, again, an MVP contender throughout the course of this one, and we'll see if he can keep it going. And if both hard points go their way in pool play, they're looking strong.
We were talking with some of the Rise Nation players back in the green room, and they were talking about how certain teams just don't even run. It's basically their equivalent of flak, right, in this game, that blocking those Scarabs from doing the damage that they normally would. Well, at the start of this game, everyone did, and Scarabs are kind of falling out of the meta. Since then, you know, people have started to
emoji up pointing backhand index. 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 Emoji up pointing backhand
index. This one was a little slower, a little bit more floaty, didn't have the maneuverability necessarily. And yeah, we saw him disappear, but they're back and certainly making an impact this weekend. But speaking of impact players, you got Gunless, 13-6 on a 5 streak. He's got one coming from the front, one to his left as well. He'll ultimately get gunned as John picks up the kill. But if he's going to continue to play like this, it's going to have to be Apathy or John. I think that, I mean, okay, I know J-Cap can do it. He's been a veteran. He's been that guy forever, but you don't usually maybe want to see him as your top Slayer on your side?
It's just not his typical role on this team. He's a guy that plays a little bit more passively, lets his teammates do majority of the pushing and clearing out of lanes. 73-61 right now. You talked about how the last time these teams met up, E United did not drop a respawn against Envious. And it looks like they're going to try to keep this going now as they're up by about 20 seconds. And Gunless is just so on point. 16-8, double positive off the break of this game.
He hasn't slowed down. The main stage has not shook him. You thought maybe day 2, that match against Splice, he was going to get some nerves going. That didn't affect him. Playing FaZe this morning didn't affect him. Now, Sunday evening, when it's all coming out, guaranteeing yourself top 2 still just seems completely unfazed, man.
Well, the big thing, too, for this United squad is, yes, they have some inexperience in these major LAN events on the main stage, but they come into this weekend with a tough pool. They go perfect, not dropping a single series. Then they reverse sweep on the main stage, which gave them a ton of experience there. They've basically done everything they can to mentally prepare themselves for this game. Now they've just got to execute.
I'm curious, from who we have left, obviously, in our top 4 with NVE United, LG, and Optic, what surprises you the most?
Geez, I mean, I predicted United to be in my top 4 for this weekend, so I can't say I'm surprised there. If anything, I would say possibly Optic Gaming. I mean, the run that they've now gone on from the spot that they found themselves in earlier today to now having taken down FaZe, which I wasn't even sure if they were going to be able to do. It's been 2 years that they've been losing to that team on LAN. Now it's finally happened, and honestly, I see that steamroll continuing in the losers bracket.
They are certainly on a roll, but back to the action here. 20-point advantage for E United. They haven't been able to bury Envy. They've kept themselves around. We'll see as Silly now playing through Grandma's house, peeking into the back there at Lime. Gonna get backed up as the nades coming through, enjoying a little bit of watermelon. I never noticed that there.
Well, that's one of my favorite parts of this map, the baby carriages. Gunless will peek on out with the camo, use that to break the hill. Makes a lot of sense, nearly snaps onto Slasher, but he's got the help there of Pristini to at least leave some of the push for now. But as I say that, J-Cap cleans up 2. One of the largest leads yet for United in this game at 30 seconds. But what do we see with Envy and Luminosity in their match earlier on? Envy, who were really in a position where they were always down by about 40 seconds. They kept it close, and then in the end, they brought it back. It didn't wind up turning out for them, but they brought it within 5 towards the end of that game. Let's see if they can do the same thing here on throwback. Nice stomp there by Apathy, showing off the shockwave yet again.
And this has been a really nice hold here from E United. They're extending this lead. J-Cap's trying to break in the back and secure the final seconds, but now it's going to be the rotation. Is everyone heading down to the bottom side of the map? And look who's there first. You see those red arrows, 5 and 7. That's going to be Pristini and Arcides. The brothers set up to hold down bike path. Pristini watching the lower side, saw a shadow for just a second, peeks the corner, nice play, tries to dip behind, not able to find the second kill there as Envy gets a bit of a break. You still see that was Arseny's kind of hanging around there, lurking a bit, but finally ends up dropping.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting that pinch to come in. He actually had a player top ticket, a player hitting from middle, and somehow one player from Envy sneaks to sidewalk to at least contest towards that hard point for the moment. Another shockwave kill from Apathy, continuing to improve his use of that throughout the weekend. It's been fun to watch. 138 to 111 now. Envy slowly clawing back into things.
Yeah, no one really able to push any distance for these spawns. Again, it reminds you, it kind of tracks on Black Ops 3. You have to really push both sides to get any kind of firm control. So it's just been a back and forth bloodbath. But take a look at the minimap now. You see 8. That's going to be gunless at the top of your map. You have 5 Arcitys rotating over as well. They're set up now for the statue, for baseball field, where you can rack up a lot of time. Ooh. And this is a couple hard points in a row where we've seen the early rotation from E United, and it's been paying off.
And they're in a beautiful spot. Arcity's getting a little bit ahead of himself there, peeking outside that bowling area, but thankfully his teammates still have that blue spawn. Look at the top of your minimap. Red arrows continuing to supplement this hard point. Finally, one player does spawn on out, so it's going to be Arcitys by himself trying to hold off Envy. He gets 2, and that's the magic E United have had all weekend, Maven.
Yeah, I mean, if he loses that gunfight, it turns into what kind of a 2-on-2 as they're sprinting towards the hard point.
Yeah.
But by him winning that, it delays the 4-man push from Envy. Now they're trying to fly in, but they're set up and ready to attempt the hold off. Only one player remaining, and Gunless has gotten it done. This has been a flawless hold thus far at Statue.
Gunless and Arcitys, they're in a 2v4 scenario, somehow wipe out all of Envy.
Look at this flank.
They're even keeping it close. They've got FTL jump now ready from Silly. E United at the end of the second rotation will be up by 70 seconds, continuing to show their hardpoint prowess this weekend.
This would be 3 hard points in a row over Envy. Where is Envy going to find the wins? I mean, S&D, they did it in the first series. You're going to have to do it in Uplink as well. I believe we're going to Frost. And one thing Captain say, he said they're weak at Frost, but they played it 4 times this weekend. So you got to improve, right?
Yeah, they definitely have to. Another thing as well, Envy, I think, still undefeated in Search and Destroy, right? So,
I believe so.
That's the silver lining if you're a Boys in Blue fan, is even if you do drop this hard point, you've got that to fall back on. I mentioned it a few times today, but it's so rare to see such an incredible stat line like that.
Feel free to subscribe and like if you're new.
Where does Envy begin to come back into this one now? John, 19 and 27. He had a slow hardpoint start to the series earlier today, now happening again in this game 1.
And, you know, we talked about the fact that Apathy or John need to come alive here and kind of match the slaying of Gunless, but look at the kill feed. 2 more for him. He's 34 and 22. He's also leading every player in the lobby in objective time at 1:12. Again, MVP performance from him.
ND4 in the hardpoint. Flasher, whoa, does actually get the kill on the Pristini. And that'll open up his opportunity to push towards this bottom bike path side with his teammates. And Arcity's look, he realizes that. Was going to push that field. Out of nowhere, callouts come in. Hey, there's 3 hitting Lemon and Grandma's side. We got to reset our focus. As now the push comes in. You've got JCap flooding into the hard point. Does get the entry kill. Silly now popping that FTL jump. But again, the Evo being brought out by Silly, one of the few players this weekend to use that gun.
Yeah, I mean, really, one other player maybe I've seen it from, and he's been effective. Not dominating per se right now at 23 and 28, but he's been doing a good job playing that aggressive role with the SMG in those close corners. But United still holding on to a 70-point advantage now, looking to shut down this game 1 ultimate. But Pristini was the last one, so these final 15 seconds should be going over to Envy as we'll begin the rotation now. Who just spawned up? That was number 2. It's going to be Apathy, who got a nice spawn at the bottom of bike path and maybe set up to win a couple of key gunfights here early on.
I was actually surprised to see United even pushing for that hard point. They send almost 3 players through underpass. Finally, Gunless, the last one there, does get the cleanup kill. Now Apathy's all by himself on the map. Gunless nearly at 40. We've got to swap to Gunless for a second. Can he get that 40 bomb in game 1? 1 kill off camo as well.
He's doing such a good job in this slaying role right now, trying to stay alive in this close corner, picking up time as well as, again, still leading in the objective. Gun's one that tries to push him. Stay out of my hard point. Finally ends up falling, but the numbers speak for themselves as 16 points is all that is needed here for E United.
70-second lead for E United. They're closing in on a game 1 victory. They would be 2 maps away from a grand finals appearance. Probably the first time ever for, what, any of these players?
Yeah.
Silly ever make it there?
I don't think so. God, maybe like Season 3 playoffs in AW, something like that, like a relegation tournament. But no, not the big ones. At least I can think of it off the top of my head. FTL jump comes in. Flashy play there, but is it enough for Envy? It doesn't look to be that way, as United should be able to shut it down, potentially behind the camo here from Gunless.
Gunless should camo through this underpass area when his teammates spawn up, and they should go for the win right now on this baseball hardpoint. Giving up these 40+ seconds would bring Envy within about 15, so not a comfortable spot to be in. Camo pop, not happening yet. He's feeling confident to go for it.
I think because his teammate dropped right before him. Like maybe he wants to use it kind of with the 4-man push. Had he used it there, I think 2 teammates dropped basically at the same time. He didn't feel comfortable about it. But if you let all this time go in, it'd be what, 2:30, 2:40 game? You're right back at it. Now it's going to be the camo pop as he's trying to get the break. Can't find a kill yet. Ultimately, will 41 tries to wrap back. 41 kills in for him. The break is there. 3 points needed. E United gets it done.
We talked about him in our key player matchup, Gunless, saying, hey, Apathy, anything you can do, I can do better. 41 kills on map number 1 as E United are 2 maps away from making it to the grand finals of the CWL Atlanta Open.
And what do you do if you're Envy? I mean, you've lost 3 hard points in a row to this squad. You obviously haven't figured out how to beat them in a respawn.
I know what you do. You at least start by winning a search and destroy like you've done all weekend. I think it tells a much bigger story if Envy lose this first S&D to a team like E United. That could spell disaster going into an uplink game 3. A 12-minute long game there with really a huge performance from Gunless and Arcides. Again, these 2 players continuing to stay white hot.
And one interesting thing to consider, maybe for the future, talking to Aqua in the back, he was saying something along the lines of, like, if anyone that's scrimmed United the most, it is Optic Gaming. So if they get to a position to play them in a loser's bracket final or maybe a final, they have a lot more experience than some of these teams do. Is United, man, they seem to have everybody's number right now.
And what was also mentioned was that's basically who they learned from. All the time scrimming Optic Gaming, you're learning from Optic Gaming, and, well, you're learning from 4 of the best players in the history of Call of Duty. Here's your MLG primetime replay of map number 1 as it started off with Envy again, doing what they can to get any little bit of time, but as the game went on, it was just E United continuing to expand on this lead. End of the first rotation, every bit of, what, 20 seconds. Then as it sets up for Train, it's only about 10 seconds, but then from then on out, E United took over, and Gunless just kept going up and up in the kill feed. There he hits 20, and later on, he hits 41.
You know, you see these games in respawn where maybe a player has a really big half of hardpoint, or a really good set of rotations, a really good half of uplink. He just kept going, like never slowed down. Just keeps racking on the kills, held on to a consistent like 5 to 10 kill advantage over anyone in the lobby. What is it about it makes him so strong? I mean, I want to speak to his gun skill because that's what stood out the most to me, but obviously it's more than that, man.
Every player I've spoken to asks, what is it about United that's so good? Half the people just say, they're an anomaly. Like, they have, their communication isn't on the same level as other teams. Maybe some of their gun skill at times can be lacking. It's just something about the squad that works, and it just doesn't even make sense half the time. Here is a look at your hardpoint breakdown. Maven, biggest things that stand out for you.
I mean, Barn, we saw it a lot as Envy was desperately trying to fly in and get the break. You crushed them there. And not only do you beat them inside of Barn, but you also win that battle. It seemed like whenever Envy would get the break, there was like 15 seconds left, you'd see E United spawn out and they'd be set up for bike path as well. They rallied those 2 together beautifully, and that's where the difference came for me.
Barn was a big hard point for E United as well as bike path, but now we'll go into game 2, which will be search and destroy on retaliation. John, he's been electric in the game mode this weekend. Apathy right there as well. But John with the sniper can definitely be a difference maker on this map when you go towards that top bedroom window. Obviously looking over bridge.
He uses that crazy scope that freaks me out.
It's actually overwhelming.
It just looks like a big spider. I don't like it.
You don't like spiders, buddy?
No, I do not.
It's okay. I'm here for you.
But, yeah, Envy has to get this one done. You just think with how they've been slammed now, 4 overall respawns in a row, if they don't win this, it's done. I mean, you never want to call it over, but just with how United's been playing, you can't feel good about them. And so the first hard point they played in the last series, it was pretty tight, JCap said. The second one, they got beat by like 120. So that's a pretty big blowout for world champs. They don't feel good about the hardpoint against them at all.
Ooh, it's got to be worrying for Envy, but looking now at this rig draft, active camo brought out by JCap again. FTL jump ready to go from Slasher and Silly.
Oh, one more note too. Just you mentioned camo, made me think of this. We saw Gunless with the last second camo dunk in the uplink to beat FaZe. That's the same thing that we saw happen to beat Envy in their uplink. So something to keep an eye on. It's been really, I mean, Gunless has been fantastic with camo and search and destroy. We saw the 1v3 he had early today. We've seen him also get it done in uplink, especially in clutch time. So keep an eye on him. He has been one of the best in the business using that this weekend.
Well, I'm ready for game 2 to get underway. Search and destroy on Retaliation. I'm looking at the screen right now. Before you guys get to see it, I already spot a sniper being brought out, but it's not on the side of Envy. It's one of our more impactful players on E United from map 1. It's going to be Arcides.
Well, we'll see off the break what Arcides is able to do with this sniper. You got to think if he makes an influence, John may be busting it out as a counter, and he's going to have vision pretty quickly. Can he get the snap? Just barely misses the shot.
Whiffs the second as well. He'll have to back on up, look for some assistance from his teammates as they recognize, hey, we could definitely push this guy out. Almost for the first engagement. That's where the submachine gun is so good from John.
Yeah, and you saw, I think, a player like Josh from Splice. That's the area he would kind of navigate with that Erad and absolutely dominate. This is a scary position with the sniper. What are you going to do? 3 players flying at you. Another kill with the Erad. A nice start from John, who's 2-0. You don't want to keep feeding him because if this guy gets warmed up, he can just destroy.
This engagement is huge for Pristini. He's able to cut down Slasher. Does he challenge the bomb? He does it. He knows. All right, nobody on it yet. Only 18 seconds left. It's a pretty obvious area to be in, though, if you are silly. Beautiful shots there from JCap to close out the round. Envy go up 1-0.
You know what's interesting, too, to think about? I wonder when the actual switch happened, but with seeing JCap with camo, how many 1v2s did we see from John with camo at Vegas? I think I casted 3, so he was a beast with camo in the search and destroy specifically. Obviously, they got to feel better having it in JCap's hands.
JCap, one of the smartest players. We were busting his chops a little bit earlier. We were talking with him as he likes to troll. That's just what JCap is at the end of the day.
I mean, we're as casters, we're friends with a lot of the players, but we have the green room in the back where we watch the matches, and some of the guys like to come and hang out, and it's always nice to pick their brains. JCap was back there for an hour and a half as we got to talk to him a little bit about this matchup and how he feels the tournament was going. We watch Optic face with him. He was also losing his mind a bit. But now, for Envy, you've got 2 remaining. It's going to be Apathy and Slasher here trying to get a second round. They are able to find 1 kill. Might be able to turn this into a 2v2. This would be a huge clutch in a 2v4. As Slasher almost puts some shots in his teammate. Going to find himself all alone. The last 2 in front, but can't close it out.
Cannot close it out there. Arcides and crew, nice job by them to bounce back from a round 1 loss. Here's a look at how it got done. Arcides decides no more sniper. The NV4 is such a good weapon. From watching it this weekend even more, it seems like players, less and less times I'm seeing players sliding into gunfights with an NV4 from up close.
Well, yeah. That's another thing, you know, speaking with Cap, you know, he talked about he hates the NV4. He'll use it in search and destroy. But if you think of JCap's playstyle, wouldn't the NV4 seem perfect?
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't really like it. Likes the K-bar a lot more, just likes the maneuverability. I mean, obviously, in the current Jetpack Call of Duty, he has been pretty good. He's back-to-back COD Champs victor.
Cap is the world's greatest Jetpacker as bomb will go down right away from Pristini. They just decide to go for it. And hey, more power to them. It's what a team like E United does. They just catch you off guard with plays like that. Again, the opening 2 kills for E United. Envy fighting from the back foot. It's all off the cap in the 1v3, and this time around, it's not going to work out for Envy.
I know you got to make plays there, but that challenge soaring through the air against somebody using the van as cover, you're not going to win that gunfight typically.
No.
But, you know, time not on your side. And here we have Pristini closing it out inside of Hotel. And this would be, again, never want to call the series over, but if Envy drops this match.
I will tell you, we have seen Envy go up, be even for a long game, go to round 11s, obviously start from behind in these search and destroys, and they always come out on top. So I will not count Envy out in this S&D until E United defuse that final bomb or get those final kills to win.
Oh, I more mean just if they lose the search in total, this series just becomes so much scarier if you are an Envy fan. But we are watching Slasher. John has already fallen as he pushes inside, not able to take the first gunfight.
Slasher, what can he do now? As again, Envy, they just keep getting first blood in these last 3 rounds. That's been the difference for me. As it's not like they're just getting first blood by 1 kill. It's been like an easy 2-piece off the break for United, and then Envy players are left basically saying, okay, where do we try to convert things from here? Slasher just going to possibly try to earn himself some score towards that FTL jump. As he's down to just 40 seconds and still has to plant the eject. Oh my goodness.
Getting bullets in just about everybody. And look at the game that Pristini's having so far. That 7-2 already has the ability available, and they're feeling good. E United
continue. I mean, if they haven't proved everybody wrong, there's still somebody asking the question here, which I don't know how you would. They keep showing you how tough they are.
Is it Silly's hair that makes it possible for them? Is that the difference?
It's so strange.
I think that...
I'm going to dye my hair white.
Okay, we'll see how that goes. I'm sure it'll make a major impact on your look.
I'd look the same.
All that would change was your eyebrows and beard color, because the rest is gone. Getting into round number 5. This time, Envy saying, no, you're not getting a free plant towards this B side. We're gonna at least contest you a little bit here, or A side, sorry. As Pristini will be the first to push on up with reactive, and I would love to see him use this here to open up this backside of the map.
If he realizes there's 2 in the back, he has got a huge play that he can make here, and what a lead 4-1 would be. Just waiting on the calls from his teammates, biding his time. Did you take a look at the minimap? That is still Slasher sitting all the way there in back graves.
If they spot him, if his teammates spot Slasher at that back Humvee, I think Pristini 100% just uses it and challenges. But now with his teammates playing a little bit more passive, it looks like Pristini will just hold this angle.
And the question is, do they check it? Because now once they know the bomb has rotated out, they're going to start to swing around. This is going to be a disgusting flank. Depending on the time, Pristini should be able to get in behind 1 or 2 players here.
Oh my gosh, look at that mini-map. The one player just in front of me spots the corner. Pristini, though, snaps right over again. The first 2 kills in a moment's notice go in favor of E United, and there's just nobody left for Envy.
How quickly? It's this slow build, and the hammer just falls, and it's over in a matter of seconds.
Yep.
You don't win a single, like all your one-on-one gunfights, basically every single one goes the way of United. That's insane.
It's a beautiful reaction time there by Pristini to get that kill towards that street, because if he loses that, think about it. That player then can flank through the top bridge, forces his teammates into a little bit of an awkward spot. Now it's a 3v3. Instead, though, E United 4 rounds in a row, right? To now go up 4-1.
And again, it was a 6-1 victory for Envy the last time these guys played Search and Destroy. Looks like United has learned here, and again, first blooded. That's John. At least I think 3 out of the last 4 rounds he's been first blooded. 3 and 5, and he's one of the superstars in this particular mode. So they need John to step it up in a big way. Not that there's anyone really going off for United, but JCap is able to answer back, Jack.
Envy currently 9 and 18 as a team in this Search and Destroy. JCap, what can he do? He's already got 1 kill this round, currently sitting at 2 and 4 this entire game. And Apathy's been spotted, so if I know this United team, they're going to begin to fly at him and take him down while he's weak, but somehow he's stuck past 1. It's going to be R-Cities versus Apathy and Slasher. He's in the 1v2.
R-Cities, if he gets this clutch, this game 2 is just done for me. You have to close this out. Is for Envy. Let's take a look as he's going to be wrapping up top stats. Under 30 seconds to work with. He's added now a K-bar to his arsenal. You see Apathy and Slasher sticking together, playing this smart so they can trade out the kill. He checks the A site, realizes they have to be going towards B, and now the rotation going to come in. Can he catch 1 as they get away? I saw 1 cross. He's seen both players now. Able to win the first gunfight. He has a Scarab to work with now. He thinks he's tagged up, so I thought he was going to actually push him, but Apathy playing directly underneath.
Doesn't he have a K-bar as well? And does Apathy see him? I'm not entirely
sure. He should have spotted him. He had. Maybe not.
I don't think he did. He was basically checking like this, and now he'll at least clear this first area of the map. So R-Cities moving towards this objective as we swap. Does Apathy go and check in time? I do believe he will.
Oh, he sneaks away there and guns him.
Oh. That could have been deadly if R-Cities gets behind cover.
I like the try, though.
Yeah, he might as well. Apathy with some awkward timings there nearly cost him. But in the end, he will win the round. Envy still back within 2.
Staying alive here. You see how focused Apathy and Slasher look as the rounds continue to build here in the Search and Destroy. Hopping into the next round, let's see what they can muster up here as they're going to be on defense. So let's check out Pristini, who has reactive armor to work with. Going to be very aggressive mid-map. Has to back away immediately. Gunless, though, finds the headshot. John answering back. Pristini looking to try and trade it out. He finds 1, hits it. Can he get into another gunfight? He's going to re-peek, able to find it, and gets it done. That's a 5th round for E United.
From everything I've seen, there's just few teams better at those scrappy engagements like we're seeing from E United. They're just always appearing to be in the right spot, snapping to get the right kills. And there, Pristini uses the reactive armor and okay, you know, maybe he didn't need to, but guess what? It won them the round, and now United are 1 away from giving Envy their first S&D loss this weekend.
And currently, I mean, that's Search and Destroy, though, right? 4 hits, scrappy play, snapping onto the right call out there. Communication is key, but now
Hello
Envy,
guys, what are your predictions on who is gonna win MLG Atlanta today?
Really got near to a camo, but his counterpart on the other side, Gunless, kind of in the same boat. Apathy now looking forward to his first reactive armor. That could be huge if a comeback is.
And right there, another example where, you know, John just gets first blooded on Envy again. Here's a nice spot from our city. Oh, gosh, you can't let that happen. That's
a game-saving play, though, from Slasher.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Optic or United?
Back, Silly. Now with the Evo, this is probably the last position you want with this Evo. Well, he actually got the close range gunfight, but now it's going to be on Gunless. He's been a hero so many times, but now is not your time. Envy just narrowly staying alive here, and that might come down to that Slasher gunfight. He doesn't win that, which he shouldn't have. This is probably over.
Aven, I tell you, you said prior to that last round that United take that and go up 5-2, you think this game is done. I will not count Envy out of an S&D until the last round is over.
I got my money on United, to be honest.
This team can make anything happen. They were down 5-2, now 5-3, and they've got 2 payloads to work with as well. None on the side of United.
Sniper out for Arcides as he's trying to look down bridge. No eyes on him. It's going to be a gunfight. That's the reactive Apathy. He got it. He's able to make the gunfight, and now they keep it going, trying to pressure. How do you get with his lady gets away? 80 gets away. They're trying to chase him down, trying to get to the edge. I think Arcity gets away with his life. What a huge play.
Sillyville holding an awkward angle. His gun sticking out from behind the wall, and he will be punished for it. FCL jump still ready for Slasher. And there goes the scare.
He's going to jump in past him. Just do it. Whoop! No, peeks the corner. That's another pistol kill coming in. It's now Apathy by himself. Apathy trying not to get gunned. Going to be a 1v1. 20 seconds on the clock. It's the hero, Gunless, going up against Apathy. They were our key player matchup before, and he challenges Peaks. Can't win it.
United magic continues. They give Envy their
Feel
first
free to subscribe
S&D
and
loss.
like if you're new,
They've now
guys.
got a 5-1 map count versus Envious so far this weekend between pool play and now the winners bracket final. And this team of young, up-and-coming players is now 1 map away from the grand final.
Oh. And this is, again, they've been late game heroics when it comes to uplink as well. We've seen so many tight games for E United that can get it done. But before we start talking about the uplink, let's take a look at the replay that we saw from the search and destroy. I mean, what was the big standout difference for you that Envy couldn't get it done?
Orsini for 1 and 2 was the first bloods. So many favored E United. Even when Envy would get one, for example, that last round, John just immediately traded. And just every single time you see, just look at the top right scoreboard. It's basically Envy either even or at a disadvantage in kills.
Pretty much every round.
A few times did you spot them putting themselves in a good position, and it showed in the rounds. Now, how do Envy bounce back? They get to win a respawn versus United. Now they've got 2 in a row. And Frost uplink is one of them, which I'm pretty sure they're not too fond of, correct?
No, not real fond of, but they've played it a lot this weekend. So hopefully they've improved. You know, they put in a lot of time here on LAN, which obviously you'll see people kind of from Friday, Saturday to Sunday get better and better. But Envy needs some magic. The boys in blue need their fans. Come alive for them on Championship Sunday. But we'll be right back after this short break.
Be right back.
Oh, this is insanity. Welcome back to MLG Primetime. It's your winners bracket final here. Championship Sunday at the CWL Atlanta Open as things getting tight. But Envy, they're going to be tested now. But you got to think, if there's anyone in the game, I know we've seen crazy comebacks from a lot of teams. United, one that did a reverse sweep. Envy has to have just the strength to muster here.
There's no question. There's two teams I'd want to see in this scenario who I think would have this potential to come back. Just want to make sure to remind everybody, this is not a loser's bracket match. This is the winner's bracket. So even if Envy does bow out here 3-0 or lose this series, they just drop to the loser's bracket final and await the winner of Optic Gaming versus Luminosity. Last I saw, LG was up 1-0. I know they're mid-search and destroy right now, so not exactly sure where that stands if Optic or LG are in the lead, but either way, a very strong opponent the loser of this will have down there no matter what.
And that's tough, too, because how many times have you seen, I can think back in sports, just historically, when you have a big rivalry, like a big matchup where you have to get to a big high there, it goes the distance in a series like that, it's tough to then, like, you use so much energy, the adrenaline's so high, then to go to the next series, sometimes you see a team fall flat. Yeah. Curious if maybe Optic's falling that a little bit.
I just received word. Optic fans out there will be happy to hear they did just take the S&D. So it's 1-1 now. Which, to be honest, does not surprise me. Optic have looked abysmal at hardpoint at times this weekend. Didn't Krim ask you for tips?
Yeah, okay, that was funny. So they've been struggling in hardpoint all weekend, and I had only watched like half of the one match because we went to get food, and I come back, and Krim goes, Maven, what's going wrong with our hardpoint? And I was like, buddy, if you're asking me, there's a problem. Yeah. But they go on and then win the next two. So I'm pretty sure that my little words of solitude and advice there probably are what led them to hardpoint.
You have as much game knowledge as my left shoe. So Krim's asking
Which is a ton. You got pretty big feet.
I do have pretty big feet. Thank you, buddy. But no. Obviously, Optic with their hardpoint struggles, but where they've looked great is their search and destroy, and where Luminosity have really struggled prior to this event was S&D. So 1-1 there, no surprise. But this match currently underway. That team on the left side of your screen, EU United, looks so darn good. Up 2-0, one map away from the grand final.
And this is a match where, this particular map, you're going to see sometimes a couple of ERADs come out here. Yeah. You have a lot of close range to mid-range gunfights, and that's been one thing I know that caught a lot of pros off guard. I saw... to think off the top of my head, Mochilla was talking about it. I think Shane as well. To some of the guys that were a little bit surprised by the pacing of the game here at Vegas because the amount of aggression with the ERADs kind of caught them off guard.
Yep.
Which, honestly, it's sort of been something missing from the game, right? Having that fast-paced sub-player, it's always in your face. You haven't really had to deal with it for the first couple months of the game.
Well, United have been one of the better teams with it so far this weekend, even bringing out the Evo. It was funny, Maven, prior to this map starting, our director, who's been watching a lot more Call of Duty, has been getting into it a little bit more. He kind of comes in our comms and he goes, can E United actually win this event? And I think a lot of people at home are asking themselves that. You and I are asking ourselves that. And at this point, the answer is yes. They actually look like they are going to win this event if they keep this play up.
Yeah, you got to think at some point it stops becoming a surprise, but just because the come out of nowhere that they did during the 2Ks, during this year, I was talking to Pac-Man about what they've been doing. He's like, there's never been a team in history that has come back like they've been able to.
Hey, we're grabbing some water. Yeah, as soon as we got out of that lobby really fast.
As soon as we get off camera, we step up close to the TV. We're getting old. Our vision's not great as we sprinted.
I wasn't expecting us to get that afraid of being in the lobby, so I was finishing my drink. We're good.
All right, but now I completely lost track of my point. But yeah,
you were talking about
Pac-Man basically said that no team has ever kind of come out of nowhere like this, where all of a sudden they go from this is a relatively unknown team. I mean, yeah, you've heard of a lot of the players, but maybe not at the top. Like if you're a top professional player, you haven't worried about Arcides if you're Crim6. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, within a month, it's like, oh, why are we seeing these guys in every single semifinal and final of the 2K?
And that's the craziest part. Not only have these guys been great here, but we talk about their online presence. They've been in, more grand finals appearances than almost anybody?
FaZe has been in 4. Oh, I can't think of this off the top of my head.
They've got to be at 3.
They certainly are right there. It's insane, and that's when it sort of shook for me. I've always been one that believes in the online player transition to LAN. I always have. You've seen it in a couple of the videos. I had faith that they would do well, but when it clicked for me was when it was like 3 in a row, where they had really good 2K finishes. Like, yes, do I think a team could have one run that's maybe just sort of a Cinderella story? Yeah, that happens all the time. But to do it consistently every week, you don't do that unless you're a good team.
That's where you start to take note. and now they've transferred it over to LAN again here. It looks like Apathy's not wearing pants.
And
okay. He definitely is.
Those flesh-colored khakis or whatever out there.
It's an interesting decision. But you know what? I don't judge.
And then we got Daenerys, the leader currently of the United.
Where his dragons are.
Drogo!
Yeah, right? Apparently he calls them in this weekend, but either way, what a pleasure it's been at the CWL Atlanta Open as we're getting underway with prime time. We've said it a few times, but I've been so proud of the production team and everybody here. Obviously, League Ops, everyone across the venue. I've been watching MLG events now for 10 years, been a part of them for really the last 2, and this is by far the best one I've ever watched or been a part of.
My first MLG was 2004 in Seattle. That is how old I am.
I was 12.
Yeah.
No, wait, 2004, I was 10.
You're 10 years old when I went to my first MLG. But yeah, this has been a phenomenal event. You like to see it, kind of quality get better when it comes to matches. Then also, from a production side, tournament overall, like I feel like every single facet from Vegas to here has just been upgraded. It's been brilliant. Adam Apicella and the crew have done a fantastic job, and our buddy Ryan Thompson behind the scenes from production. He doesn't get a lot of thank yous, a very thankless position at times, but he has been killing it all weekend long. It's been a fantastic event.
Major shout out to everybody here as well. The fans this weekend, been such a pleasure to meet so many of you guys out there. We've had some great crowds, so many things to do here in the venue as well. Obviously the open bracket, the new setup, PlayStation VR, which I've seen so many people take part in. The analyst desk revamp that we've seen with the coverage of the open bracket, and obviously the stats, more stats than ever before that we've brought into a broadcast. We're ready, though, now for the restart to Game 3. Frost, Uplink, E United, Envious in your winner's bracket final.
And what also is crazy, we've got Atlanta this weekend. We fly home. I have to magically come up with plans for Valentine's Day. Hopefully Kat's not watching. Babe, if you're out there, I'll figure something out. My birthday's Wednesday.
Kat, expect to have a 6-pack of beer and some pizza.
Hey, for me, that's a beautiful Valentine's Day.
That's your normal Tuesday.
I'll probably end up seeing the new 50 Shades of Grey movie or something.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to this Game 3. United, they've yet to drop a respawn to Envy. They're 4-0 across the hard points and the uplinks they've played. And now they look to keep that pressure going now. Because again, just like the optics, the phases, you cannot leave any opening for Envy to begin to come back into a game and series, because guess what? They will take that and run with it.
And you got to think United knows that very well, because they did that to Splice, right? They were down 2-0, and then they went 18-1 in uplink. If you shatter someone's heart like that and just break them, it allows for that run. So let's see if maybe Envy is able to do that here. Or will we see United sitting at top 2 with Envy having to try and fight back, Jack?
I never thought that would be something that was said, and I even had United coming into my top 4 this weekend. Gunless going to fall on back for now as he waits for his teammate in middle map to maybe clear that lane out for him. Won't happen there as R-Cities does lose the 1v1 engagement to John, but Gunless tried to pressure towards that cliff side. It didn't work out there. And again, the Evo from Silly gets brought out in uplink on Frost.
He loves it, man, and he's making good work of it. Drone going to be now in the hands of Apathy as he's just kind of flirting with the outskirts there, trying to group up with his team as they begin to push forward. JCap gets 1 kill outside of Cryo. That's going to allow Cryo, as they're going to allow them to push forward, and now you're thinking about getting points on the board. Here comes the push out of Robo. Shots in, able to find 1, but it's Arcedy's answering with 2 of his own, but the 1-pointer is through. It's 4 down, but you get something on the board for Envy.
Not enough of a hold there for E United. Beautiful stuff for Envy to at least get themselves a little bit of momentum, but you see right there, the goal on this map, get the drone, get it into Robo, get it towards sub-bay, move up with your teammates, and now you got to leave Locker in a Scarab. Unfortunately, I do believe the player who called us in is actually dead, so they will be able to answer back with a 1-point play of their own.
I was worried that might kill his. I thought that was going to kill his drone carrier for a second.
Yeah, well, that's why he got it so close. He wound up not popping it early. Thankfully, smart heads-up play there. 1 minute and 30 seconds into this game, and it's still low scored.
Arcedy's starting out beautifully. 8-3. He's got 1 more behind Dozer. He's going to lose that gunfight as Slasher comes flying over the top.
The one player should spawn.
He goes over the top.
Right?
Can we get a bounce? No. Not going to go through. Honestly, John, do you think he could have beat the spawn and maybe gone in for 2 there? He hasn't realized he's getting chased by 3.
Well, yeah, I was trying to look at and see exactly where they were coming up in that one, but I don't know if he would have gotten there in time. Tries for the 1, doesn't work out there, but either way, still got a ton of time to work with in this game. R-City's 10-4, leading the map in slaying right now. No one even remotely close to the amount of kills he's put up so far. Dude, every time I watch the Evo, I'm not impressed by it. even right there, when Erad gets that kill, I think a little bit quicker.
No, I think that as he just continues to melt, but I think the Erad's incredible. I mean, that's been the thing that again has shocked a lot of these players. They didn't realize how good it was, and it comes in. You see, it seems like it's 3-bulleting people. It reloads so fast, gun up so quickly out of sprinting. It's phenomenal as a submachine gun, but silly. Scump doesn't use it because he's not comfortable with it. Could be a similar story there, but look at Arcides again on defense.
He is going off right now. Double positive, 13-6 on another 3 streak there. Gunless, the lead blocker, at least gets 1. Not enough of a follow-up, though, so far from United, as Envy should be able to stop this pressure for the moment and keep this game, like, again, there. Takes so long to finish off that kill with the RPR Evo.
And this is what's interesting too. When you have these games where Gunless maybe isn't going off, like he's having not an incredible first half. He's 5-6. Somebody else is picking up the slack, right? I know he's been consistent as hell throughout this weekend, but there always seems to be somebody there. I've seen Pristini have monster games. I mean, the only one I can think of that hasn't really been crushing is maybe Silly, but he hasn't been bad by any means. He's been doing some of the dirty work. We know he's under the weather. He's doing enough that they're winning their games.
Yes, and now you see United didn't catch it on our screen, but they did throw it in for a 1, so they will get the lead with 1.5 minutes remaining inside number 1. I mean, United right now, they just look like a championship caliber team with the performance they are putting on, as they're just in form at the moment.
They heard you. Envy heard it, and they get a 1-pointer on the board to tie it. That was a 7 streak for John. And that is what they need from him, 12-10. We know he has that broken middle finger and is a guy, I believe he plays Claw. So some people ask maybe why that's tricky if you own a Scuff. If you play Claw, that's got to be painful in some capacity, I would think.
Oh, I've never played Claw myself, but to those who do out there, man,
I can't do it.
I don't even know how you make it possible. John tries to get the 3rd, doesn't work out, but either way, 14-11, nice start from him. Him and Apathy again. This duo, when they're on point, Envy are one of the best in the game, and they're doing it right now.
40 seconds left in the first half. We'll see if anyone able to get a little bit of separation here. That's a couple kills coming the way of Envy, and now they're going to push around the top side. A little bit unorthodox, as usually you see most of the action in through sub bay, but they're going to see if maybe you can get a shot up over Cryo. John able to trade out the kill, and now it's going to be in Slasher's hands. Do they try and push through for the dunk? They found another kill. He's going to try and slip through. Will the interception be there? Will the 1-pointer be in? He doesn't even get it out of his hand.
Oh, gosh.
There's still some players from Envy to try and make this happen. Now they're all shredded. Nice defensive stand there from United.
And Arcides just resets it. There's not enough time for any play to be made off of this. So at the end of the first half, 2-2. I think both teams are really fine with that one. They can go into these final few minutes, see what they can do to convert this respawn game mode. Remember, we just watched United beat Envy in a game mode that they had yet to lose this weekend, which was Search and Destroy. But now on the opposite side of that, Envy have yet to win a respawn versus United, and now this is probably one of the closest they've been yet.
All right, you see Envy getting focused up here. Now, this map we know can be a bit 50-50, but I like kind of attacking towards that helipad side. I feel like I see more points go through. I guess I'm curious with your take on it with the swap. Still play pretty 50-50?
Oh, for sure, for sure. It's simple. It just comes down to slaying for that first middle map control, and then once you get it towards the robo side, really, no matter where you're converting from, as long as you get that second wave of kills, you can make plays happen. So I don't really take any map right now to be have a side that's less preferred, right? Yes, certain teams like to push from certain areas, but for the most part, as long as you get the kills in the map, you should be able to convert scores from no matter what position you're in.
Well, let's see what John can do with the drone in hand. He's running into a close-range Erad. Tough fight to win when you have the K-bar and you're trying to juggle the drone. Slasher will be there to back him up. Spraying everything. Walls, but not players dropping. And now the 1-point toss and the lead has been broken open. United puts one on the board.
And look at the scoreboard right now. 5 of the 8 players in the lobby have gotten 1-point throws in. It's just selfless play. Whoever can grab it, whoever can get the score, just get it done. Every point matters. And these are examples of games, Clint, where if maybe a team botches a throw, where they get a little bit too aggressive on a push and go for a dunk and it doesn't work out, it could cost them in such tight, low-scoring games like this.
And remember what I mentioned. They did it against FaZe and Uplink. They did it against Envy and Uplink. It's a late play from Gunless with Camo. That is what sealed the deal. And when you have a game this close, 3-2, it could be one pop of Camo that makes the difference, buddy.
And if you look at your scoreboard, he's close enough where he'll earn it again there. Bro bounces off the building. He knew he wasn't going to get that one, but he really didn't have much time to work with. So Gunless will absolutely earn that Camo again. I mean, unless he really does nothing for the rest of this map. But with 3 minutes and 15 seconds left, Envy need to start getting these kills near this mid-dozer area. They need to get control of the drone and really begin to dictate the pace of this game.
Well, if you take a look kind of at the time that's gone through in the game and where Cap and Gunless sit, they're halfway to that camo. They should be getting it somewhere with around 60 seconds or so left. So it is definitely going to be a clutch play with one of those two. Who's going to be able to pull it out? Watching Pristini now as he's getting eyes on mid-map, but unfortunately the flank comes in for JCap, so that's one more kill towards that camo, whereas Gunless finds one as well. He was
their best push yet.
For quite a while.
This is their best push yet. Apathy trying to make something happen with the drone. Hasn't earned the reactive yet. One more engagement win. No, he doesn't get it as of yet, and he does die off. JCap is there, but the trades go in favor of Arcitys and crew. Again, it's happened all this map, but Slasher swings with 2 kills of his own, and now Envy will look to grab the drone again.
Let's see if they can get something through. If they hit the top left side of the minimap, they might have been able to make a play quickly as the pressure was coming towards mid-map. Slasher needs help, though. He has 1 lead blocker in front. Apathy finds 2, but is it too little, too late? He's going to be able to get at least a 1-point toss-off. He gets around the corner, gets around the edge, ties it up 3-3. What an individual play there from Apathy.
JCap is elite, man. That throw that goes on in. He's got the lead blocker from Apathy as well with the Evo. 30 and 18. Apathy starting to go off. He's taking matters into his own hands as we have ourselves a tied game with 2 minutes left.
All I've been staring at is the building of the camo between JCap and Gunless. They've sat at pretty much the exact same meter throughout the course this one. Look at their stats. 15 and 22, 15 and 20. They've been in the same spot. It's like one gets a kill, the other gets a kill. One gets a kill, the other gets a kill. It's been nuts to see how tight it has been for those two. One little spree here could be the difference towards the end of this game. It's going to come down to the wire, buddy.
They brought the drone to the outer wall run, too. I don't think United are ready for this. 3 go dead. Gunless is last one alive. He's trying to go supplement his teammates, and he's not there in time. He gets killed off. Slasher there with the lead block. This should be a potential score for Envy, unless United can get an interception or a crazy stop on this throw. It's a miss. It's a miss. It's what I talked about earlier. This miss could define the game. The beatdown from Silly, and now United are on the offensive.
Oh, God.
Another kill.
You should have the edge there, but now it may be the counter opportunity for United. They're pushing forward, but it's 2 kills coming in on defense, so Arcitys having to hit the wall run, try and stay
overdrive. He's got overdrive for this game as it goes on. They do try to force a scarab play to happen, and you're gonna see this player from United just blow it up and immediately try to make a play.
I don't think we're gonna see camo, actually. I mean, JCap and Gunless have been so quiet here. I don't think they're gonna build towards a second. So who's gonna be the hero?
Who will it be? Envy, they lose map positioning for a second. The drone now picked up. You've got Pristini trying to make something happen, but the pass didn't go off in time. Gunless is the last one here, 25 seconds remaining. Will we see ourselves in overtime? It's absolutely looking that way.
All right, it's gonna be JCap pushing back. He grabbed the drone there, tried to toss it forward, but he's got to deal with Silly first. Silly,
great
though,
play by Silly.
With the Evo, makes the play. He has the FTL jump to work with.
This is a dunk.
He should be through. This should be a dunk. There's 5 seconds left. Is this going to be the 3-0? He puts it through.
Oh,
and there's no time left.
Goodness. United in the final seconds. Envy miss a 1-point throw, and guess what? United capitalize on it. They beat Envy again, and they will be your first team in the CWL Atlanta Open Grand Finals.
It's like the play from Silly was sneaky to begin with. I just wasn't thinking it was going to actually lead to a score. It was so wide open. You look at the mini-map as soon as he finds the kill on JCap, there's nothing in front of him.
They had 0 expectation of him being there. They said there's no way Silly, the final man, can be in this spot. So what do? They overcompensate and play towards middle map. They send 2 players there, and JCap has nobody near him, so Silly gets that kill, gets around the corner, and what I love most about that play is he doesn't get greedy and go from a very easy interceptable play. Where would you expect him to go? Right towards that inside cryo window, go for the throw. There's always players there ready to intercept. Yeah. But instead he darts to the outside of the building back towards helipad, throws up the 1, and now E-United will be in the grand finals of the CWL Atlanta Open.
Well, these aren't our only 2 teams remaining. We've still got Optic Gaming going up against Luminosity. Let's toss it over to Ben in the studio.
Thank you very much, Maven. We have to jump straight into a
Do
Bravo
Optic play
matchup
again.
right now. It's Optic Gaming versus Luminosity, and this one has been insane. In the past minute of gameplay, we've had an interception, we've had a failed 2-point play. As it stands, Luminosity are 8-5 up in the uplink. This, of course, is a map 3. The game currently tied at 1 map apiece. The hard point was taken by Luminosity, 250 to 178. Search and Destroy went the way of the Green Wall, 6-3. But TB, these hardpoint woes for Optic, they need to fix this if they want to make a run.
Just an absolute mess on the game type. I talked to Krim right before they went over onto the stage to... Speaking of that, I'm not even going to finish my sentence. An overdrive barely failed right there. That was sort of the last chance, the last-ditch effort for Optic to take this uplink, but I don't think there's enough time for them now. But anyway, back to my point. This game seems like it's going to be over. Yeah, LG has control. This is done and dusted. So basically, Krim said they have to play faster. I don't think that's their issue at all in the hard point. They're not taking their time to group up as a team. It seems like teams are stacking the hill more. I look at some of the players' stats on these hard points against them. And Slack, for example, is like the sort of close-range SMG type player that are playing primarily in the hard points. He had over 2 minutes in the hill. I don't see someone on Optic besides really Formal getting in the hill in tandem with each other, if that makes sense. So I think teams are just overstacking the hills on Optic Gaming. And they have no idea what to do. You can play fast all you want, but if you're pushing at the wrong areas and not grouping up effectively, it won't matter.
I think the biggest thing is that we've seen from them in hardpoint, the one way they're winning these games is just heavily outslaying the opponents. And it's like by like a landslide, like 15, 20 kills. It's like anytime the kills are near even between these teams, it's not going in Optic's favor. So that tells me, one, they got to get everybody clicking on all cylinders. Krim's had some off games. Same with Scump, which is like really rare. We don't really see him put together some bad games, but need to rotate. Need to get those big kills on rotation. They won that hard point against FaZe Lancaster on throwback with some big plays late on the rotation. They need to do that consistently. Against like a team like LG, it's going to be very difficult.
Of course, it isn't over for Optic Gaming. They are 2-1 down, though. Backs fully against the wall. One map away from elimination. Momo, I mean, we've seen them clutch up before. I mean, we saw earlier on in today. Can they do it again?
I mean, Optic Gaming, nothing's impossible with these boys. But the one thing that I'm scared for them at the moment is I looked at LG versus Infused, and they were having a bit of Octane had a bit of an off game, and they still kind of came through. This time, they've got all four players firing on all four cylinders. They are smashing it. Octane's playing a lot better. Slacked is still going insane. Like, I came back after a 2-minute break of watching the hardpoint. I saw that they were winning, and then I was like, what's Slack doing? I look over, and he's like 33 and 20 or something like that. He for me, has been fantastic for Luminosity Gaming. And going into, another hardpoint, it's going to be very difficult.
It will be indeed. We'll keep you updated with that. But for now, we've been talking a lot about the stops on the tour for the CWL. Obviously, coming up next, Dallas. But after Dallas, I'm excited to say, of course, Anaheim. We love going to Anaheim. I feel like me and you were talking about this like yesterday. Anaheim is just an unbelievable event. It has some of the best crowds in there. Of course, you can see the Anaheim Convention Center, $200,000, 160-plus team open bracket, plus an all-star matchup as well. Team, it's going to be a wonderful time.
Some of the most memorable moments we've had at MLG in tournaments in general for Call of Duty esports. Anaheim's sort of where it started. A lot of big storylines. Yep. I love playing at Anaheim. I'm not a player anymore, but I won there 3 times. Lots of trophies there.
Yeah, pretty good performances at Anaheim. I imagine you have an idea of where Anaheim's located.
Yeah, somewhere.
Really? Yeah, somewhere.
West Coast.
Yep.
Yep, around LA. Yeah, I've dreamt about it.
I've been really impressed with how well you've learned this week.
I mean, this is actually my first MLG. I mean, Anaheim. Sitting at home, admittedly, I wasn't picking up the trophies like these two guys, but it was where all the storylines were kind of made. For me, it's something, it's kind of historic, and that's where, you see even just kind of pictures of just thousands upon thousands of people watching these fantastic games, and it's going to be a good one, but of course, Dallas first.
It definitely will. Some of the best crowds, as you mentioned, TP. I'm so excited to be heading back there later in the year, of course. As we saw in the main stage, though, I do want to just kind of quickly touch on that, Matt. United, you called it a swift 3-0. That's a dispatch of Envy. 6-1 in maps against Envy specifically. Who beats these guys now?
I feel like even though we've been saying like how good they are, we're still kind of like selling them short a little bit. Yep. I mean, I thought they were going to win that series, not in that fashion, though. But, I mean, this is a team that has not lost to anyone yet. They're very good in the respawn game modes. They play really smart. Pristini in the search and destroys has been very consistent. It's going to be tough for anybody to beat them. I mean, right now, they have to be the favorites without a doubt. I mean, they have not lost anybody. They've looked very strong in every facet of the game.
It's either Gunless or it's Pristini. Every single game, one of these two puts an MVP performance on, and there's nothing that another team can do. Every time we see a Gunless popping, a 40 bomb in hardpoint, Pristini going off in the search and destroys, we saw in the retaliation. Yep. It was like the 3rd round. We looked away for 1 second. We looked back. He's at 9 kills already. We're like, what is going on here? Just the 1v1 situation's going so well for these guys. And MVP.
I think you can throw the experience thing out the window.
Play again.
I mean,
that's gone. Yeah.
They go up against Splice, the more experienced team. They beat them. They go up against FaZe. most experienced team, you know, in that matchup, they beat them. They go in against Envy, you know, the Envy's played on the biggest stage of them all. Really hype match, winner bracket final, they beat them. So I think the whole experience thing, you know, they're not used to the stage. That can all go away.
Here's the thing I'm worried about, though, and this is something that you kind of briefly talked about when we ran backstage and grabbed some food. They play against Optic Gaming. If they play against Optic Gaming, I should say, of course, Optic have to get there first. The crowd.
It's a different beast. I mean, it's a different beast. You're going to get up on the stage. You're not going to be able to hear yourself think. I mean, I remember we've gone on the stage and played, when he was playing against Optic, and well, I mean, you can't hear each other. I mean, the place is so loud, and I think that can definitely be really jarring, especially if Optic makes it back. They're going to be hot. I think if United makes it there, obviously they're there. If Optic makes it there, I think they got to win that first series. I think you let Optic kind of hang around, you let the fans get into it more, the more hype, it would be very difficult to win a second series.
For me, I just kind of want to go back to United just for a second and just almost look at what Envious have done. We were just kind of hyping up how MVP performance apathy was doing. JCat was on form. If we actually look what United has done, they've 3-1 them in the pools, they've 3-0'd them on main stage. It's just to kind of take that in, sit back, soak it up for a second. It's almost kind of surreal of what these 4 players are actually doing. And I just think, can anyone stop them right now? And I think Optic may need that 5th player as the crowd if they get there.
And they haven't had an easy road. I mean, they beat the, one of the best teams, if not the best in Europe in Splice. Then they go past FaZe, who's a very tough team, one that we may have considered, a favorite coming into this one. And then Envy, they beat them after how good Envy has looked all tournament long. I mean, it has not been an easy road for United as well.
Very true indeed. Of course, though, for Optic Gaming, if they do want to get all the way to the grand final, they have to go past Luminosity Gaming, a team who, I mean, they've had a fantastic, fantastic event so far. A lot of people kind of doubted them a little bit coming in. But let's take a look at their journey through the bracket so far. Luminosity, of course, having a fantastic event, but, I mean, you saw the stats there. Slacked, what an event he's had. We're talking about that Control Freak MVP. I mean, if Luminosity keep on going, if they keep trudging through this bracket, TP, we have to consider him in that conversation as well.
Oh, for sure. The amount of time he's averaging per hardpoint is absolutely insane. And the fact that he's getting in so many confrontations, I think that's really the difference maker. And Optic needs to be scared going into a Scorch hardpoint. Optic hasn't had much success on Scorch. I don't think they've won it one time. Going up against someone like Slacked, this might be done.
This is the thing, though. I feel like every time we talk about Optic Gaming, they find a way of clutching. They just do, right, Matt? Like, I feel like, although you're completely right, if you base this off statistics, you'd be like, Luminosity's going to win this. They're a fantastic hardpoint team. Optic, they're going into an unpreferred map. But it's Optic Gaming. We've seen them do it all throughout today.
A lot of close games, though. I mean, eventually you think the magic's got to run out. But, I mean, Luminosity, the one thing I look with them is we've seen, monster games from Classic, Slacked, Octane as well. It's like, you must feel like Saints is due for one. Like a hardpoint game on, a very close map, close quarter engagements. Like, you almost feel like Saints is due for a big game. Like, he hasn't had one yet that I've seen thus far, but he's just so talented of a player. You think this may be one.
I think Saints, very early stages pool play against, the lower tier teams, he kind of bossed it. But we talked about it. We said, when he comes against the likes of Optic Gaming, he'll be putting up neutral, for example. It's not a bad thing by all means to go neutral against Optic Gaming. But yeah, I think he's well overdue, a bit of a stellar performance. If he does go off alongside the likes of Slack, this could end in 4. It could be bad news for the Green Wall.
I think that's one of the big questions if you're an Optic Gaming player. How do you shut down Slack? How do you shut down this player? Who is it you look at, TP, that says, you have to step up to the plate and you have to deal with this issue in Luminosity?
It's tough to say. I mean, initially, you just have to say Scump. Scump needs to just go off like we know he can. And Scump and Formal have been playing really well today. Maybe it's up to Karma, really. Maybe that's the difference maker in the hard points. He's been getting a little bit less altercations in the hard points. Maybe he's the one that's playing too slow. I don't know. I think it's a combination thing. It's tough to pinpoint one person. I don't want to put the blame on any of them, to be honest, because the games have been close. Something not clicking, though, obviously.
Karma was really good in the closeout game against FaZe on throwback hard point. So maybe it is Karma. I think, you really need Krim to step up. Karma, for me, is more of a player who's going to, like, fill gaps, just pick up those situational plays. I think that third Slayer on the team needs to be Krim.
In terms of predictions, though, for this one, of course, we will go to a live look-in with the Bravo streamer and kind of give you all that information there. But Memo, I'm going to start with you. Prediction for this one. I'm going to throw you under the bus. You did say Luminosity was going to take it 3-1. Are you staying with that?
100% I'm sticking with that. And I know it's not a fan favorite choice, but Luminosity for me have just looked fantastic. I'm going to Luminosity 3-1.
Okay. Matt?
Trying to think of the last time I saw Optic play this map. I remember watching it in the 2K against FaZe. They win at 250, 249. I don't remember watching them play it in a game I've casted so far at this event.
It was 0%, like TP said last time we.
Oh, really? Okay, so
had this event. Last time we checked.
I'm going to say Luminosity close it out here. I know it's probably not the fan favorite pick. It's not the sexy pick, but I'm going to take Luminosity.
Teep, you've been a part of those magical runs throughout your career. Is this the end for Optic Gaming?
I don't know. The Magic's going to keep on going, I think. I think they're going to somehow squeeze out a win. I think they may have won it one time in the loser bracket, maybe versus Elevate, actually, if I remember correctly. They were able to clutch it up. So maybe they can do something similar here. Again, I'll have to double-check all that. It's been a lot of games throughout loser bracket for these guys today. So they got to focus on these rotations. Seems like they're doing a better job of recognizing those sort of situations now. Usually what we see from Optic Gaming and Hardpoint, traditionally at least, is they're able to snowball multiple hills in a row. Throughout IW, I just haven't really seen it. They don't pull away ever.
And what do you think that actually is, Matt?
Which is weird because you figure in this game, I know, as like last year, where you earn those score streaks and abilities a little bit faster by taking some of those hills, you figure you would be able to snowball games in your favor a little bit harder than usual. Just taking a look at the scoreboard here really early in this game, obviously very close this moment in time. Turbine Hill in control to Optic Gaming, but I know Octane getting off to a slow start for LG, not a good sign. On the other side of things, Formal has just been unreal. I think all tournament long, Formal's just been a monster. But expect Octane to kind of even things out. Scump, if he doesn't pick it up, though, could be a loss.
Yeah, I think touching on what Matt said there, Formal, he's just doing what he does best, and he's been very, very consistent. I think I've seen him have one off game. Of course, I've not seen every single game that they have played. However, rotations on this is so important. Scorch, it was very much like Breakout. We saw that Optic Gaming did pull out the victory on previously. That was against FaZe. So I do think Optic Gaming have got better throughout this whole tournament at Hardpoint. We saw them taking victories over Panda, for example, who they previously lost to. I think they may be gelling a little bit more, but I'm just going to go back to it. Octane, I saw him start slow on Uplink against Infused. I saw him start slow on Hardpoint against Infused. I hope this 1-5, now 1-6, does change very quickly.
Looking at Formal's score lines in the past couple of Hardpoints, too, people probably won't like what I'm about to say, but it's been very similar story throughout all these guys, right? Formal has been obviously on top of the leaderboard. Above 30 kills, 40 kills every single game. Maybe it's the way that Formal's playing that might be a little bit slow, but when the guy's putting up so many points, you know what I mean? I'm trying to, hold all players on the team accountable, right? Yes, he's the one leading in the stat category for sure, but is that hindering someone else? Think deep. You got to think more deep.
Are we trying to blame the guy that's double positive every game?
I don't think he's trying
double
to play.
No, not double positive. So. Gassing a little bit. I don't know. I'm just thinking a little different.
Look, maybe I guess he plays some different positions, gives those power positions to other players.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Right. So I understand that argument, but then on the other side of things, it's like, well, if I'm shooting significantly better than everybody else, if I put them there, they're going to die, and now nobody's getting any kills.
When the guy's putting up 40, I mean, Formal's looked like at least a top 3 player at this tournament. So I'm not by no means putting him, on the burner for losing hard points for sure. I'm just trying to figure out what that issue is.
And just to kind of go back to the point Momo pointed out, Octane currently 3-9. I mean, you think about those like AR fights you're going to be having. Formal currently sitting at 7-7. You got Karma really stepping up a little bit, 11-7. TP, that was a player you said really does need to have a bit of a better performance just to guarantee Optic Gaming to take this to a map number 5. But Momo, so far, what's been going wrong for Octane? Why isn't he finding that groove that we know he can get into?
I honestly think it is that maybe the positioning that we talk about, and the fact, let's not forget who he is going up against in those assault rifle battles, whether it's Formal, Scump, Scump's using, the K-bar K-Bar just like everyone else. He's not rocking that ERAD. So he's going up against, of course, a very hard opponent, but he had the same difficulties against the likes of Infused, which they still won. So I think it's something, you know, he may be finding just a little bit tricky. I don't know whether it's just this championship.
And way back at Vegas, the only games that Octane got into trouble in were the close quarter maps because of the OSA, because he loves using the NV4. You're just not going to win those gunfights. So a map like this, you're going to see a ton of K-Bar, maybe an ERAD. The NV4 are going to be a little bit tougher to use.
Fair enough. As it stands, the scoreline 93-78. Luminosity starting to come back a little bit into this one as they hold over towards that bridge hardpoint. Still plenty of time left on that hardpoint, though. Memo, you still confident in your prediction here that Luminosity is going to take this one?
I still think they are. He's good. I do want to go back to it. That Octane on a 5-kill streak there. He does bring it back literally as we're talking about him.
And that was something that you highlighted as well earlier on. He's had very, very slow starts on nearly every one of his games so far today, but he consistently steps it up.
Yeah.
How is that happening almost? Is it just he's catching fire?
I mean, if someone is a slow player at the start of the game, I don't want to say that's him, because I've seen this guy for years and it's not been the case. You know, he's always been the one, almost been the one with the highest KD, the top slayer, if you like, sitting back, getting those important kills. I think he may have just had a bit of another slow start, but he's found his groove. He's 12-12.
At least watching, for me, the biggest thing that I can kind of take from this is like you watched a ton of last year. When Optic Gaming would get off to a pretty good start and the main slayer for the other team would struggle, they would not be up by like 20 points. They'd be up by blowout games.
120 points.
120 points. Yeah, it just seems like they're just letting these teams hang around for way too long. When it's like, we have the advantage early, we got Formal really click in, all they need is one other piece to get going. It just seems like they're starting out really slow, lackadaisical in some of these.
And why do you think that is, Teep? Like, what is the cause of that slower play?
So traditionally in slower hardpoint, it's usually the first person that dies in any sort of situation. When the other team tries to break, they get to the position to block a spawn. It's whoever first dies in your initial setup is usually the one to blame, and it is the reason that the other team breaks. So maybe it's that person pushing out a little bit too far on these hold from Optic Gaming. Maybe it's the rotations. Could be multiple things. But finally, the things we've been talking about, the Optic snowball seems to be happening here. They held the majority of the last steal. They're able to win those intro fights over here towards this top lab area, and here it goes. You see the score finally transition after all these kills. You look at the scoreboard now, they're outslaying by what? 6, 7, 8 kills about now, but you see it finally transitioning to the scoreboard.
Of course, this is a losers round 7 matchup. The winner of this will go on to the losers bracket final, where Team Envious awaits. I'm sure they're watching this game intently, trying to get as much information as they can about how these two teams play. You'd expect them to know a fair amount so far already, but every bit of information definitely helps. Luminosity trying to come back into this one, Matt, but has Optic Gaming done enough already, do you think?
No, I don't think so. I think you're going to see the next 10 or so seconds go to LG.
Yeah, after this.
See, they do have players on the bottom side of the map rotating over here towards Drill, and they see that's the type of situation where Octane, he's there in position. He's in the right spot for Drill. It's just that NV4 versus K-Bar battle. It's very difficult.
Saints, we talked about him, the 8 hit 20 alongside Karma. Karma notoriously not a player to put huge numbers up. Both of these players are stepping up here. Optic Gaming, though, I'm not going to say are comfortable, but this has been very consistent. For the last kind of 3 minutes, they've had a 40 to 50 point lead. A big break, obviously, onto the hard point. This is looking good for Optic Gaming. If they can just continuously trade out here, put 200 on the board, this is looking good for map 5.
Obviously, we heard from Karma earlier on in his post-game interview. He's talking a little bit about his 1v1. He was like, I don't know what I was doing. I just managed to win it somehow. I think that's a testament to him. Exactly that. It's just he clutches. He always finds a way to clutch it. And I feel like he can transfer that top.
The thing that I always think of is that Ghost Champs, when he snipes you in the back of the head. Yeah. It's like he just like there's just some things like he just plays differently. He just makes these decisions where you're just like, what the hell is he doing? And like,
so in the moment is the best way to put it. He's a very emotional type of player. He's one of those players that like moves with the game, if that makes sense.
I do that at home.
It's funny to see.
Moves with his controller in his hand. He's trying to peek around corners whilst playing.
I actually think I can dodge the bullets being shot at me.
I can confirm you can't. 199 though to 160 it seems. Luminosity starting to make a little bit of a game out of this one potentially. Of course, as it stands, Luminosity are 2-1 up in the series. A win here would knock Optic Gaming out of the CWL Atlanta Open.
Yeah, I think a really important part now is we're getting to the stage of the hardpoint. A lot of payloads are coming in, and utilization of payloads are so important. We saw previously the likes of FaZe. Clayster used his camo on that barn hardpoint, got nothing. lost the game. They need to use it. We see reactive armor being used there. And Luminosity, they're closing that gap here, Ben.
And Saints has stepped up into another gear right now. 27 and 18. He's just gone on a period of the past couple of minutes when we've been talking. He's just continuously started to slay. And you're starting to see Karma slow down as well. That's so important to note. 23 and 20. And you can see that reflected in the score, TP. 202 now to 185.
Very even slaying game right now. Saints able to go up top through that doorway and pick up 2 kills, flooding in now with his team. Should be able to wipe it out, but no, Scump and Karma somehow get to that box and clean it out again. I thought LG was going to be very easily able to clear that one out, but Scump and Karma completely take it over. It was a close slaying game for just a second, but now Karma's on an absolute tear, picking up these players at wall run, top hallway. There's nothing that LG can do now.
That realistically may have been the game for LG. I mean, right there, if they're able to get in and get a hold there on Turbine, they come in and probably end up taking the lead, but just a fantastic play. I believe it was Scump and Karma there to be able to pick up some kills. It's going to be very difficult. I mean, LG, they get back the hill here, but they got to get all the way across the map now.
Yes, they do. It's going to be tough. 230 to 191. We've seen teams make fantastic holds so far here in Atlanta on exactly this hill. Memo, you feeling confident? Can Luminosity do it? Can they break quickly and then take control of the game?
Optic Gaming, it's theirs to lose right now. They've got full control. I think Optic should close this out. I think they will close this out and prove me wrong here. However, payloads are important. Here is Classic. He's going to be utilizing the camo. He's going to pick up 1, but teammates fall in 3 down. They've got the change now. However, 45 seconds, they cannot end it here, but they have to hold on.
And this is scary, Teep. This is very, very scary.
How'd they spawn there? Optic gets the back spawns very close to the hill. I thought they should have spawned out a little bit further out towards cave like they're getting now, but regardless, the trade's going down back and forth. Crim in a tough situation. Wins the second gunfight somehow, though, and the third at hallway. Ian Porter, Crim 6, absolutely clutching up for the Optic Gaming squad right now, and that should be it.
And that's going to be the map, absolutely. 250 to 210.
That spawn.
Yeah, LG definitely think they have broken that spawn. They had no idea they were coming from the back cave. They expected that, after you wipe them out, spawn all the way across, coming across the bridge, and does not happen.
Once again, Optic Gaming just find a way to clutch up. You can doubt them. You can see the stats on paper. It looked like it's going to be Luminosity TP. You called it, though. You just can't write them out.
Something is just working for them today. They shouldn't be in this round, but they're here. They shouldn't have won that map, but they did.
How long will the magic go? You tell me. You've been a part of this. You've seen these moments your entire career.
You can feel it. Like when you're like the team that it's happening, but you can feel it.
I hate this answer, but you just feel like you can't lose. I'm just laughing. How do they win that?
Everything seems to go your way. Right?
How'd they win the Panda game?
Some things are just
right.
Like even Karma said it himself.
Blessed.
So Damon, how'd you play that round? He goes, I don't know. They won. They're here. They're dominating somehow.
A crazy ending to that one. Of course, that game not over just yet. That will be going to a Game 5. Before we jump straight into that one, though, let's take a Pro Points update right now. Of course, this is just going to be North America. We can kind of see how things may be shaping out. Cloud9,
wow.
The team that was in the final estimate, moves from 2nd to 7th. Panda Gaming moves from 13th to 8th. Rise is now out of the top 3 as well.
Panda somewhere dancing.
I mean, I imagine the Panda mascot is definitely having a fun time with that news. Allegiance drops out of the top 9, and bear in mind, you would need that top 9 to make it into the Pro League. United guarantees themselves the top 3 as well. I mean, Matt, that's a lot of changes right there. What's your take on that?
I mean, that's a lot of changes without counting, all the Pro Points on the line at ESWC next weekend. I mean, Cloud9, they go from 2 to 7. Realistically, they throw up another dud of a performance. They find themselves right with Allegiance outside of the top 8.
Right, a lot of changes in North America, but let's take a look at any of the changes that may have occurred over in Europe. All 6 pool play teams got top 16, further distancing themselves from the rest of Europe. Top 6, of course, make the Global Pro League. I mean, are you expecting to see any different teams, Memo, try and break in, or do you think that top 6 is now potentially settled?
I think that's is pretty much set in stone, and the one team that I really had a lot of hope for was Epsilon. They had to fight through open bracket. They did. They made it out alongside Imperial, but I thought Epsilon would go on maybe a little bit more of a run. They actually dropped out, of course, a little bit before that. I spoke to Desire. He was so disappointed. He was behind on Pro Points, that squad, before they came here. They needed a
Karma
big
went
performance.
huge
they
versus
didn't provide.
FaZe.
And I think they're going to fall even further behind.
Of course, we all know the stories over from the APAC region of the Australian teams not telling each other they're coming. This, of course, the update from there. Tainted Minds maintains number one with a 600 pro point lead on Mindfreak. I mean, we're talking that is minuscule. Only the top one, of course, make the Pro League. Top two make CWL Dallas pools. So, I mean, that gap, TP, it's nothing. 600 pro points, I mean. Whoa.
Mindfreak's happy they did pretty well here. Because they must have caught up pretty heavily. I'm not sure how many points they actually got for their placing here, but very good.
Tainted Minds had a pretty good run in a
Damn,
lot of the
Cloud
2Ks, so
went
this
from
makes up for a
second
lot
to
of that.
seventh.
And, you got to believe Mindfreak goes home, feels pretty good about themselves. They kind of build on this.
The one thing I look at is top two make Dallas. Settle at Dallas. Who's the best team? You know, top one makes it in. There's only one way to find out. They're both going to make the pools. I don't think any other APAC team can contest that top two at the moment, so it just makes Dallas even more exciting.
Yeah, Chiefs would be the next closest one.
I mean, that's so much pressure, right? For those two teams, you think about, okay, settle in Dallas. But the gap is so small. I mean, that's a crazy, crazy ending potentially for that.
Tainted Minds bows out really early. I think I saw last night, I checked the bracket. They had a bye round 1, a bye round 2. They win round 3, they lose round 4. So realistically, they beat one team. You know, they go into losers, and I don't really know what happens after that. But, no, Mindfreak, I mean, they start in pool play, and they don't have to go through the rigors of the open bracket. They realistically could have made even closer in Pool A.
Very true. Of course, we're following the Optic Gaming versus
Can you
Luminosity
change
Gaming
it from
matchup for
speak
now.
to text,
I believe
please?
the players are just getting everything set up, so we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, more action here at Championship Sunday.
Eight.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday here at the CWL Atlanta Open, hosted by Major League Gaming. Coming up next, we're going to go to a Bravo look-in, of course, staying with Optic Gaming versus Luminosity. That one going all the way to a Game 5. Every time we kind of doubt Optic Gaming on their journey so far here on Championship Sunday, they prove us wrong, and they're going to continue to do so. I mean, we can start earlier on in the day. They've had those clutch moments. I mean, go back to that game versus Panda. I mean, that was absolutely crazy. The Panda guys had a massive, massive support. I think it's fair to say, Panda kind of blew that one.
Oh, fair to say. Absolutely. There's no way Optic Gaming should still be in this tournament, but regardless, they still are. Somehow they get it down to this round 11. And Karma played that 1v1 very strange, went into that back sort of corner of the map. In hindsight, very smart play because the player had not really enough time to search all the areas of the map, but oh, man.
Is anyone else trying to live what Formal said?
I see you recording that in the background there, Memo. I mean, Formal getting up just saying choke. You choked, you choked, you choked, and you choked. They had a 5-2 lead, and somehow, some way, Optic Gaming just refused to die. And that has been the story all of Championship Sunday so far for the Green Wall on that massive, massive journey through the losers bracket. Matt, I asked TP before, how long do you think that this magic is going to last?
I mean, who knows? It kind of reminds me, was it UGC Niagara lose round 1, and then what was our first match after that? It was a Game 5 against like Nihil and them.
Yep.
I think we ended up winning it, and then it was like a Game 5 against Vex.
Yep.
Next time, it's just like you start creating this magic Game 5, Game 5, Game 5, and then by the time you get back on the stage, you just feel like it's all yours for the taking.
I feel like the worry for many, and if you look back in Call of Duty esports history, is though too many Game 5s can take so much out of you. Because bear in mind, as soon as you get to that grand final, you've got to win 2 other best of 5s. It's not like it's just one set. Team, are you maybe worried that they may run out of energy, or is there enough still left in the tank?
I mean, it's a factor, but I mean, let's be honest. How much do these players grind on a daily basis, right? True. They're used to playing this amount of time for sure. Yes, the matches are more stressful. There's a lot more on the line, but when you get a bunch of those wins in a row, especially coming off of a big Map 5 number win, which it could definitely happen right here.
Yep.
When you go on to the next match, you have such a momentum edge on your opponent. It's a confidence boost. Like Matt said, you know, like something's just going right with you on a given day. The COD gods are in your favor, I guess, whatever you want to call it.
It's a weird thing to explain. It's like you just kind of have this feeling like you have no kind of proof or whatever, but you just feel like you're just going to win.
And one more point. When you've played that many maps in a row, all those weak maps you may have had, you're learning a lot each time you play it on a different type of opponent. So that's definitely going to help them go.
The maps start to blur together. You just don't even remember what's going on.
Well, we can jump straight into our live look-in over on the Bravo stream. Of course, Optic Gaming versus Luminosity. This a Game 5. Loser goes home. It's the first round here in the Search and Destroy. Memo, I want to ask you a question, though, before we get into it. You doubted Optic Gaming in Map 4. Are you still doubting them again in Map 5?
I think Luminosity needed to close it out in that hard point. I thought they would. They haven't, and now they've given Optic Gaming
a lifeline.
Not only a lifeline, but they've given them the momentum. And that's the problem, is Optic Gaming, they go to these Game 5s, they gain momentum, and it can be very, very dangerous, to say the least. And I think Optic Gaming now, it's theirs to lose. I say that, you know, almost a little bit hesitant, but I mean, look at it. Straight away, round number 1, we've got slacked in a 1 versus 3.
It's quite funny that, like, at COD Champs, like, the reason this team did not kind of fulfill their destiny and end up winning is because of their poor search and destroy play. Their search and destroy play is what's kept them in this tournament as long as possible. I mean, it has not been stellar hardpoint play. It's not been lights out uplink play. It's been their S&D that's really carried them through.
Which is funny because you go back to Vegas even, and you look at their S&D and you're like, this has not been good. This has been bad. And everyone knows Optic have gone back to the drawing board, so to speak. They've grinded out. They've improved their search and destroy a lot. And as you said, it shows. It really does show. Clutching up in these Game 5s, team, it's not an easy thing to continuously do.
Oh, for sure. This many times in a row. But when you have someone like Formal shooting the way he is, early 3 kills for him, and you can see how confident he is. He separated himself from his team on purpose, and he's like, oh, I see you, I'm going to challenge you, I react faster, and he hits every bullet.
And from what I'm seeing just in all these like shots and whatnot, and it seems like Formal's kind of turned into the leader, where he's just kind of like, he's putting the most time to this game, like he's just tired of listening to everybody else and racking up L's. He's like, listen, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to play, and it seems to be working.
well, he's 3-0 now, so he's doing something right. And the one thing that I say is, with Optic Gaming, a nice, quick, easy round, I would say there. Straight away, you get that 5th player, you get the crowd. Optic Gaming, that green wall is stood behind them. We can feel it from here. I mean, you guys at home probably hear it as well. But they feed off that. The likes of Formal, when he hears that, he gets 3 in one round. Oh, Formal, you don't want to do that. You don't want to give him that. Luminosity, right. They're giving it to him.
It's only going to make him better, that's for sure. And just kind of building off Matt's point, Teep, we've heard Formal communicating on what feels like another level. Like, we've heard him from the studio, put it that way. He's very, very loud. Do you think he is kind of turning maybe more into that shot caller now for Optic Gaming?
Not sure if it's shot caller or just trying to get the energy going. Formal's been probably the loudest person, which you're not really used to on this team. Usually the calm and collected one. But I guess if I was playing an event like Formal is right now, I'd probably be screaming like crazy, too.
Oh, it's hard not to, right? You're having a fantastic, fantastic event. Unfortunately, though, for the Green Wall in this round, it will be a 4 versus 2 in favor of Luminosity. Make that now a 1v3. Crim Falls tied 1-1. Matt, overall, how do you see this map finishing out?
I think, you know, obviously Optic, they have the strong S&D play coming into this. You know, Luminosity, it's really what they worked on after Vegas, too. I mean, their search and destroy was pretty poor at Vegas. They come back, they completely retool. So this one's a very difficult one to kind of predict. I do want to say, you know, picking back on TP's point, it's like when you're the overwhelming favorite, everyone's telling you the best team in the game, you go through pools, you can kind of coast through a little bit, and then you get that first round game, and you know, it's hard to kind of get that sense of urgency or kind of feel like in the moment like how important it actually is. I think that's what Formal's really trying to do for these guys, is make them realize the actual moment they're in right now, how important it is, and to really focus up.
Obviously, in Vegas, regarding Luminosity, we criticized them quite heavily about their search and destroy play. very, very similar to Optic Gaming, ironically enough. And they've done the same thing, right? They've improved their search and destroy play. We were very, very impressed early on in the tournament with how much they were clutching up and how comfortably they were taking their search and destroys. I mean, what is going to be going through their mind now, TP, going up against Optic Gaming in this Game 5? How do you think those players are going to be feeling?
I think all players in this game are really confident, to be honest. Both deserve to be here, obviously, but you know, both teams won a championship. Both teams playing this sort of similar, a confident style, grouping up and taking those gunfights over towards that bike street right there. And it just seems like the long-range play, a nice flank from Crim right there, catching 2 players in the back. For a second there, I saw Slacked behind enemy lines, and I thought he was going to be able to make the play, but traded out. Seems like Optic is just a little bit faster in reacting to those in-game situations.
And it's funny, you know, speaking to a bunch of these players when I got here, you know, who's putting the time in, who's not. Everybody pretty much gave me the same thing. The teams that have scrimmed the most coming into this event were E-United, Envy, Luminosity, Optic, and FaZe. Those are all teams in your top 5.
Weird how that worked.
Yeah.
Put in the practice, you get the results. Who would have thought?
I'm shocked.
It's crazy. It really is. Of course, there's a losers round 7 matchup. Loser will be eliminated from the CWL Atlanta Open. The victor, they have a Team Envious awaiting for them in the losers bracket final. And of course, E-United, the surprise team, kind of the breakout team, if you will, from this event at least, waiting for them in the grand final, should either squad get there. For now, though, Optic Gaming with that 2-1 round lead. And in terms of this round specifically now, Momo, which way are you leaning here?
I mean, they've got the bomb down. It's 3v2. Well, as I say, that Optic Gaming looking strong. It's going to be evened up, though. But Optic, they should have, you know, the favoured side here. It's going to go down to another 1v1. It's going to be Optic Gaming, this clutch, and I want to highlight, we've talked about Karma. Crim6 is 7-1.
Yep.
I actually think, I can't believe I'm saying this, we've somewhat overlooked Crim6 in, you know, our overlook thing. We've talked about Formal, we've talked about Karma. Crim6 now is he's turning up when he needs to be, and this is what reminds me of kind of that Cole era where, you know, Game 5...
Lose the Crim.
he just kind of turns up, and he's not necessarily kind of roaring out there or going crazy. He's just doing what he does best.
And that's a scary Crim6, right, Tipa? When you're going up against a player like that, I mean, you have to shut him down immediately.
It's just so reminiscent of old Crim, to be honest, and I love to see it. Slow, methodical play, pre-aiming a lot. He's very good at positioning himself in this line of sight, and for some reason, he just always catches the edge, just a little bit of a faster strafe, a little bit of a faster shot, and just gets the better edge of it. He's 7-1 right now. Looks like he's going to be, you know, getting close to these score streaks as well, so LG needs to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, Luminosity are definitely going to have to find an answer to Crim6 right now. As it sounds, he's almost just running riot here in this Game 5 search and destroy. Have you been impressed at all, Matt, by Luminosity, though? Are they staying as composed as you would like?
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of these rounds, like Momo was saying, have come down to 1v1 scenarios. So you see First Blood there going to go in favor of LG, and they get bombed down. So I think LG has improved greatly since Vegas.
We'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to close out this round, though. Of course, the bomb did go down now. They forced a 3 versus 3 situation. Of course, it's fitting to have Crimsix on your screen, sitting at 8-1. I mean, he's having a fantastic map right now. But Momo, can the Green Wall close out this round?
This is really well played by Luminosity. They've got the bomb down, they've retracted their back to their base, and they can just get the line of sight. It's all about just stopping that one player defusing. They've done that. This is perfect play from Luminosity. They got the first blood, and this was a must-win round for me. 3-2 and 4-1. That's that one round in Search and Destroy. I always say it's critical to come back.
And they get Krim off those streaks there. So Krim, he has his payload ability, and he was still working on those score streaks. So they end that. So it's a very good round for LG.
Very good round indeed, as you mentioned. No more streaks there for Krim, but still has the hot hand there. And I guess my question for you, Teep, is how do you play those rounds? When a team does get the bomb down and they back off, what is the best way of winning those rounds?
Group up and flank instantly. To be quite honest, they just took too much time trying to take those gunfights. This is not gunfights LG is even trying to take. They're trying to just stall out time for as fast as possible, or as long as possible, sorry. So I feel like Krim made a bit of a mistake there. He's pretty close to those score streaks. I think instead of just taking his time at the top window, maybe just back it down and plan for his streaks. But, you know, it's such a hindsight call. Who knows?
Right. Karma currently sitting at 0-4, though, for Optic Gaming. Matt, well, actually, as I say that, he finds his first pick. Perfect. Coming in from Karma, of course, 1-4 does fall, though. Is there anything specific about Karma's playstyle that you're looking at, Matt, and you're thinking, I'm not sure if that's the right play?
Not really, because, I mean, he's the one that this team is, you know, kind of putting in, like, the worst situations to fight out of.
Right.
So you never expect his stats to be incredible in Search and Destroy. You know, he's going to be the bomb guy some of the time. He's going to try and get out into those positions, get bombed down. Like, he's not going to be in position to go off.
Yeah, one thing as well, I just want to point out, Scump just made a huge play there. Yes, it's only 1 kill, but it's the fact he stayed alive. It was a 3v2, now a 2v2. Scump's just opened this game wide up. They could take this round.
Gunfight going down, but Slack, the trade's going down. Scump and Formal, you can't take out both of them in a 2v2, and it showed right there. I thought Scump was going to miss some shots on that first guy, but nope. Scump snaps on very quickly.
And once again, you have Formal getting up, getting loud, high fives. Again, we can hear him from the studio right now. He is really turning into a bit of a beast here on Championship Sunday, but that's the Formal that you kind of expect on Championship Sundays.
Yeah, he's a prideful guy. I mean, he does not want to go out of these tournaments early. He is only here to win. Doesn't care about anything else, so you expect him to kind of rally the troops when it looked like that may not happen.
He definitely didn't come for a weekend trip in Atlanta. He's definitely focused on one thing, of course, and that is that CWL Atlanta trophy. As it stands, Optic Gaming 4-2 up. Luminosity looking to try and make a play here. Of course, Saints with his streak out. Momo, what's going through Saints' mind here?
I mean, he's trying to get some intel. He gets the intel, but it's not really going to reflect. It's not going to help them that much. But one thing it has done is told it Optic Gaming, this is where we are and this is our plan. And Classic's going to pay the price for that. Karma, though, he gets his second kill on the board. He is actually trying to back off, caught off guard. Crimsix, fantastic trades. Love this about Optic Gaming is they trade so efficiently. We saw it in the previous round at the end. We're seeing it again here in round number 7.
Krim always seems to find himself in a fantastic position just to find those trades. Of course, still 4 rounds to 2. Quick look over to Formal's perspective. Back over to Octane. Of course, the bomb now has been punted. Teep, you're nodding your head. You like that play?
I like the overdrive there. Overdrive to get next to your teammates. They're in a 3 versus 2 situation. All you need to do is group up and take gunfights wherever they're positioned at. Scump, oh my gosh, I can't believe he stayed alive right there. That's absolutely huge. Octane now stuck in a very tough situation.
I love that as well. It was like he stayed alive, and then you saw both of them. 2 players from Optic just push so heavy. And it's all about teamwork. No one went solo. No one went for the hero play. Optic Gaming, that was crucial. It's Scump staying alive. Like, I'm not sure. I'm not even going to give Scump the benefit of the doubt there. I think that was maybe a little bit of sloppy shooting from the player of Luminosity. But this is the complete opposite of what we saw against Panda. Optic were 5-2 down against Panda. Now they're 5-2 up. Last map against LG.
I mean, you have to feel like they have a ton of confidence now, right, Matt? Surely Optic Gaming close this out and push through to the losers bracket final.
It's going to be tough for LG. I mean, the crowd around them's into it. No, for the side of Optic Gaming, they got a lot against them right now. But, I mean, you're able to take this around the defensive end. Maybe you kind of, you know, you can go back towards that silo side on offense, make something happen, get your way back into it.
Potentially. Of course, as we said, Optic Gaming 5-2 up. Teep, again, you're violently shaking your head. You love that.
I'm shaking I'm nodding of approval because I saw them make a mistake earlier in this tournament where they had a Centurion and they didn't go for a quick plant. But this time they're just super confident. They do it right away. They have to. LG has to worry about that payload. Gunfight's going down back and forth, but you can see Saints affected by that payload just a little bit before it's taken out. gunfights going down back and forth. It's even numbers, and Saints is going off right now.
Saints just disrespects. He just read straight up formal. Doesn't care who it is. And now you have yourself a 2 versus 2 situation. Octane and Saints up. Of course, this is LG's tournament life. They need to hunt down Scump and Karma. Saints last man up, 11 seconds. The time is ticking. Will Saints be able to do it? No, he will not. And Optic Gaming somehow, some way, stay alive again here at the CWL Atlanta Open. The fairy tale continues for the Green Wall. It doesn't look like they're going to get beat anytime soon. However, up next, they have to go through Team Envious. Is this where it stops, Steve? Is this where Team Envy finally put their foot down and say, no more Green Wall, this is our house?
We've talked a lot about the magic for Optic Gaming. That wasn't any magic. That was just them playing very consistent and good team Call of Duty and Search and Destroy, grouping up, getting numbers, knowing when to stay alive, knowing when to watch each other's back, and I think that's largely due to Krim in that one. He was using that NV4, playing a little bit further back, and then knew when to switch it up to a K-bar and play a little bit more aggressive. Yes, they're putting Karma in these unfavorable situations, but they always got the trade on him, and that's the difference.
Yeah, as long as they keep getting the trades on Karma, I don't think he minds playing that position. They beat a very good Luminosity team. Luminosity looked great at this tournament. Slacked was amazing in the respawn game modes. Going in against Envy, they've already lost Envy in this tournament, but they're a completely different team that played against Envy the other night. I think it's going to be a very close series, probably a Game 5.
Yeah, and for me, touching on what Matt said there, 2 different completely teams. Optic Gaming, 2 Game 5 wins. Formal, he just looks fierce. Every time he wins, he's telling them, get out, get out. This is my tournament, and that's what I love about it. And Envious, they've come off a big loss against the United. They lost against them in pools. They're probably thinking, we were on a real good run here. And, they're found in loser bracket. It's, I'd say, a very hot Optic against maybe a bit of a cold Envy now. So
a tepid.
Yeah, a mild warm.
A quick point to note on as well is Optic was sort of making some excuses yesterday for the long wait. Now the roles are reversed in that sense when they're playing against Envy again. So now's their time to get that redemption.
Yeah, no excuse now.
Definitely very true. Championship Sunday here at the CWL Atlanta Open has not disappointed. Let's just say it that way. It's been just a thrilling day. For now, though, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, it's the Losers Bracket Final. having a blast here. It's Championship Sunday at the CWL Atlanta Open. And man, I think it's fair to say I could be a top player in Europe after clips like that.
No. just no. I don't think that gameplay there does not warrant anything. Top player anywhere.
Hey, man, let a man dream. Let a man dream.
I'm only joking. I mean, that quad was okay. I'll give you that one. The Ninja defused as well.
Thank you. Oh, that A to Z. Fantastic video. But moving forward, of course, talking about dreaming, as I once dreamed I could be a professional player, Optic Gaming currently keeping their dream alive, running through the losers bracket. Speaking of the losers bracket, let's take a look and just update everyone on exactly where we're at. Of course, coming up next on the main stage, it's MLG Primetime Losers Bracket Final. We have the El Clasico, the E Clasico, whatever you want to call it, Team Envious versus Optic Gaming. That's going to be our losers bracket final here at the CWL Atlanta Open. You look how both teams got here. I mean, we see Optic Gaming clutch up in Game 5. They 3-1 phase. They clutch up in Game 5 against Panda 3-2. They beat Elevate as well in round 4, 3-1. I mean, yeah, you have to give these guys a lot of credit for the run, but I have to ask again, Teep, is this where the run stops? We saw these two teams face off in winners bracket round 1, and Team Envious had their number in every way, shape, and form.
A little bit different of a storyline this time. Optic Gaming on an obvious run, a lot of games going under their belt today. My question is, have they fixed the issues from when they played Envious last night in the winner bracket, right? It seems like it. It seems like the link in S&D extremely strong for Optic, but there's obvious glaring issues in Hardpoint, and Envious can realistically pick you apart. But Envious has been waiting around for a little while. Is that going to come into play for map 1?
And Memo, how difficult is it to adapt mid-tournament to your mistakes, especially when you're playing against a team that had previously beaten you already?
I think if you've got that loser bracket run behind you, if you've got a chance to play maybe 2 series and learn from it, you can adapt. But if you come off a loss, for example, Envy now, they've come off a loss against United, and they may be thinking, we made a lot of mistakes in that game. They can't really just adapt a click of a finger. They can't do that. They've got to go into this and kind of use the same strategy as they beat Optic the first time. But I do think we're going to see a different Optic this time than we did the previous matchup.
Fair enough to say. Chance, your predictions this weekend have been pretty spot on. I'll give you a lot of props for that. How are you leaning in this loser bracket final?
Well, I think it's more important to look at who I think will stack up better against E-United, who I'd rather see. E-United's had 2 opportunities to play Envious. They've beaten them both times. So, I mean, if Envy goes through and faces them again, do I really think they're going to have anything different to offer them? And then, of course, they're going to have to win 2 best-of-5s, and they haven't done it once yet. And Optic Gaming, of course, yes, their hardpoint's been weak, but that's E-United's strong suit anyway. They're looking good against everybody in that category. So you're looking to take them down on Search and Destroy, and you're hoping to take them down in uplink. And, well, that's what Optic Gaming has been doing this entire tournament so far. So in terms of the matchup, we saw it yesterday. Envy might have Optic Gaming's number, but still, I think an OG versus E-United final would be a better match.
Of course, Team Envious are current world champions. They had a lot of flack, especially after the last event, and people saying, maybe Team Envy split up, and that led, of course, to the discussion of the COD Champs curse. We've seen it time and time again. Teams that win that world championship often split up a couple of months afterwards, maybe things not really going their way. Let's find out a little bit more about the curse.
Speaking of the Champs curse, when you look at Impact, this is a team that won Champs Black Ops 2 2013. 3 months later, they've already broken up. There are problems internally. The team may be fighting. Team chemistry is not there. Whatever the issue, this Champs team has fallen apart.
Now, after we saw Impact fall apart after Black Ops 2, it was Complexity's turn after they won the Call of Duty Ghost COD Champs. This is a team that was one of the best in Call of Duty history. They started to get a little bit too confident, a little bit too cocky.
We're going undefeated this entire year. I love my team. We're the best team in the game. No one's going to touch us at all.
They suffered from some internal team struggles, and they ultimately fell to the COD Champs curse.
The most recent example of where we've seen this curse really come into play was the old Denial roster back in Advanced Warfare. Clayster, Attach, JCap, and Replays. Not many people thought they would actually win Champs. Well, they take it, but then they lose every event they go to. They break up within 2 months. All sides are pointing towards a potential similar circumstance to this Envy team.
You can talk about the Champs curse all you want, but let's be honest, it's BS, and it's just a few fun facts that are fun to throw together. Envy, realistically, they got off to a slow start, and for good reason. Apathy just got married. They didn't have as much time in the game as they wanted, but now everyone's back. They're focused. They're on the grind, and they know that they're behind in pro points. Atlanta is going to be a huge tournament for them. They have to finish in the top 8 or even higher if they want a chance of getting into the Big 9 that will advance into Stage 1 of the CWL.
As you heard, Chris Puckett, our colleague, having absolutely none of the COD Champs curse. Well, I have a world champion on the desk, so it's only fair to ask. Teep, is it real? Is there a curse, do you think, or is it all just, made up stats?
It's made up stats for sure. Usually when something like that happens, there's glaring issues within the team that either A, go unresolved for an extended period of time, or a player or a few just aren't playing up to the caliber. And esports is very competitive in general. It happens sometimes where someone can go on a bad streak of just not playing great.
You also kind of have to think about how often did rosters break up and switch back in the day. Roster Mania was like almost an everyday occurrence after every event. It would just get wild with all the teams switching places. Pretty much since the start of Black Ops 3, occasional roster changes here and there, but certainly nothing too substantial. I mean, this Optic Gaming team has been together since AW. Envy's been around for a long time. Like, all of these top teams phase again since AW, so it's been years since we've had a major roster apocalypse.
Very true, very true. Memo, you're a COD Champs curse believer? Do you believe curse is
I'm
real?
with Teep and Maeve, and I think it's complete BS. I don't agree with it at all. I think one thing that you can do is maybe get a little bit complacent. If you win a tournament and maybe slack off and be like, yeah, we just won, we can take a week off, but that's when teams catch you up, and that's where the likes of Complexity, obviously in their day, they didn't do that. They just carried on. That's why they won tournament after tournament after tournament. And I think I want to compare it to a team of a previous champion, but the likes of Rise, they kind of went out early this tournament. I don't think they kind of stepped off or thought they were the best almost, but I think teams or players, individuals can definitely get complacent.
With all that said, do you feel like this is a Team Envious squad who could actually stick this out? Could they be the first team to theoretically go back-to-back? Is that something which is realistically a possibility?
100%, especially with how we see how well they're playing. It seems like each of these all-star players on the lineup take turns going off, and that's exactly, it's a formula for success, right? One person can't go off every single game and have a superstar performance, but when you have multiple people that have the potential to do it on a consistent basis, it kind of relieves the pressure from some of the other star players. So with their makeup, with how well they've performed against elite talent in Call of Duty in general, they had one bad tournament. There's no reason to even have that talk right now about them breaking up. The fact that that was even brought up is a little bit silly to me.
Of course, they responded with that kind of poor performance, which they had other variables such as apathy, getting married. Of course, a lot of people know that now. They've responded very well. Of course, they're here in the losers bracket final, trying to get back into that grand final. They played very, very well. They played Optic Gaming already in this tournament, and they beat them. They made it look simple. It looked as if they just knew everything Optic Gaming was going to do. They played cool, calm, collected. They didn't panic at all. Are you expecting a different Optic Gaming this time, Chance? Is this an Optic Gaming now with all that losers bracket momentum? Are they going to come here and potentially find themselves in another grand final?
Again, I think it's kind of like when they played FaZe. I think the maps really have to go their way for them to have a pretty good opportunity of this. Again, Envy had their number in pretty much every game, if I remember correctly. It was a pretty easy victory for them overall. Now, of course, main stage, the most pressure on the line, Optic Gaming, they definitely come to play. They've been dealing with the pressure for 4 or 5 rounds in a row now, and they've come out on top every single time. So they certainly have quite a bit of momentum in their favor. And again, I don't know, Envious is going to be strong mentally, but still, even if they go into that finals, they're going up against a brick wall in United, where again, I think Optic just has a better chance.
Of course, we mentioned John as well, playing with a broken middle finger, and somehow, some way, still playing out of his mind. Very reminiscent back to the AW Columbus Open, where Aix obviously famously cut his hand. He was playing with a hand injury almost, and he managed to win that event. Maybe it's a theme, players that pick up hand injuries somehow win events. We'll have to wait and see, of course, on that one. But in terms of Crim6 Memo, he was a player that you highlighted in that last series, and you said he was playing out of his mind. Is he someone, again, you're looking at in this series specifically?
Yes. He looked like the old Crim6 when we saw him in that previous game. When we saw Crim6 on the main stage against Envious last time, it was just, I would say, a 75% Crim6. It wasn't the Crim6 we just saw. So he's going to be going into this super confident. Yes, he's always super confident, but I think deep down, sometimes you will be, feeling a little bit more. And I think going into this, they've come off 2 Game 5 wins. They've got to be going into this and going, you know what, Envy, you took us last time. It ain't happening again. I think, and this isn't saying me thinking Optic Gaming will win, but I think Optic Gaming are going to make this much, much harder for Envious.
You definitely make a serious argument. Crim6, one of the best players ever to play Call of Duty, if not the best player in Call of Duty. So with that said, let's take a little bit of time to learn a little more about Crim6.
The thrill of victory has become quite familiar over time. And nobody knows it as well as I do. The money, the fame, the feeling. They say it's more difficult to stay on top than it is to get there. The thing is, I've been on top for years. I've always approached situations with one idea in mind, that I will do anything I need to do to win. Over time, I've watched veterans fall, old teammates turn into rivals, and new players entering the spotlight. I've won under different organizations, with multiple teams, and at tournaments across the globe. Yet the pressure to win is even greater than it was before. There will always be those who attempt to take my title, but there's only one thing stopping them. I'm not done yet.
Shout out to all of the production team here at MLG Atlanta. That is a fantastic piece, and obviously you hear from Crimsix there, he is not done winning yet. Those videos are a fantastic insight and look into a lot of our players. Sadly, didn't get to use all of them. We definitely have some stored, that's for sure. But in terms of this next matchup, the losers bracket final, Optic Gaming versus Envious. I'm gonna go down the line before we get this one underway. Momo, predictions.
Optic Gaming 3-2.
3-2.
I think we're going all the way. This is going to be one hell of a series.
Okay, bear in mind, of course, Team Envious did beat Optic in winners bracket round 1. Chance, which way are you going?
Envious 3-1.
You're going for, that was the same score as last time, I believe, was it not?
I can't remember.
Maybe the 3-0 or 3-1, but either way, you're saying Envious?
I fully believe in the loser bracket run momentum, Optic 3-1.
Optic 3-1, of course, is a player who's no stranger to those loser bracket runs. You've done them famously before, and you've won events from those loser bracket runs. Is the loser bracket run dream still on for Optic Gaming? For now, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, though, it's losers bracket final. Optic Gaming versus Team Envious. It's prime time here at the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4. Of course, we're here at the CWL Atlanta Open. On the main stage next, it's the losers bracket final. Team Envious versus Optic Gaming. Team Envious already beaten Optic Gaming once this tournament. Optic Gaming looking for sweet revenge and trying to keep that losers bracket run alive. For now, though, we can send it down to our casters for the game.
Thank you so much, Benson. It's Courage and Puckett backstage, and we're ready to bring you the action. Atlanta, are you ready? That's what I like to hear.
Oh, they're getting into it, and I sure as hell am too. What a match we have again. We talked about the last couple times we saw those teams in Envy and Optic in a championship winners bracket matchup, which was earlier this weekend. Optic Gaming lost 3-1. Back at Champs, they lost 3-1. Now, they've beaten FaZe after 2 years on LAN. Maybe they do it again here against Envy in the losers bracket final.
Optic Gaming has had such a long road through the losers bracket, and one of the key players getting them through this has been their star in the hard points. Let's take a look at Scump. He is coming in with a 1.08, going up against some of the toughest competition in the venue today. But on the other side, it's your 2016 World Championship MVP, John, who just is dropping all kinds of numbers, a 1.15 overall.
Oh, and John's continued to do that so far today, but I will say he's had some inconsistent starts to some games for Envy. We saw that earlier in that winners bracket final when they faced E United. Here we go, though. The rematch many people are excited about. It does not get better than this. Optic Gaming versus Envy. Winner is in the grand finals. Loser is going home.
And it's time to kick things off with our first hard point. We are going to Scorch. John, we talked about him having a few slow starts, but he was the one who put the final nail in Optic's winners bracket coffin. Will he be able to get off to another hot start? I'll be honest, the player I'm really watching in this match is Apathy. I haven't seen a bad game from the man yet. Even in their loss to E United, he was at the top of the leaderboard amongst all players. Let's take a look at our kickoff. It's going to be Scump charging right to the center of this bridge. They're set up first. The nades flying everywhere. Who's going to draw first blood? It looks like Karma is going to be dropped first.
Yeah, someone does die to one of those grenades as they flew all over the place. Envy will get the first seconds on the board. A map like Scorch, though, coordinated play is so key to get the breaks, obviously, towards that back turbine hardpoint in that top hangar area. And somehow JCap has snuck behind 3, cleans those up with ease as your 2-time Call of Duty champion. JCap gets it done.
And the last match I cast from Envy, I pointed out, keep your eyes on JCap. For this first game, he is going to be arrow number 6 on that mini-map, constantly finding opponents on the flank. He has been a thorn in everybody's side today. Slasher, though, the hottest start out of all players, 5-2, picks up another one there on Formal, and he is going to be splitting the defense, slipping behind 2 players on the rotation.
So far today, Formal has been one of the most aggressive players in those final moments as you just see him get up out of his seat, yell across to his opponents that he is knocked out of these losers bracket games. He's been lights out right now, 0-4, 0 seconds in the objective. That first kill didn't work out for him, but I'm sure he'll pick it up for Optic Gaming now as they're down by about 5 seconds.
Yeah, he just picked up his controller. He's ready to game, and we will see what he can do. Envy trying to flood through. They're sending 3 players through the tight show. Karma is there, finds 2. The pre-fire, can't find the third. Formal will get it, but unfortunately, there's one last man challenging here, stopping Optic from scoring. It's going to be Apathy.
But Formal knows he's got his teammate in Crim6 right behind him. OG will hold onto the hard point as Karma out to 7-3. He's the one leading his team in time, leading his team in kills. We've seen multiple clutch moments from him so far today, and now he's triple positive in game 1.
You know, I heard some rumors that Karma seemed off his game on Friday. Some whispers yesterday. Today, he is trying to silence all the haters. 9-3 on a 2 streak to open this one up. Optic Gaming out to a 22-point advantage, and they already are set up here for hangar control.
And this is a great sign for Optic Gaming. The only thing that kind of stinks for them, they don't have the spawns. They wind up sending 4 players towards that top sky bridge, and Apathy stays towards the back of the map, alive long enough so his teammates can help push in towards this hill, but now look, he's surrounded by green arrows. Another break for Optic Gaming. They're now up to a 30-second lead.
Crowd's getting fired up here in Atlanta. 11-3 is Karma on the 4th streak. Keep your eyes on him as he's working towards streaks. Meanwhile, Scump trying to get the cutoffs. Finds one, traded out by JCap. Crim6 gets the call and will eliminate even more. Karma on your screen for the moment on a 5 streak, and he is just 100 points away from being fully streaked out.
And Envy, they should give up this hard point. Karma's actually going to call in this Trinity Rocket right away. Going to see what he can do now to maybe clear out this new hard point drill area. 96-38 the score. Karma 1 kill away from earning himself another streak. Optic Gaming, beautiful start to this one. Karma is lights out. One more off the bombardment.
And that was a very long engagement with Karma going up against Slasher there. Slasher spotted him in the doorway, had the better positioning. Karma just out shooting him. And Karma, I don't know how you stop this man. JCap, we talk about his 2 rings, but Karma was the first man in Call of Duty history to earn his. And we are going to see JCap now pressing in. There's 3 members of Optic Gaming behind him. He is going to be swarmed. Optic seems to be in total control here. This is absolutely the opposite of what we saw in some of the games from last night.
Yeah, Envy are getting slaughtered at the moment. They just need to reset on the second rotation, which is absolutely possible. Again, this is your Call of Duty World League champions in 2016. Envious. If there's any team that can mount a comeback here, it is them. So do not count them out early. I will say, though, at the end of the first rotation, I am very impressed from what I saw from the green wall. Obviously, Karma, the one leading the charge.
And here comes JCap. The grenades pushing back Crim6, but Crim dodges the nades, picks up 2 kills instead. Formal on a flank is going to find another. So Formal, who had a very rough start, back in this one at 8-11. Karma staying on point at 13-6. And Crim6 is back on his game in Respawn. If they keep this up, Envy is in trouble. Wow. You have to think Envy's going to be the team favorite in the search and destroys, but I expected much closer series when it comes to these hard points, especially after watching Optic struggle up against Panda.
Optic are not missing a beat right now. They're filling every hole they need to and where the pressure can come from. They've got their teammates watching over Karma in the hard point. He has been unscathed in this hill for the last 30 seconds. Now up by 100. They are running away with this game, Puckett.
Karma gonna finally be dropped. It's JCap on the other side having the best game for Envy, 17-13. We saw this earlier in their first loss in the winners bracket. Will they be able to bounce back now, though? It's looking dire, 168-58. You can't count them out completely, but this is looking like a bloodbath. The first fight going to be won by Envy. Is Optic going to be able to break in on their first push just like last time?
You need Crim6 to wait right now. That's exactly what he's going to do. If you look at your minimap towards the bottom, everyone from Optic now beginning to push on up. The Trinity Rocket gets called in. That's going to force Envy into awkward positions, and now Optic look to capitalize. There's 2 kills. They go in for the trades down onto John, and look, he's getting flooded by everyone from OG, but a team kill from Crim6. It's not enough, though. Optic with the break, back up by 100 seconds.
Great use of the score streaks there.
Absolutely. And he hovered it. He hovered it as well. So at the last moment, he drops down too quick and then leaves the last one waiting. Optic push off of that. A very well executed play.
Karma still positive 10. On the other side, we talked about how good John and Apathy have been. These 2 players shut down. John, -4, Apathy, -7. They need to show up in this series if they want to head to their first championship match of 2017. Crim6 on your screen floating around, picks up one, spots another player, 3 Envy members in front of him. Crim waiting for reinforcements. They're about to be pushing through the middle, and out comes the Scarab.
When's the last time you can remember John, Slasher, and Apathy being a combined -16 a few moments ago? Unlike them, and it reflects in the score right now. Thankfully, they do have some payloads to use. Obviously, JCap just earned that camo. Slasher, 1 kill off his. Maybe they can use that to swing them back into this game. I want to see Optic Gaming, though, keep these well-coordinated plays in their favor. Don't just start rushing in. Don't start trying to make any sort of win happen. Do it the right way. Do what's been working for you throughout this game.
It's about a 65-point game, and this is the closest it has been in a while. So Envy starting to rally back late in this one. They're going to be rotating first once again. Crim6 going to try and shut it down. The player in the back line was Apathy, and that kill is going to lock this in for Optic Gaming. Despite the early rotation from Apathy, Optic with the better positioning as a four-man crew.
And remember, last time Optic Gaming got towards this drill hardpoint, they held off the first 3 Envy pushes before they even got one player near the hill. So far, they're at 1. They could seal the deal right now on this hardpoint or get very, very close. And look, 3 more kills come in. Envy just have no answer right now for Optic Gaming.
Slasher was picked off as well, so that's going to be all 4 players cycled out. You look at your mini-map. John is going to be on the flank, though. Number 7, that's going to be Slasher trying to push through the middle. JCap is forced to pop his payload. That's the active camo. Only picks up 1 there, and you're going to see Slasher clear it out, but there's just 16 points remaining here for Envy. Optic Gaming, on the other hand, only needs 26 points to take our first game.
And you can tell JCap did not want to have to use his payload in that situation, but he can't afford to give Optic Gaming those last 20-plus seconds. If he does, they're, what, 5 away from winning the game? Now at least they have a chance if you're Envy. If maybe you're not early enough on a rotation, you can go for a quick break, and OG just can't win off that. But right now, all signs pointing towards an Optic Gaming win as Crim6 lights up the kill feed. 3 right there, 25 and 13. They're just 10 seconds away from taking this victory. And oh my God, nobody can stop this man.
And I'm surprised Crim didn't even throw down the Centurion. Instead, he just wanted to keep the gun out.
It's his kid, right?
Slay everybody. 2 more points. Karma with the kill is going to break in, but Apathy is there to stop him. So the game not over yet. But Envy on their deathbed here in game number 1.
What can Envy even try to do? 248 to 163. All Optic have to do is just set up for this new hard point, and this game is done, but they actually do spawn out. This is the entire game right here. Does Scump win this first gun engagement? No. So Envy will be... Oh, no! They leave the last hard point. They hop in. They sneak behind. I wasn't even paying attention. You can see
like,
Formal.
I got the 2 points, man.
Formal there laughing as well. Sneaks right in from behind. And there it is. Optic take game number 1 in a very strong fashion.
Dummies didn't watch their back. Finished them off. Formal, though, they got off to the hot start. Crim6, great game, but it was Karma. Fantastic opening here for Karma here in a respawn. He's coming out swinging, just like we saw him on the main stage last time to close out their series. Karma performing extremely well against the biggest names, FaZe and now Envious.
Scary stuff right there if you're an Envy fan. Remember, this is an elimination match. Here's a look at some of the highlights from that game 1. It started with JCap with that quick flank 3-piece. But really, that was about it for the Envy highlights in that map, as the rest of it was all Karma, all Crim6, and then Formal, when he began to wake up, made his voice heard as well.
I mean, you saw the drill hard point. You saw Karma just sitting in the middle of the mid-bridge for about 40 seconds at a time. Every time Optic Gaming wanted to go for a break on an Envy setup, it seemed they just executed it flawlessly. Great crashing in as a 4-man squad. They're learning as they're playing throughout this tournament. We're seeing them adapt.
They most certainly are. Here's your hardpoint breakdown. And again, that turbine hardpoint makes such a difference. And you notice drill as well. Doubling the score of Envy was Optic, and it all came down to rotating there early and holding off the Envy pushes from both sides of the map.
Crim6, 29 kills. It's going to be the most in the game. Almost a 2.0 KD. Plenty more Call of Duty to come, though. This is your losers bracket finals. Envy going up against Optic Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continued coverage of the Call of Duty World League Atlanta Open, presented by the PS4 Puckett and I, bringing you the matches here on Championship Sunday. And this is a great one. We have Optic Gaming versus Envious in your losers bracket final.
You know, I know that everybody in this venue loves Optic Gaming. Even if you're an Envy fan, a lot of times you're cheering for Optic Gaming. They've just been the fan favorites in this scene for so long. But I'll be honest, I now understand why Optic has such a massive fan base. To watch what they've accomplished so far today is simply incredible. And now I find myself almost cheering for them to get revenge over Envy, who 3-1 them last night. But Envy, you can't count them out. That was a sloppy game one, though. We have to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, that was tough for them. They're obviously facing some formidable opponents as the bracket goes on. Makes a lot of sense. Because you got to remember, even if they do win this, they have to face E United again. That Envious squad for the third time, and they're 0-2 this weekend in that matchup. On the side of Optic Gaming, though, they're looking for revenge.
Absolutely. And if you do look at the Boys in Blue Envious, you look at the teams that beat them, really just E United.
That's
so
it. That literally is it.
I'm really cheering for Envy here to get a chance to get redemption against E United. But I have a feeling what we would see in that championship match. So we'll have to see how everything plays out. JCap had a great start to game number one. What you need is those two guys right there, Apathy and John, to turn it on. And this is the game mode to do so. We talked about Envy's success. Where do they have it most, Jack?
In Search and Destroy. The only one they've dropped this weekend is in their last series to E United. It was that game too. And since then, we'll see what Envy can do in this game mode. And both these teams, John and Formal, have actually had two of the better snipers this weekend in the game mode of S&D. They're always getting those first bloods to their team. And it's going to be good to watch. Either way, I cannot wait to get into it. And after that, we got ourselves uplink.
Absolutely. So our players took a quick bathroom break. They're ready to go here in game number two. Any moment, we'll be kicking that one off. Players just talking to the refs before we begin here. As we look at this big picture, though, on day one, we announced it. $4 million on the line here this year in 2017 for Infinite Warfare at the Call of Duty World League. This is a big event in Atlanta. We have a bigger one coming up in Dallas. It's your last chance to earn pro points before stage one. And Envy, they were near the bottom of that bubble of North American teams who would get in based on pro points. After this event, I can't wait to see how far up they're going to jump in those seeds.
Oh, major move for them. And you also bring in the idea that they spent a lot of time scrimming prior to this one. They focused more on that, playing against the top teams, preparing themselves for this event to have this exact run. The leadership on Envy made that decision, and so far it's paid off, but they're not done yet. You know they have their sights set on this championship this weekend. Optic
Gaming is looking like they'll probably finish in our top three in North America after this event. How high will they be able to jump? We're going to find out. They've already eliminated FaZe Clan. You saw them just knock out Luminosity. Now they're going up against Envy and potentially E United. But Envy, if they have anything to say about it, they're hoping to get some revenge here in the next three games. It all starts with Search and Destroy. We're going to be going to Throwback as our map. And when we look at this big picture, who do you give the advantage to?
Oh, it's tough to say. Both these squads have pretty similar play styles you can see on this map, where a lot of it revolves around one sniper trying to make a play happen, whether that's John or Formal, as I mentioned. The other thing, though, the pressure towards middle map, so key between these two squads. The NV4, very, very formidable weapon, as well as these long-range sight lines. And there we go. I just saw the game begin to get started on up, so we should be getting into the action here soon for game number two between OG and Envy.
John broke his middle finger. Uses that on his trigger. It's been hurting him throughout the weekend. Had a rough game number one, but every time I point it out, he has a good comeback game. We'll see when he decides to turn up. JCap going over the strategy with Slasher before this game kicks off. Throwback, Search and Destroy, game number two here in the best of five. If you're just joining us, these are two of the biggest names in Call of Duty history facing off once again on the main stage. In Atlanta, we see the rig draft kicking off here in just a moment. Are you ready for game number two?
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't loud enough, I'll be honest.
Well, it wasn't loud enough? Should I try?
I think so.
What if they listen to me more than you? What's that going to say?
You are a very good up-and-coming caster.
All right, well, Atlanta, are you ready for game number two? I win, Chris. I have something to tell you. It's over.
Who's cheering for Optic Gaming? Cheap shot, I know. All right, here we go. It's time to go into game number two. And as we take a look at the rig draft, you are going to see basically a mirror match with 3 of the players. The difference here, once again, it's going to be the FTL jump chosen by Slasher. Formal, always used to run in that resupply with the overdrive.
Yeah, it makes sense for him to bring that one on out yet again. Optic have some switches that they'll do in regards to payloads when it gets to uplink, but once we get there, we'll talk a little bit about it. Slasher with FTL jump yet again. I am so excited to get this one started. As you know, these are 2 of the best S&D teams. Optic have been clutching up in this game mode time and time again today, and Envy statistically this weekend right next to them.
I got my brother out in the crowd. He's sitting next to Hastro, sending me text messages saying they better tie this one up. We'll see if they can get it done. Envy down 0-1 coming into game number 2, but this has been their bread and butter all weekend long. Just 1 loss in S&D, but it came today. Will they be able to get another big win? The A-bomb site, it's been the favorite target for all of our teams throughout this tournament. A few plants at B, but really the action, it's going to happen right around that bridge.
Oh, definitely. And imagine making it all the way to Championship Sunday without losing a single map of S&D. Quite the stat line there for Envy. You just got to commend them on that. It's time for game 2. Search and destroy on Throwback. Optic Gaming versus Envy is underway.
E-Rad in hand as well as the bomb. Apathy wants to get up close and personal here with the submachine gun, and you're going to see he and John taking out Scump. Crim6 is going to answer back, so it's still a 3-on-3, and Apathy has been called out.
Apathy most certainly has. You can tell the second he peeks that corner, there's fire down on him right away. Him and Slasher in a 2v3. He cannot go anywhere. He is pinned right now. Can't get out with his life. It's Formal cutting him down. There's a second as well. Optic Gaming strike first.
No big surprise here to see defense winning in Search and Destroy, especially here on Throwback. But a phenomenal start. Crim6 immediately reacts, takes out John. You can see him in the round-ending kill cam as well. They had the bomb trapped. There was no escaping for Apathy, and it's Optic Gaming starting this one up 1-0. But they'll have to be on the attack now, and we'll see which direction they decide to go. Will they give Formal a sniper rifle? And it looks like that is what is about to happen, Jack.
Well, let's see if he can make any flashy plays happen yet again. Spots 2 and doesn't wind up giving away what he has to work with. Smart decision by him, but there it is now. He's just been electric all weekend with it, Puckett.
3 down. Last man standing, Apathy. This would be a 1v4 clutch. Not going to happen today. 0-2. Formal feeling it with the sniper.
Formal has smiled more today than I think in the last 3 tournaments I've seen Optic Gaming play.
It's very happy, Matthew Piper.
It is. It is.
Optic fell short of their goals last time in Vegas. They finished 5th place there. Envy finishing outside of the top 8. So very impressive performances bouncing back here in Atlanta for both teams.
Uh-oh. And this is what I was talking about. This is what the battle will be. John decides, you know what, Formal? I think I can match you, my friend. Let's see if he makes the right decision. This Formal's got his eyes on him.
Just a little high there. John didn't even see Formal until the last moment. He challenges, though, and he is going to be tagged up by Crim6, forced to back down. Crim, meanwhile, did pick up first blood. Scump is out of the action, though, for Optic Gaming. So a 3-on-3. And John, he just has a feeling there's going to be pressure any moment.
Smoke's coming to play. Karma, though, with the entry onto JCap 2 versus 3. Remember, Optic Gaming still have to defuse this bomb. Slasher cuts down 1. John just trying to stay behind this bus as much as he can, but when you've got a pistol as your secondary, that's not the spot you want to be in. Karma and Crim6 start off a combined 8-0.
Crim6 with the most kills in game number 1. Karma is the guy who started it all for this team. Both players having a great game number 2. Karma looks a little bit frustrated there.
No, I think it's just Karma being focused. They want this revenge so badly. Literally right now, you could basically do anything to try to distract them in the crowd, and they would not notice because they are so locked in.
I think what happened is Karma stole Crim's defuse, so Crim is not going to be that step closer to his streaks here. And Crim off the break is just going to try and stay alive. You see him taking a new positioning here as Optic is on the attack. Crim watching a flank. Karma all the ready through the smoke is going to find Slasher.
It's nice angle. He holds right there. Scout comes in and nearly kills him right there. That could have been a disaster as 2 players were stacked on that one. Now the flank from Crim6, some shaky shots, but does at least get 1. Runs out of ammo. It's John by himself. He's gone. Optic are wiping the floor with Envy at the moment.
They're in full plow mode right now, man.
Oh, they're eating today.
Dominant game number 1. Crim6 on the flank, finding 2 players, including his second round-ending kill cam of this game. 4-0 on throwback. Envy needs to turn it up right here. You have to stop it.
And what do you do? What do you even do when Karma and Crim6 are 11-0?
I was going to suggest going to B, but Optic seems to have smelled this one coming from a mile away. 2 players set up on defense. Apathy is going to get first blood, though, so they have the advantage. JCap will fall. Scump with the 2-piece ties things up. Formal here with the 3rd. The 4th, not going to happen.
John and Scump, 1 versus 1. I think Scump knows where he is, but he sees a shadow. John, the clutch kill to keep Envy in this game. Instead of it being 5-0, it's now 1-4, and that's a little bit more reasonable if you're on the side of Envy.
The Sun giving away some positions here.
That's Sun.
Round number 6 coming up. It's going to be Optic back on the attack. In theory, Envy should have the advantage on defense.
See what they can do. Again, Formal probably bringing back out that sniper, especially if you see that number 5 go towards the bus. That'll mean one thing and one thing only. How do Optic play around it? They've been going for those quick plants this time around, though. Trying to spot out what they can before they focus on this objective.
Formal's going to call out 2 players, throws a grenade, hit markers will connect. Bomb still not planted, though, and that player 6 was Karma. He wanted to get aggressive. He is going to get chased down. Crimsic and Scump, though, answering back. Last man alive, Apathy.
Jeez, what do you even do here?
Get all 3 kills.
Yeah, right. Good luck. You're facing Optic Gaming. Sees 1. Apathy does challenge. 1 versus 2. Has to wait for his health to come back before he can try to do anything. There's still a ton of time to do this, and there's actually... Is there a trade on the side of Optic Gaming right now? I'm not entirely sure with the positioning they had for a moment. Well, Apathy's going to take his time with this one. 28 seconds remaining. Still has to get this defused.
And of course, Apathy, he has no idea where these players are located. We see the X-ray, but he had to check every single corner. Envy just didn't even challenge, it seemed like, on the bomb site. Karma was able to trade pretty efficiently, and then Scump and Crim6 picking up kills right away as Formal picks up your round-ending kill cam. Optic now 1 round away from going up 2-0.
The vision over middle map has just been dominant for Optic in this one so far. They've been able to push players wherever they want and punish Envy for playing a little bit more passive there on defense. Let's see what Optic Gaming can do now. And
John, pre-aim in that window. Player jumps out just as he looks away. Slasher does pick up Formal, though, so first blood for the boys in blue.
Nice challenge there by Slasher again to at least get 2, but we know how good he is with that payload ability. 2 versus 3. If Crim6 gets 1 more kill as well, he'll wind up earning his 2.
Crim6 rotating over to help out Scump. Scump challenging. Can't overextend here. He will get picked off by JCap. And here comes Scump. He gets away with the kill on Apathy. This is now a 2-on-2.
And this is just a sign of how confident Scump is right now. Reactive now used. Everybody's closing on in. Can JCap do it? No. Does Scump get there in time? 9 seconds left on the clock. I think he's done it. There's the high fives, and Scump signals to the crowd. He knows what he just did as Optic are up 2-0. 1 map away from making it to the grand final.
We got people taking off clothes here in the crowd. There's a man in a tank top in February hanging out. It's getting rowdy here in Atlanta. 2-0 start for Optic Gaming, and the crowd getting behind them. Envy, though, needs their fans more than ever. They're in the hole, back against the wall. You lose this next uplink, you are eliminated from the tournament.
You think of how Optic Gaming start today, they have to go through that whole loser's bracket run. Everyone on that team saying, believe in us, believe in what we can do. They beat who? Elevate. They beat Panda in Game 5, Round 11. They wind up moving into their next series and take down
FaZe,
which I can't believe I forgot that.
I got you.
Luminosity, another team that fell victim to them. And now potentially Envy. And then they still have to face E United in the grand finals if they make it and beat them not only in 1 best-of-5, but 2 if they want to take the title.
And not only that, if you watched the games last night, you just saw what Envy did to Optic Gaming. So to be up 2-0, you are just 1 step away from sweet, sweet revenge. Some of the highlights here, I mean, you had a few flashes of brilliance, some nice snipes coming through. Apathy tried his best running around with the E-Rad, but Optic Gaming, they are just all clicking right now. No one seems to be missing. Their trades were absolutely on point. all 7 rounds.
Obviously, I want to see this go to a Game 5, but with how Optic Gaming are playing at the moment, I just don't know if it's going to be possible, Puckett. They look so confident in their abilities right now. They're all smiles, too, which is another big thing for me in this series. They're in such high spirits. It's interesting to see.
Precinct Uplink going to be our next game mode. Have you seen much Precinct from these 2 squads?
I can't basically just speak to these 2, but I've watched a lot of it this weekend. You've seen certain teams, for example, Envious being one of them, that actually will try to push towards that bottom Cherry Blossom side, bring the drone around gas, and go for a little bit more of a unique type of play. Most teams don't go for that type of push, as it can absolutely backfire very badly if you lose some gun engagements and spawn out near back statue. But it's simple for both these teams. They know exactly how it needs to be played. It's just going to come down to who can outslay their opponent, in my opinion.
Envy needs someone to catch fire. Someone needs to set the tone, get score streaked out early, and just keep the momentum in their favor. Because right now, you look at them on stage, there's 0 smiles. There's very little communication.
I think you need Slasher. He went on Twitter after that last series. Some complaints about, you know, what he was playing, how it was going. I just need to see him back in this match. I need to see the Slasher that beat Optic Gaming back at the AW Open alongside Aches in the grand final.
Envy fans, they need you now more than ever. Make some noise.
I third 3 people.
We're going into game number 3. You see the rig draft on the big screen.
It's tough when even Envy fans are doubting their team right now, and you got to be thinking that with how this series has looked. Envy haven't bounced back yet from that tough loss to E United earlier today.
My producer said, "Nice try, Chris."
Hey, you gave it your all.
Can't get him going, Jack. My brother and Hastro clapping together. Here we go. It's going to be active camo in the hands of Karma, JCap as well. The Centurions at the top will be John and Formal in this one as the overdrive goes to Crim 6 when they play Uplink.
Again, as you see, they swap those roles, give Formal the trophy drone. You wind up swapping on over to Crim with that overdrive. Makes a lot of sense as we get into Game 3. Precinct Uplink Envy, 1 map from being eliminated. Optic Gaming, 1 map from being in your grand final here at the CWL Atlanta Open, presented by the PS4. We hope you've been enjoying MLG Primetime. We hope you've been enjoying Championship Sunday, because I know one thing for sure, I certainly have. We're getting into game number 3. Chris, predictions, is this done here?
Yep. I'm calling it now. I'm still cheering for a Game 5, but honestly, I don't know how you stop this Optic Gaming team at this moment. They are hot. They have been playing all day long. Talking to Scump about his loss to Envy last night. He said, "We were cold, man. We played at 2 o'clock. We didn't play till the end of the night." Today, they have been warm all day long. They've gone to some Game 5 round 11s, but they've been able to power their way into this loser's bracket final.
Another funny thing that Scump brought up as well is he was so hungry to win this championship from the loser's bracket. He says he's never done it before in his career. He wants to do it now. It's a road that he's never really traveled before, but so far he looks quite comfortable on it.
He's starting off 3-0 at this checkpoint, and you are going to see the challenge. It's Apathy jumping in by himself. 3 members of Optic Gaming waiting for him. Drone is down, but the kills keep coming for Optic. Crim 6 trying to flank around. Formal is going to try and do the same. And these 2 teams are just trading back and forth right now. No total control, no objective movement yet.
Yeah, they're just flying at each other in all sorts of different angles. Again, you see Envy, instead of taking that drone and resetting it right away, try to push it down towards that restaurant side, give themselves any opportunity to make a play. Now, though, with those couple of kills, they might be able to make something happen. 3 now dead for Optic Gaming for the moment. Apathy moving up with the drone. He's got a 1-point throw. There it is. Envy on the board first.
Crim 6 did pick up 2, so that is going to allow Optic to get out of their base. John, the last member alive near Optic Gaming spawn, is going to spot 2, and now he's on the flank, picks up 1, challenging the second. It's Formal who outguns him. Apathy is there to trade out Crim 6. So 3-on-2 here, make it 3-0. Everybody dead. Envy's going to go for at least another 1-point play.
Again, JCap will clear out this lower street side. The goal for Envy here, not to get 1 score, but many scores. The interception, though, from Optic Gaming will stop that one from going in, and Scump and crew clear out their base. Optic Gaming now on the offensive.
Karma's going to lead the charge around this right side. Unfortunately, he is going to be met by John. Scump rerouting, goes through the middle, watches another teammate get gunned down. That time it was Formal. Crim 6 is going to pick off John, but both players know they have to just stay alive, wait for reinforcements, then push as a 4-man crew.
What does Scump do here? He's got a lead blocker, but unfortunately John is ready for him. Reads him like a book. Crimsix sneaks in from behind. 2 players on Envy. Through the cherry blossom tree. Does hit the shots too. Nice work by him, and already look at the minimap. He's got Formal pushing ahead. They have no idea he's here. Optic Gaming could convert this right now.
Krim thought about going for a 1-point play. They call him off.
Oh.
They get greedy going for the dunk, and John punishes both players. A big defensive stop there by John. That keeps Envy in the lead.
An example of really slight misplay from Optic Gaming. Instead of just going for that one, they try to force the dunk, and it doesn't work out. Scump, another 2-piece. He's been doing it all map. 10-5 right now. Apathy gets the better of him there as we're 3 minutes into this game, still only a 1-possession game.
You talk to a lot of players, they'll tell you they prefer to play from the side that Envy is on right now. We've seen scores coming in from both sides. Envy, so far, they lead by 1. 2 minutes left in this game, but I'm starting to see a little bit change in their gameplay, a little bit more swagger in their gunfights. Optic, they're still winning the slaying battle, but Envy is slowly clawing back into this.
They definitely are, and Slasher knows that. He's currently at 7-7, very even between these two teams. Slight edge to Optic, but when it's that little, it really doesn't make too much of a difference in regards to the objective. Again, Apathy just trying to keep the drone out of that lobby area when he knows Optic Gaming are pinching from that back ATM side. Karma and crew now moving on up. They've got 2 dead on Envy for the moment. And this flank right here could be deadly. No, John snaps on over.
And one thing I want you guys out in the crowd to keep your eye on is the kill feed in the bottom left. Look how often Optic Gaming members are getting 2 pieces, 3 pieces, the multi-kills coming in. It's so rare to see it coming in from your blue team, Team Envious. Optic is just always there to trade, at least so far in this game. Formal poking out. Karma's going to be dropped, but now it's Scump at speed. Slasher trying to answer back, and John is going to get the final kill. Crimsix with the drone, though, is going to run this away from Envious, preventing a last-minute score. And with the grenades coming in, Karma's going to take that trade, even if he took out a teammate.
Yeah, a little bit of a awkward miscommunication there for Optic, but it definitely happens quite often in competitive Call of Duty. Karma just watching from top station. I think if you're Optic Gaming right now, yes, you obviously want to score, but if anything, if I'm going to the half down 1-0, I'm fine with that, especially with how Scump and Krim are playing at the moment. They're what, combined at 25 and 17, solid stuff in there.
Player hiding at the statue is John. He picked up 2 kills, a third one coming in from Slasher, but it's Karma answering back. He has the drone. They're not going for a score. They're waiting for 2 more players to come off spawn. You got Scump and Krim trying to pinch. Scump is going to distract while Krim gets the 2-piece. 1 more point opportunity coming in. Krim just has to pick up 1 more kill.
Oh, but they're going to spawn right on the portal. There's not enough pressure from Optic Gaming. The throw goes in, though, as 2 players try for the interception. Formal will tie up the game going into the half, but I think that works for Optic Gaming. If I'm the player on that team, I'm saying, boys, we can absolutely work with that. Let's go into side 2 and now really show off why we're so much better at this side.
The very end, you see John going after Formal, who hit that last toss. Tie game. 5 more minutes. Optic Gaming up 2-0 in the best of 5. They can secure their spot in the championship match right here, Jack.
Will they do it, though, is the question. They've got COD champs, winners, Envy in front of them still. They cannot overlook these opponents, even though they do have a 2-map lead. John waiting for some sort of back alley pressure, which is a sign that they know how Optic Gaming go off the break of this map. Formal's the one trying to flank, and John stops him in his tracks.
The drone being slowly pushed up. Envy going to shut it down. All 4 players alive. 3 players at the forefront. The last man lagging behind is going to be Slasher, who's going to try and cut through the middle. John will join him as they split up in a 2-on-2. Meanwhile, Optic Gaming, a 4-man defensive setup along the perimeter. They're going to win the first 2 gunfights. Now it's a 4-on-2.
Oh, gosh.
Great defensive stand. Nice patience being shown by the green wall.
Good thing for Envy, though, because it was a defensive stand for Optic, they will have time to get back towards their station side to stop this score from going on in. There you see it. Envy, they get positioned, they wipe Optic off, and there's a defensive stand now for the boys in blue.
Envy going to try and push this up one more time. You got Formal working alongside Scump and Crimsix. Krim going to get 1. Karma, another friendly grenade.
Another friendly grenade. It's a couple now this map in the last few minutes. John looked to punish Optic off of this, though, and this should be a dunk. There it is. Envy back up by 2.
Very nice movement coming in from John. He is 17 and 14 as well, so the slaying has turned up for Envy. They have the lead in this game. Optic trying to escape but they have a player looking at him from across. It's going to be Apathy at the top of your map. Nice kill coming in here from JCap as well. Both players able to clear off Optic, but Optic answers right back. Karma on your screen.
Trying to stop whatever he can. You can see he's just dancing around. His life's so important, and now he's got the crossfire with his teammate and Scum. Is it enough, though? No. JCap continuing to stay hot. He's on a 4 streak now.
Crim6 trying to sneak behind Envy. Picks up one. Pulling in another player. Buying his teammates time to push up the map. It's going to be Crim winning the first 2 gunfights. Scump should be able to trade it out.
Scump, though, kills his teammate there again. That's a 3rd time now for Optic Gaming with those flechette grenades. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Still very winnable for Optic Gaming. Envy, they got to keep the pressure on. This is where it gets scary. Optic moving up the map. Karma with middle map control. They've got 3 players now pushing from that back gas side. What will it be, though, that gives Optic the edge here in these final couple minutes? We'll have to find out.
What Envy needs to avoid here is a spawn trap. Optic gets a single spawn trap. I think they take this game. But Envy now with the 1 possession advantage. They're holding strong.
It didn't reset.
Here, Formal. Is he going for the dunk?
Yes,
he's got it clear.
And they got the spawn trap. Karma's there for the spawn trap. Will we get Crim6 there in time, though, to grab the reset of the drone? It doesn't appear so. Formal's going to do all he can with 2. But Optic, they have to recognize that there is not enough now to put on the pressure. Crim just needs to stay alive and does lose the 1v1 to Slasher.
I thought I saw a face melt. Instead, it's Slasher picking up the kill. John pushing through the middle, going to be met on the other end at Scump, winning the gunfight.
Yeah, that's a battle that's never going to go in his favor. Formal, the 2-piece to stop Envy's pressure. He's got help from Karma. 3 dead for Envy. Optic flooding forward. This is their chance now, Puckett.
Crim6, the lead blocker. He had a player with him as well. Unfortunately, both are going to be stopped. Karma trying to trade it out. Drone is on the ground, but Karma has no more support. Envy is going to stuff this push. Will they be able to turn it into points? So Karma juking him out, trading out 1.
Scump just wondering where exactly he should run. You see, he's going towards Park, now rotating back. And why? Because look at your mini-map. The drone for Envy moved all the way through back gas, and this is what I'm talking about. This is where Envy just tries something crafty, but it could backfire now as the drone, again, isn't reset. The gas station explodes. Crim6 the lead blocker. Optic can take the lead with a 1-point play. Will Scump hit the shot? There it is, Optic Gaming in the lead with 1 minute left.
55 seconds left on the clock in Team Envious' tournament. They have to stop the push. They need to convert some points. John, with your first kill, the Optic chance starting here in Atlanta. The fans know just how close they are from advancing to their first championship match on land here.
Apathy's stuck behind, though. He's got a 1v1 to win right now. Drops the drone, can't get the kill. 30 seconds left. No one from Envy near the drone, and Optic are keeping their foot on the gas pedal. They want to shut the door right now.
Scump taking out John. Optic Gaming continues to stay up in the kill feed. They continue to outslay Team Envious. We are down to the final 15 seconds. JCap and John trying to pave the way. The drone, no one near it though. Envy will not get to the drone. Optic Gaming with the 3-0 sweep over Team Envy.
Oh my goodness, folks. The Optic Gaming of old are back. And boy, oh boy, do they look better than ever before. OG versus E United will be your CWL Atlanta Open Grand Finals. I'm losing my mind, Chris. I'm losing my mind.
You can see the frustration from Envy. They had such an incredible tournament, a few bumps in pool play, but when it came to the winner's bracket, they were so strong in prime time last night. This morning, having to face E United once again just seemed to wear them out. Meanwhile, Optic Gaming, somehow they still have gas in the tank, Jack. They have gone through the loser's bracket over and over again. Can they do it one more time against E United?
After Scump won his first series today, he came into the green room and he said, you know, if we want to keep playing to this grand final, if we want to take this championship, they would have to win 7 series today. They've made it through 5, and they have 2 more. The first one in the grand finals, if they can take that, a second one to claim the title of CWL Atlanta Open champions. But there's a team there waiting to rain on their parade. It's E United, and guess what, folks? They've yet to drop a series this weekend.
United coming out of nowhere. They built a brand new roster after Vegas Silly. He's got the guys from Ghost Who Crew, everyone looking so strong in this tournament. And now they're one match away, but they're going up against a red-hot Optic Gaming. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from our final game in this best-of-5, the uplink. It started early with Envious, the first team on the board, but then Optic, they turned up. Crimsic started with taking over. Formal hitting the shot before halftime, trading back and forth as both teams had control, but it felt like Optic was just slowly suffocating Envy in this match.
And especially with the final push, you saw Envy. What winds up costing them is they wrap the drone towards their back alley, and there's a panic from Apathy. He tries to throw the drone forward. Scump makes him pay for it there with the W.
Scump hitting your final shot, and it's Optic Gaming. Moving on to the grand finals. Here's a look at our box score, a 1.09 from Formal. Pretty evenly traded out on the other side. John simply couldn't live up to his stats from earlier in the tournament, a .96, even though he had the most kills. But the man I want to talk to is Crim6, the shot caller, and right now he's down on the floor with Maven.
Thank you, guys. All right, so Ian, I shouldn't admit this. You're not going to like it, but you came back to me after a match and you looked at me and said, Maven, what are we doing wrong in hardpoint? And when you're asking me, that's not a good thing. But since then, you guys have not dropped a single hardpoint. What's changed for you?
Honestly, just kills and plain spawns. I mean, you know, and staying alive when we need to stay alive. We were dying at like the worst times possible, and we were dying at like the last 10 seconds of the hills. So, you know, we started camping.
All right, well, hey, it's working. It's working. All right, now I'm also curious, obviously over the years you've had this squad, you're typically, you know, the final boss, the one kind of waiting after the winners bracket final, the one waiting in the final. This has been a very different run for you. What's it like having to go through this loser's run, and can you compare this to another time kind of in your career?
The only time I can compare it to would be, UGC Niagara, and that's when we got, you know, knocked out first round, and we played losers all the way through top 32. So, you know, it's a similar situation. So,
well, let's talk a little bit then about the finals. Obviously, E United hasn't dropped a match. They've looked incredible. I know you guys basically scrimmed them nightly coming up to this event. Can you talk to me a little bit about how those matches have gone and how you feel coming into this?
You know, we learn a lot off them, and they learn a lot off us, and you know, it's gonna be a battle. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it, but you know, hopefully we can pull it off.
All right, I'm sure the fans are hoping that as well. Grand final coming up next here for the CWL Atlanta Open after this quick break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4. We're here at the CWL Atlanta Open, and it's almost grand final time. We've had a wonderful championship Sunday, of course, here, prime time. We'll talk a little bit about that last match, though, because it was a pretty epic one. Obviously, Optic Gaming versus Team Envious. We saw it in winners bracket round 1. Optic Gaming looking for revenge, and boy, oh boy, Teep, did they get their revenge.
Sort of an opposite story of what we saw from that series in the winner bracket last night, but it's not surprising at all. The loser bracket run momentum, Optic has all the confidence in the world. All those struggles they had earlier on in the tournament and earlier on in the day are completely gone now, and E United needs to be scared, to be honest.
Yeah, Optic Gaming looking like a force to be reckoned with, that's for sure. I mean, remember the Search and Destroy, a 6-1 victory. I mean, they made that look simple.
It's one of those where in a 6-1 victory, you're usually looking at one person who has gone off, one person who's got like an ace or, you know, score streaks, but every single player for Optic Gaming there stepped it up. It was just such a one-sided game. It was like, okay, now they're 2-0 up. It's a dangerous place to be, of course, for Envious, and we saw why that was. But Optic Gaming, they not only seem to have stepped their hard point up, they've learned a lot through this loser bracket. Their S&D is looking better and better and better.
To their credit for the Search and Destroy, and I'm going to start with the hard point to explain this. If you go back and watch the hard point, I don't think Envy got any more than like 2 or 3 double kills the entire time. The trading efficiency that Optic Gaming had was completely on point, and that carried over into the Search and Destroy. Not only did they get 5 out of the 7 first bloods, but every single time one of their teammates died, immediately they were there for the trade. And so I think there was only one real clutch opportunity that Optic Gaming even had, and they came through with that as well.
And Jack made a great call at the end. Optic Gaming of old, that's exactly what they look like right here. It seems like they're playing such a faster style of play, which is leading to those multi-kills over and over again. Every time they get a double, one of those players on that stage yells and just tells them all to push forward. They're executing on these scoring attempts instantly off of kills, and that's the main difference maker with these guys.
It's definitely a scary looking Optic Gaming, that's for sure. Envy bowing out, of course, they're going to take 3rd place, but there is still one hurdle for Optic Gaming. Of course, that's going to be E United. We'll see that matchup in just a little bit. Before we get there, though, we should take a look at a video, I should say, of MLG's enhanced viewing experience. Let's take a look at Eve. Of course, on Eve, you have those up-to-date event statistics. You got your score streak prediction game as well, which is actually a surprising amount of fun, that's for sure. And source level quality, of course, so make sure you check that out. You can see all the action, mlg.tv/COD. But as we said, Optic Gaming, I mean, they made this epic losers bracket run. You heard from Krim in his post-game interview. Apparently, the success to hardpoint is camping. I didn't know. I'm thinking maybe we try and form a squad. We try and get ready for the
That's
LAN
a Krim answer, right?
Right? Oh, you know, we should just say live, so we just started to camp. Of course, there's a lot more to it than that, Chance. Their hardpoint game has just tremendously improved throughout this losers bracket run.
Yeah, and the point I think he was really trying to drive home is those final 10 seconds. You don't want to have any stupid deaths. You don't need to challenge any gunfights when you're the one milking the hill time. You don't need to get ahead of yourself. So if you're in the hill, if you're in a spot where only thing you need to do is stay alive, just don't bother challenging, just camp, get those final seconds before you rotate. So again, it's more than just sitting in corners. There's a lot that goes into hardpoint. And again, I think the most important thing for Optic Gaming was that trade efficiency that they had. I think it was second to none that game.
So a fantastic answer. Just camp, that's all you need to do.
Well, yeah,
we'll take a look now at Optic Gaming's tournament progression so far. A look at the teams they've played, and obviously the roster. I mean, they start off at winners bracket round 1, a loss to Team Envious. They beat Elevate, they beat Panda, they beat FaZe, they beat Luminosity, they beat Team Envious. I mean, that's a lot of big names they've beaten today, Team.
Panda should have beat him, to be honest. I'm going to go back to that round 11 again. It's unbelievable stuff. Panda
it's a 5-2 lead.
That game, but, you know, you have to give Optic credit for having, you know, the overall charisma to bounce back from that. Karma was able to win that round 11 for them, and they just sort of took off from then on. So they seem like an unstoppable force right now. United, they've come over every hurdle. They've proved us wrong in every sort of way, especially me. But this is sort of the final boss in a sense.
Yeah, and you brought up a fantastic point. Just to kind of build on that analogy, the final boss for EU United. I mean, yes, you proved us all wrong. We can all raise our hands up and said, yep, they came out. A lot of people thought they were online warriors. No, they performed at LAN. They've beaten world champs in Envy, not once, twice. They look absolutely phenomenal. But the one thing they haven't done yet is played against the crowd. The first couple of times we saw them on the main stage, their first map looked a little shaky, it's fair to say. They dropped a couple of hard points. But the Optic Gaming crowd now, the crowd is real. The atmosphere, honestly, in that last game was electric. As soon as Scump got that uplink score, the crowd goes wild. How do you think United is going to deal with that? Because you're a player you've dealt with that. You've dealt on the opposite side of the crowd.
They've been waiting a little while as well. Optic may be able to catch them a bit off guard in these early maps. United needs to be careful. And you see, like, they've played against some very tough opponents, but they haven't played up against a fired up Optic Gaming, right? Yep. Add that to the crowd. There's so much momentum going against you. They cannot have a slow start. But you have to give credit where credit is due. Yep. Bristini and Gunless have looked like easily top 5 players. I feel like it's doing them a disservice. Gunless has looked like the best player, in my opinion. If he can continue those camo plays, the clutches in search and destroy, I won't be surprised if they can take this.
As you said, though, it's the final boss, essentially, for EU United. Can they close it out? Speaking of EU United, though, we should take a look at their exact road to Championship Sunday. United definitely with the potential to become the CWL Atlanta champions. Something I didn't think I would be saying coming into the event, but they put themselves in a fantastic position. Of course, one of the players from Optic Gaming who's been having a fantastic Sunday, Momo, it's Formal. This guy has just turned up to a complete another level.
Yeah, it's not just in-game as well. That's the thing with Formal is we're very much used to seeing Formal drop 30 bombs, you know, go kind of double digits in search and destroy, but we're seeing this kind of fierce, aggressive Formal who not only is getting the team hyped, not only is kind of doing all the communication, but after the games that they're winning, he's standing up, he's getting in the face of the people that he's just knocked out. He's telling them to get out. He's telling them that they choked. They're telling that Optic Gaming, they're here to win, and that's a Formal that I personally have never seen. I've never seen Formal kind of act like that. Previously, like when he was on Envy, for example, you know, he was just kind of the chilled out guy, you know, the cool, calm, collected one. And now we're seeing this new form, which I personally am enjoying a lot. If he goes in with the same intensity, and like you said, if United start off slow, Formal might eat them alive.
Oh, he definitely has the potential to do just that. That's the type of player he is. And as we said, he's had a fantastic Sunday. But let's take a look at Formal's road to Championship Sunday. I think it's fair to say Formal has played like that control freak MVP all weekend long, but it's those performances on Championship Sunday, team, they're the ones which really stand out.
Sunday's the only day that matters, in my opinion. So the fact that he's able to continue that on into today and really lead them on a vocal level, like Momo said, we're not really used to seeing this fierce, this hyped up Formal after every single game, but it's every double kill really, and now it seems like the entire team is alive in that sense. So when Optic Gaming, we've seen it time and time again, when they start rolling, we're finally starting to see it in the games as well. The scores get out of hand very quickly.
Right.
It's because they're hyped up.
Yeah, it's really the perfect point. It's impossible to evaluate, really. You can't put in its statistics. It's only stuff that you can kind of be a part of and witness. But again, Formal and Scump have been performing well the entire tournament. But again, Crim and Karma have been a bit behind until today. And that goes down to what Formal just brings to the table, constantly picking his other teammates up, getting them hype. And again, when you have a hype Crim 6, a hype Scumpy, that can be absolutely terrifying for you. So again, the factor and the tremendous amount of just potential that Formal is bringing to this team, it's just incredible.
I feel like there is a concern, though, if you are an Optic Gaming fan. Obviously, now you have to beat EU United twice. EU United are actually yet to drop a series at all. They've looked phenomenal. Now you have to go and win 2 best-of-5s. Are they running out of steam, or is there a potential for them to run out of steam, Memo? Have they played too many games?
I don't think E United will run out of steam. I think
will Optic Gaming run out of steam?
Oh, I mean, Optic Gaming, I think they've been here. I don't even want to put a number on it, how many times they've been here. Run out of steam, I don't think is a problem for Optic Gaming. I think for the real problem that could come up is if E United let that 5th man get under their skin, that 5th man be in the crowd here. E United, you know, they've got, you know, experience in Silly, but they've got 3 very new, inexperienced players. They've proven on main stage they can handle the pressure. They did it against Envious, but Optic Gaming sometimes, I mean, we hear these guys, they get a little excited.
I think the one thing which is going to be crucial in this matchup is going to be the neutrals. Okay, obviously Optic Gaming has a big fan support, but we've seen a lot of fans for other organizations come out. Like Panda had massive fans, FaZe had massive fans. I think if they're going to have a good chance of trying to rally that crowd and maybe make a 50-50 like we've seen in previous tournaments, they need the neutrals on their side. If they don't get that neutral fan support who start cheering when they start making plays, this could be a pretty rough series. There's definitely potential for that, right, T?
It can be nerve-wracking, but you can use that energy to your advantage. You want to piss all those people off if you're on the opposition. Obviously, you know, I've played against that multiple times in my career, and you just use it to your advantage in whatever way you can. Yes, it's loud. Yes, it can be intimidating, but you, as a competitor at this level, this is a grand final. If you're thinking about something like that in a negative way, you don't deserve to be up there.
Very, very good point, T. Very, very good point. For now, though, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, prime time and the CWL Atlanta Open comes to an end. It's the grand final time, Optic Gaming versus United. It's Championship Sunday here at the Call of Duty World League.
Atlanta, are you ready?
Oh my God! Saying, get out of my lobby! United right now, they just look like a championship caliber team. But right now, all signs pointing towards an Optic Gaming win. The Gunless get Crypt 6 lights up the kill feed.
It's grand final times here at the CWL Atlanta Open. On one side, Optic Gaming, the Green Wall, going toe-to-toe with E United, a team yet to drop a series here at this event. Going to go down the line real quick for predictions before we get this one started. Momo, who is the CWL champion?
Optic Gaming, 3-1, 3-0.
Chance?
It's tough. E United second series, they get off to a slow start, bounce back, and it's only because of insane clutches.
Okay, insane clutches, you're saying, you know, so split 1-1. Teep, you've been pretty right all event. Which way are you leaning?
I don't think you stop Optic right now. 3-2, 3-0.
3-2, 3-0. Well, you've heard it from my expert analysis guys. They've been pretty much correct all weekend long. We'll see how this one goes. For now, we can send it down to our wonderful casters. Make sure you're wearing your sunglasses, though. Maven's wearing his yellow jacket.
How's everybody doing? It's grand finals time. Optic Gaming trying to get it done. It's been a crazy, crazy run for them. E United, they've been crushing.
Yeah, they've coasted their way to the final. I mean, they've gone through some very good teams, but like the guys were saying, they have not dropped a series yet. Not dropped many maps really at all.
It sort of feels like David versus Goliath, right? I mean, you have Optic, the runs they've had, E United, the newcomers. Like,
I feel like coming into this, it's been E United versus everybody. I mean, it's been a lot of, you know, the community saying they're not going to get it done at LAN. They've proven them wrong. A lot of the other pros, you know, oh, they're online, they're destroying us in the 2Ks. It won't happen. It won't happen. It definitely has happened here.
Yeah.
In Atlanta. So I feel like it's been a lot of them against everybody else. And you know, Silly versus Formal, it's going to be a pretty interesting match to see. Evidently, they've been going back at each other for a while now.
Yeah, I was told if you're in the 8s chat, I guess with the pro players, it is a known thing. These two go at each other. So it'll be interesting to see if we see some shooting of the bodies, some trash talk. But here we go. Make some noise. Game 1 of the grand final.
Nah, it seems like going to get a restart here.
Almost game 1.
Almost game 1. We almost made it to game 1, but just to kind of give you historical reference of what this would mean for Optic to make a comeback like this, it is very rare. I know FaZe during Advanced Warfare Season 3, they did it to Optic. The last time Optic did it, I was talking to Merc in the back. I believe it was 2011. They got like last in their pool, and they're able to make a comeback. So Complexity, UGC, Niagara, they beat Envy in 2 best-of-5s, 3-0, 3-0. So it's really rare. Only a few times this has ever happened.
And I think it was Momo said he's not too worried about them running out of gas. That is a concern for me. I feel like if this first series goes the distance, let's say Optic wins it in 5. We saw, what was it, Orlando, where Envy, it was Envy Optic. Envy was able to take 1 in 5, and then went to
Optic 3-0.
Yes. A lot of times, if that's the case, it just seems like a 3-0 comes there in the second match. We saw something similar at CWL London. For Optic, I feel like it has to go the route that you heard kind of Teep talking about. Like, this needs to be a 3-0 early, 3-1. Like, it needs to get to that second series.
Yeah, worst case for United is they get 3-0'd in this first one. Because then, you know, the crowd is going to get charged up. It's your first loss. It's a really bad one. And you got to just figure everything out in a short time span. Because we don't take a long break between those 2 series. We kind of jump right back into it. So it's not a good sign. If United loses this one 3-0, you know, talking in the back with Silly a little bit, it's like, hey, if you lose this first one, it's got to go the distance. You got to take it there. If they lose this one early, it could be trouble.
And if you were watching, you probably heard me talk to Krim a little bit about it. He didn't enlighten us too much as to what that would make a difference. But, like, they scrimmed a lot. They basically scrimmed every night. These 2 teams were going at each other. E United didn't want to scrim Envy because they were in the same pool, and these 2 were going head-to-head. That's how okay, so you're experienced, you're a coach for a while. How would that play into this if you played this team a ton grinding to get to this point?
I mean, you're just comfortable with the other team's play style. I mean, obviously you can change things up, or maybe there's stuff you realize about the other team you don't practice against them specifically. You kind of hold against them when you go into a match like this. Right. And I imagine United, you know, they're pretty smart guys. You don't scrim Optic every night and just kind of keep some notes on the side without keeping notes on the side, knowing that eventually you could end up playing them in a final. So I would not be surprised if there's stuff that E United knows about Optic, and then Optic knows about E United they can use against each other.
And I keep questioning. Now, I did think E United was going to make a deep run. I didn't believe the onliner Warriors.
You're always right.
I really thought, like 40% of the time. But I did keep questioning when the main stage effect was going to hit them. I thought maybe it would happen versus Splice Saturday. I thought maybe it would happen versus FaZe early today. It hasn't happened yet. I mean, surely if it's going to happen, it's going to be here, right? You have all the Optic fans in attendance. It's the grand final. Or are they just, for some reason, immune to that stage?
I think obviously this match is going to be different than the others. You're dealing with a different beast with the Optic Gaming crowd. The fans that they bring to the arena, they're very loud. And I think it's just really how they handle it. I know back on Cole, like when they used to get loud, we used to love it. Like we used to bask in it, like all the hate, when they were like booing and whatnot. Like we used to love it. Like that's the kind of thing we lived for. It's all depending on how E United kind of handles that.
Well, I feel like they kind of have to live for that. Just
you have
all the doubters that you've had around every single aspect of your game, that has to be part of it. But now we are going to be kicking off Retaliation Hardpoint. And again, when talking to Krim in that interview, I asked him what changed. Why have you been seeing some success at Hardpoint? I was incorrect because they did lose one to Luminosity, but they've been a lot better here. He said they've been camping.
I'm scared they go to you for hardpoint advice.
Yeah, I was cracking up because he literally goes, Maven, what are we doing wrong? And I start laughing. I'm like, buddy.
It's like you're back there downing Cheez-Its. It's like, I don't know what you're doing wrong.
I'm 7 bags of Cheez-Its in. I'm not taking notes on your hardpoint currently.
I actually think what they've changed since some losses earlier in the tournament is Formal has become their in-game leader. You can kind of see it when we go to the camera shots. He is the one telling this team where they need to go and when and why.
Well, here we go. It is your MLG Primetime Grand Final. Optic, E United.
We'll see here at the beginning. Obviously, it's going to be a fight for the bridge. Silly's all the way in the back with the NV4. Very good at range. They're going to give up some time to Optic at the beginning, and now you see the push coming in from E United.
Well, let's see what Silly's able to do as he's getting closer and closer to gunfight here. He drops, and that's 3 down. Scump with 2, Karma with 2, and they get the early break to rock down some time here on bridge.
And you expect the United to come out shaky here early. I mean, these guys, they've been waiting for a long time for this match. Optic having to make their way through losers with some long, grueling game 5s. So you expect a little bit of, not really nerves, just a little bit of rust from E United at the beginning.
And that's one of the things you talk about early in a series like this. When Optic's been playing so much, obviously they're warm to the point they're on fire, right? How do you match that intensity that they have going? You just have to kind of weather the storm in game 1, right?
Yeah, I mean, how do you weather it? I mean, you break into the bridge with 3 players, then you send 1 to the lower market to be able to pick this up, because look at where the spawns are coming in for E United. They're going to have control of this lower street. Just need to win this initial round of fights, and they're going to get right back into it.
And the 1-1 in bedroom as well, so that is going to solidify them to get some time. You see the number 8 coming across, which is Pristini. He'll try to get the hotel hallway and get set up. He wins one there against Scump. Formal, on the other hand, for Optic Gaming, yet to get on the board, an 0-3 start. Now, as much as he had been carrying sometimes in the respawns throughout the course of this event, you saw in the last series, really, I mean, he wasn't needed as much. It was the rest of the team stepping it up.
Yeah, and his search and destroy has actually been really, incredible at this event. You see a good break there from Optic Gaming. They're not actually able to get into the hill just yet. Now you're going to see Karma start getting some time. But I do like how E United play this. In that bridge hardpoint weren't getting a lot of things done. They win some gunfights on the rotation. They slow some things down. But Karma picking up 1 kill here as 1 more player behind him going to win that gunfight as well. You see he's working his way towards streaks, working his way towards the abilities. 1 more kill for Karma inside the hardpoint. Caught there, and you do see the Optic Gaming team on the rotation early.
And this is the key one, right? You get set up for Graveyard, and then the rotation to Broken. Nice shots over the top from Gunless. Talk to me about Gunless. You've got a good eye for talent, Matt. What makes him such a special player that seems to have come out of nowhere?
I mean, he doesn't really get phased by any moment. I mean, we've seen him make some incredible plays, very good use of his abilities, and he's just a very good overall team player. He doesn't seem like somebody, when you watch him putting himself in positions where he could be a little bit selfish. Seems to be just all for the team play.
Well, now it's going to be Optic Gaming having to break. They get the early rotation, but quickly, E United able to break in. Now it's going to be on Scump. They have a 2-pronged attack as they're trying to push through here. Contested, trying to find the kill right in front. Nice shots there from Scump to close it out. And now you've got 20 seconds here to milk, and you're not going to see another hit. Look at the top of the minimap. You see where the spawn comes in. These final 20 will be through. Now you look at the number 1 on the minimap. That's going to be Karma. He's going to have an opportunity to make a play on Silly here in the back. These are the big gunfights when you're trying to fight for this back dock.
Yeah, but it's going to be 2 kills for Optic, so it's going to be really Silly and Gunless over at this Broken Hill. Need to go huge. You see Gunless with 1, Silly with 1 earlier. It's going to be Krim towards the front of Broken. He's going to get taken out. So big kills there from Gunless and Silly, able to hold this down.
They do a good job holding either side of the street. Inside, though, it's Karma with 2 big ones. The 2-time champ breaks in. And all right, so look, it was Optic to rotate early to Grave, gets broke almost immediately. It's then United that rotates early to Broken setup, and it gets broke immediately by the other side. No one seems to be able to hold any kind of control for very long here.
Yeah, I mean, it's good plays by both teams, just does not work out in their favor. You see one player coming across the bridge on the minimap right here to challenge Karma. He's able to win that as well. Currently on a 4 streak, Karma has actually played really big in the respawn game modes in the last 2 series from Optic I've seen.
And he didn't have the best Friday and Saturday, some off games, but today he's been lights out as he continues to go. There's the 6, 25 off the bombardment. Damon Barlow looking to get set up here with full streaks, and there's a little Humpty Dumpty.
The bags are out. So you see it's going to be United going to that hotel hallway. Fantastic plays by Karma, able to lock that down for Optic Gaming. And they're a scary team. When he gets going, they're going to be very difficult to beat because you know at least Formal and Scump are going to play well. Formal starting to come back a little bit, having a really slow start to this game. But
Snapper, man. The Snapper! Oh. 8 in a row. Fully streaked out. 15-6 is Karma as he is manhandling E United.
And you looked at this team coming in, you know, Optic Gaming, you know, where could you take advantage of them? Karma has some off games playing in this role, you know, in Optic Gaming where he just does not have the luxury of being a top flight slayer. Not happening right now. 9 in a row for Karma.
He can do no wrong, and now doubling up their opponents, turning, burning, get out of my house. Pristini now gone. This is insane. This is vintage Karma.
Yeah, we have not seen this Karma in a very long time. It's good to see him perform well on the main stage, and now you can start to hear the fans. The Let's Go Optic chants coming in as Karma is still on a roll, finally going to get cut down at 11 on the streak. But now E United, they get control of the hill. This is where you got to slow the pace of the game down. You know, the fans start cheering, the pace of the play starts getting faster and faster. This is when things can get out of control for E United. They need to rotate early, slow things down, get back in this game.
And to be fair, these are the situations that E United has weathered, right? That's what got them to this point. They bend, but they don't break. And now they've got to fight back. You have a couple streaks going for the team, but a few drops, so it is going to be on Gunless now to try and build. Ways to go to that camo and a ways to go to get back in this game, but he is coming up behind one. Gets some hit markers, but not able to finish it. Backed up by Karma as a little bit of an unintentional bait and switch comes through.
Yeah, but sometimes, you know, you do see with some newer players for these types of situations, it's always like, I have to make the play. You see them press a little bit too much. One guy trying to make a hero play, getting out of position. You don't want to see E United play like that. They've gotten here because of their great teamwork and great communication and obviously individual skill. You need to see them stick to that.
And you can see a little bit of, you know, we've seen Scorchers pretty infrequently this weekend, I would say. And you see it on a couple of the lineups here, so you know they're kind of working towards streaks.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
yeah, I haven't seen Scorchers really pulled out much.
Not really. I mean,
for the weekend.
No, for the side of Optic Gaming, you do have those streaks on Karma, so look to see. You know, they may give up Cathedral here at the beginning, use those streaks to get E United out of the hard point, but E United's definitely not out of it. You know, it's still potential to make this comeback. You do see Pristini trying to take out Karma over by the stairs. Scump going to take out Gunless, and it's all Silly trying to get this hill back.
Silly trying to fight, looking into bedroom, now backing out to try and help at topside market. Shots everywhere, but finally able to find it, but it's Formal that will trade out the kill. Pristini on the other side, still alive. That bend but don't break mentality, trying to keep them in this one. 80 points out. It is scary, but not done yet. You saw the streaks there still with Karma. What do you need to do if you're E United, Matt? What can shift here?
It's going to be very difficult. I mean, obviously, United needs to get control of Cathedral. They can't give a lot of this time up to Optic, but Optic does have the streaks on Karma. They do have active camo as well, so those are two great things to be able to break this.
Karma and Krim finding kills in the kill feed. They're set up nicely at Graveyard. Look how far the spawn out is coming. They're going to have to basically 4-hit bridge to try and make a play as Crim6 finds the last player in market. You've only got, what, one push here, really, with 45 seconds left?
Yeah.
If they don't get this push, the game's likely over.
With the way they're playing right now, you have one really good push, and here come the streaks from Karma. He's not going to get anything for it. But you see, players just flooding inside of the hard point. It's not going to work out. They realistically may even looking at the spawns coming in. You see everybody flooding one by one. They may not even get another really good push out of this.
You might see Karma off a spawn use like the final streak here to close it out. He has camo to work with as well with 2:30 on the scoreboard. Optic Gaming gets exactly what they need in game one. A big victory, a convincing victory to get the momentum through this series. I know it's not over yet, but God, it looks like they're shutting this down.
Yeah, I mean, 15 points needed. You're spawning over by Broken. You see it's going to be 2 players from United on the bottom side of your minimap having to...
Optic, your game one of the final.
in a pretty dominant fashion as well. 250 to 133. After the first two hills, really, there was nothing really great for United.
I mean, you had Karma saluting, bagging bodies before he even really got going. And from there, what was it, 11 streak he ends up going on? Just completely dominating. They never look back from that. And if he's going to play that way in this final, when they're all firing on all cylinders, they're unbeatable. It's when they don't play as a unit, when somebody lags behind that Optic struggles, United's got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they seem to kind of righted the ship in terms of their hard point play. Did not look good earlier right there. That was a dominant performance from Optic. But United, they were sitting on the sidelines for a while. It takes a little bit to get back into the game, deal with the crowd, kind of get used to the noise level in your headset. Search and Destroy, the play slows down completely. It's a game mode that they can definitely win, hang in. And then you look at Uplink. United is undefeated at Uplink so far in this tournament.
That's insane. Going to be maybe the big game in this first series, your swing game 3. But let's take a look at some
bad control. Broke in. Karma was picking up kills, and you just saw one after one. I mean, there's nobody there to trade those kills out when Karma's picking up and Broken, when we saw that on the replay a little bit earlier.
And what I didn't even notice because we were so focused on Karma at the time, but during that on the map, and it's a two-man show as they continued to dominate. We get over to Broken, and they are able to lock it down. Scump and the gang, they're feeling good. Now, let's take a look at a heat map here from game 1. We can see where the damage was done.
71% of the hill time when it was at Cathedral went in favor of Optic. When it was at Cathedral went in favor of Optic. And 80% of it over in the Broken building went in favor of Optic as well.
I think that's that 88 there in Hotel Hallway. That's where Karma's streak started going off. Remember, that's when you saw the big one from Formal as well. I mean, the highlight of that is basically the entire map outside of Lower Street was Optic.
And I feel like Karma's the most important player for Optic Gaming to get going. He knows his situation on this team. He needs to just fill the gaps, play more objective, needs to pick up those situational kills. Formal and Scump, we both know they're top flight slayers. Karma, when he doesn't play well, I mean, even with Cole and some of his previous teams, he can get in his own head a little bit, whatnot. To see him get off to a good start, it's a great sign for Optic fans.
Remember when he first joined this team and he was struggling? He was, S&D, he couldn't get anything going. They start to let him snipe and just play how he wanted to.
You can see it visibly get to him.
He starts to come alive. The frustration's not there. But that'll be game 1 for Optic. Now, what can United do in this search and destroy to get back into it? I mean, this has been a fantastic game mode for them as well. They've been very solid in the 2Ks and this, well, they've been solid in the 2Ks and just about everything. But is it falling on Gunless to get this going? Is it a full team effort for you?
I mean, Gunless is their playmaker, right? But I think Pristini, if you look at him, he's been probably their overall most consistent player in search and destroy up until this point. And just think, obviously, Karma goes big in that round 11 against Panda earlier in the day in search and destroy. Since that, his tournament's been completely different. I mean, he's somebody who struggled the other day. He wins that 1v1. He has just taken that and just gone on a tear.
And think about that. It's basically one angle checked in that 1v1 from Optic being done rounds and rounds ago.
It is the difference between fastball looking left and right.
Yeah, that really is it.
It's crazy.
Insane to think about. It's one of the more hype moments we've had this weekend, but I'm sure many to come here. I believe I saw Formal pulling out a sniper rifle, maybe one on the other side as well. I think that was Arcity, so a couple snipers here off the break. Search and destroy. Game 2, make some noise.
And obviously we talked about these two teams scrimming each other quite often leading up into this event. The teams do not practice S&D against each other, so both teams obviously do not know the other team's tendencies in this game mode.
All right, so if you're new to Search and Destroy on Crusher, this particular map, what kind of stands out for you the most here?
Going up to the top side of your mini-map, it's going to be very difficult to get into the A bonk site. Lots of close choke points. Now, coming out towards this outside here, this is where the offense can be their most efficient. They can go over towards B.
Well, Arcities and Formal basically giving each other a haircut. Now I'm going to push him with a pistol, spraying everywhere, not connecting. It's now Pristini. 1 versus 3. He sees 2. He's tagged up. Has to think about a different way to attack this, surely, as they know the angle he's currently holding. And instead of soaring at him and maybe feeding him a 2-piece, they group up, they play together, they get the bomb down. Optic handily.
And with how E United needed to come out in this one, drawing first blood here in this round and losing it, not be a good start. Obviously, when you get that first blood, you get that man advantage. You need to turn that into round wins in S&D.
Well, you get that first blood, and you basically get nothing else. And whoever those shots were, that might be Formal over the top because he teed him up. We'll see it now. The final kill cam is that was a quick burst. Nice shots. Doesn't miss a bullet there as Pristini gets cut down.
And Formal is really, kind of their catalyst in Search and Destroy. He's been playing a ton of, game battles, S&D tournaments with, a lot of the Gosu group Fu guys. So you do think, I know Formal does know the best strategies to use in this game.
I've followed Formal from back in, really, God, all the way back to Halo 3.
You've known him for a while.
He first started to make a name for himself. So all of you guys that know Formal is this Cali kid, quiet demeanor. That's not his only side. I've seen the cocky, kind of arrogant, I am better than you side of him.
The mean streak.
When he gets in that mode, he'll be the best in the game, man. He is absolutely terrifying. You've seen a bit of that this weekend. But now we are going to check on with Formal. He's going to cut down the corner. It's not going to be Scump and Karma trying to clutch up. They're pinching 2 players from opposite sides. He catches 1. It's now just Scump. 1 versus 2. 28 seconds to work to defuse. 1 in front. Trying to turn it into 1v1. What was that?
I think he thought he was going to kill him, stopped firing his gun, thought he put enough bullets in the player to take him out. But it's E-United evening this one up at 1 round apiece. You see Cassini going with a melee and then some shots there. But talking a little bit about Formal, the little bit of more attitude we've seen from him today, I feel like this is what that team needed. Sometimes you win so much and, you lose. It's like, oh, well, we'll get the next one. We'll get the next one. It's been a long time where Optic's been trying to get the next one. It's been a long time since this team has won something.
All right, well, off to the races we go. Tied up 1-1. Crim6 and crew on offense, and Crim6 being hunted right now, it looks like on the minimap. But we'll get over to the bomb site. It's going to be Gunless, getting some pressure, trying to stay alive. He has been the wonder kid all weekend long, tagged up, just trying to dodge bullets, dodge nades coming in from either side. Needs help from his teammates before he attempts to make a play. He's seen a couple here. He does push through. Gunless gets caught, though, and now it's going to be on Pristini. He's working the flank. Coming up behind the final player there in Crim6. He didn't finish it. He didn't finish it yet. Surely he's going to find him. He doesn't do it. It's now Crim6 in a 1v1. How does this happen? But he's pinched from both sides and will fall. E-United gets it done.
Silly actually coming right out behind Gunless. Takes out 3 players there. Big round from Silly. Crim makes it pretty interesting towards the end, but
look how many bullets it took.
It's going to be Silly in the final kill cam. So Silly picks up the ace that round.
Big round from Silly, and they need that, because they have got to take this game too. Now granted, they have 2 best-of-5s. If you're new to double elimination, you have a bit of a safety net here, as E-United has just been torching through this event.
If E-United wins this game, they got to feel pretty confident. I mean, they go into an uplink, they have not lost one yet, so it's a big map for Optic Gaming ECRCs. Taking a shot there at Formal. The sniper battle going down in the mid, but got to jump back on with Silly. He's working towards that payload ability and towards the streets.
That should be another kill coming through. That just, they almost run into Silly's bullets. And now it's just Formal. He has a sniper, a hit marker there. He still had 4 players to go through. But it is E-United yet again, gunless and squad, getting it done here in the search and destroy. We'll see the final kill cam from Pristini as he takes 1 to the leg, but not enough to finish him.
And that is 3 straight rounds there for E-United. In the first round that they end up losing, they get first blooded. So that easily, they play that a little bit smarter, could have went their way as well.
Search and destroy offense now for Optic Gaming, trailing by a couple of rounds. If you did miss the game 1, it was a big win for Optic, but now trying to keep control of the series. Nade comes in there on the wall run. They're playing it patient, but now looking to get forward. That's Karma pushed up already on the bomb site. Scump going to be backing him up as the engagements here will start to get hot and heavy. He slides across, and they're looking to fly. They're going to soar out. Gets 1 around the corner. 2nd in the back. Shots everywhere, but eventually gets it. Scump finds 2, and now it's Pristini having to find some magic here. He's already found 1. Woo! Nice shots there on the 2nd, but just not enough to close it out.
Yeah, he just needs to go a little bit faster on the flank. Obviously, you need to check your corners, make sure nobody's back there. But when Optic pushes straight through, his teammates cannot stay alive long enough to make that an effective play.
Crim6 able to win that one-on-one gunfight. And just seeing the E6 guys focused up, trying to stay alive in this series. And what's it like, when you kind of have that extra series? Does it change your mentality to play, or you just have to focus on each map? I guess it kind of depends on the player, right?
I guess it kind of depends on the player. Personally, I think you need to just focus on each map. Pretend like there's no second series. This is just a single limb kind of tournament. I don't think you can rely on having that backup second series.
How many times have I accidentally said E6 instead of E-United?
I don't know. I only caught it once there when you just said it.
It's old age. All right, Pristini, though, trying to work one side. Silly hitting the other. That's the Evo finding a kill. Now going to be 2 up, E-United. Gunless and Pristini. trying to make the plays. Backing down is Gunless. In behind is Pristini. One can't react in time. The second he has to use reactive, but he does stay alive, and now it's all on Scump. Scump pushes out, wins the first one-on-one, and he's got reactive. 20 seconds remaining. He has to work the defuse. He has to find the kill. You have so little time to work with. He has to perfectly hunt down Gunless here, and Gunless made a run for it. He sees him. He sees him. Can he get back to it? Gets it. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Bumps the wall. Not.
Nope. Did not have enough time. And I was going to say, well, if you were going to ask me if he should have used reactive, no, you definitely have to save that. It's an important round, but you can use that reactive, make for it next round, and you're still only down 1.
I thought for a second if he doesn't bump that wall, maybe he gets to.
That's what I thought, too.
It's hard to tell. I mean, maybe he needed another second, but that surely looked pretty darn
It would have been close. It would have been a very close attempt.
All right, well, maybe a saving grace there for E United. All right, so 4-2 advantage. Offense back to Optic Gaming. They have the reactive armor to work with. Let's see if they play around this. Is Scump having a monster game? He's 8-3. They're going to go ahead and push through. They find one, but it does get traded out. Now it's all quickly. Pristini by himself in 1 versus 2. Shut down in a 15-second round. Optic firing back.
Yeah, E United tried the same exact push against FaZe. It ended up working in that matchup, but they hit 2 players on that wall run. The first player goes high. If he picks up one, great. If not, Pristini is there to trade that out effectively, and then they push the 2 players around the outer outskirts. Optic Gaming, though, prepare for that.
They're ready to go. Anything you expect to be mixed up? Do we maybe see some hits to the opposite bomb site? We've seen all the action basically don't go down at B. Nothing, not a whole lot of love today. We've seen a round or 2, but for the most part, it's been towards outskirts. You see number 5 kind of playing up top. That's RC. He's by his lonesome. It's going to be a bloodbath here in front. You saw one go over the top. Gunless trying to locate him. He's going to dip out as his teammate gets first blooded. You see one soaring off the map from Optic Gaming. A couple in behind. What do you do here if you're Gunless? You're getting chased down.
Well, Gunless just needs to stay alive. It's really RC is the one that needs to make the play here, but needs to wait. See if they can buddy up, and he's going to get out of dodge here. He's going to get actually tagged up from his left, so does not make it back over towards Gunless. And Optic Gaming looking to take this round, tie it up. We did see Gunless with a sick 1v3 against FaZe, though. Not able to do it here. It's going to be Karma picking that up. Karma's currently on a 4 streak. If we go over to Karma, you see how close he is. Earning some score streaks. Not going to get them here. Will get the ability, though, probably going in the next round. Very close to it.
And I was about to say, Gunless, that situation he had with Camo, that he clutched that 1v3, he was, I think, 2 kills away or so from picking that up. If he gets it, though, into a 1v1, might be able to make the play. But Optic, they band together, and they're able to find it here. We'll see if Karma can keep going on this streak as they continue to make the plays all tied up at 4-4. And you do see that Karma has that camo available. Scump has reactive. Those are round-winning abilities here.
You got to think, if he united on the offensive side of things, I mean, you've seen no resistance by Optic Gaming over at the A-bomb site. I would not be surprised if they try and push that this next round. And Steeney playing this quarter, he gets caught off guard by Scump. Formal with another kill. Just like that, Optic Gaming fights him gun on gun.
Yeah.
1 round away from taking map number 2.
I don't even know if they had to use anything there. I think you keep your reactive and your camo. The FTL jump almost catches him, but he's so tagged up that he's able to finish it. You go for the dagger here. Why don't you use both abilities to just close it out?
I think you maybe saved one of them. I don't think you burned 2. I think you always need to at least save something for that round 11. If it does get there, you'd be kicking yourself if you do. So you do have the active camo available.
Look at the top right, just ability comparisons here. So Crim6 drops that Centurion. They want to do an A-hit, maybe catch them off guard. Tags up a couple. Formal is able to find what he's pushing through. Camo's in behind. He saw one below. Gonna be able to find that as well. Now it's just gonna be Gunless. By his lonesome. Full streaks for 4. Carmine, it is done. 6-4. Game 2 goes the way of Optic Gaming. They're making it look easy. They're getting to that second best of 5 quickly if they keep this up.
Yeah, it's not good for United right now. They played very tough in the search and destroy. You saw them actually, jump out to a lead 3-1. Optic Gaming just storm on back. It seemed like everything United was trying to do, throw with them, the mid-wall run on the defensive side of things, that quick hit, just did not work out.
It seems like Optic kind of all smiles right now. They know what they're capable of. They've won so many series to get here. How many was it? I think
6.
6 series.
It's a long day, man.
They've been playing since, what, 10 a.m.?
10 a.m. I mean, I think Scump was actually the first person I saw when I got in today. I was just going through some stats, just prepping myself for the games today, and I actually go back to the green room, and he's sitting there getting ready to go.
Well, certainly was ready to go as we'll take a look at some of the highlights here, and that's I mean, I don't know if Karma's necessarily been the MVP of the tournament, but certainly the MVP of this series thus far. Had a huge game one, gets fully streaked out there, doesn't even need to use them, but has a monster game two as well.
Yeah, he played very well here in the Search and Destroy, and I think there's something you actually saw Optic adjust to. Pristini just keep coming on these flanks. It was working early. You saw the adjustment by Optic Gaming, always prepping to see if he was coming on those flanks.
Well, they're talking it over now as they get ready for the uplink, and you've talked about it a bit. What was the stat again? They haven't lost a single?
Yeah, United has not lost a single uplink thus far, and they need a win in the worst way here because we talked about it going in to that second best of 5. You can't let Optic Gaming just 3-0 you here and then go right into the next one. You need to extend this series as long as possible, try and get them a little bit tired and gassed.
Well, guys, after this quick break, we'll see if United can answer back. Welcome back to the grand final. We've got a full venue here in Atlanta. And God, it looks like we're going to be seeing a second best of 5. It's not over yet, but like we talked about before the break, United has been all but invincible in uplink.
Yeah, and I mean the series that they played against Splice, they go out 0-2 on the main stage. What kind of fuels that comeback? It's a big uplink game 3. I believe it was like 18-1 against Splice.
It was just a slaughter. That gets them going. They get in a groove and they come back, so they are no strangers to the reverse sweep. But I guess the one thing I'm weighing here is when does this, this streak for Optic run into maybe a little bit of kind of running out of gas? Maybe it's not going to happen. Maybe they're invincible. They're some of the greatest players of all time.
It doesn't look like it right now. I mean, you can't really say that, looking at the way they've been playing, that they're going to run out of gas anytime soon. You can see some of the top uplink performers this weekend. Formal, number 5, obviously the most notable in this matchup. And you do see Pristini and Gunless in the top 10 as well.
Yes, you got 2 players cracking the top 10. 6 stuff there from United, a big part of the reason they've been able to remain undefeated. But can they do it against a hot and streaking Optic? You know, this is one where if you're an United fan, even if you know you have the second series, you want this to go the distance. You want this to go as long as possible. You're a little bit more refreshed. You've been waiting to play. Whereas Optic, you feel like you're in a hurry to get to that second best of 5 and close out what is one of the longer days in your gaming careers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Optic Gaming, we talked a lot about United coming into this map. You got to win it. Extend the series, try and get it as long as possible. If you're Optic, you win this map here, you 3-0 United in the first one, you can, it's like a shark with the blood in the water, man. You can kind of feel this going in your way.
Okay, maybe this is a dumb question. I ask lots of those, but
yeah.
You know how we talked about how United feels they have a lot to prove and how hungry they are to win. But part of me also wonders like how satisfied you are getting to second, like getting to the final sometimes when it's your first time. Whereas if you're Optic, you have to be super hungry too because the bad stretch you've had, your bad performance at Vegas, going back to champs, you haven't had that kind of regroup event.
I don't think you can be happy with it. You know, the first event I played at in 2006, I got second. And it's like the worst feeling in the world. Like you would rather end up just like out in the open bracket than get second and get that close. I think obviously, you know, the United guys, they've never been in this position, so they really don't know that feeling yet. But I can imagine, you know, the Optic guys, they know how hard they've worked to get to this position. They do not want to go home with second place.
Right, feels like you just had this brutal day of grinding. All to come just a little bit short, but they're still rolling here. And now it's time for the Game 3 uplink. Can Optic Gaming steal the first from a United?
It's going to be Krim going to this top window with the NV4. It's very important he takes this player out on the other side of things, but Silly wins that gunfight, so he's going to be able to look over his teammates, could get drone control.
Nothing yet, but Scump the only one alive, so Arcity is able to move out here and get set up at mid-map. He does find Scump and get into the top window, and this is a good opportunity for a push. But look at that number 8, Crim6 flanking the whole way around the back. The question is, can he get here in time to stop a big play? The answer is yes. Shuts down 1, shuts down 2, shuts down 3 before getting shut down by the player in a window. 6 stuff from Crim6.
It's going to be Karma pushing through off of that Crim6 3-piece. Let's see if Optic can get some points out of this. He's going to be able to get one. The drone going over by bike path. They should be able to convert this into at least a 1-point play.
Well, they're trying to get forward. Someone's got to grab the drone. That's going to be on Formal. Let's see if he can get up and over for the 1-point toss. He's blind, can barely see. Just a little bit high. Resets to mid-map.
That is unfortunate. Optic had a lot of players there. A lot of pressure coming in. Karma trying to get in position for a 1-point play. Krim is there with him. He's going to knock it down. It's going to be Optic getting points on the board first.
They strike first. Which is a scary scenario with the way these games have been going here for E United. Formal now watching these mid-tracks. Lines up the first player. There is a second at top one you see on X-Ray. That's going to be Arcity's gunning him there. That's going to feel good in the gunfight to be able to take him out there mid-map. You had one chance for offense, and they got shut down by the flank from Crim6. If that doesn't happen, they probably have a good chance to get off a 1-point toss. So you're still feeling okay. But the first push that they're able to really get kind of under the bridge there does not go in their favor. One more flanking behind his gunless. Can't turn, can't shoot through 2.
Yeah, but he's all alone. I mean, there's nobody else there with gunless. You just see E United just kind of going one by one right now. They need to just get together, make these good team plays happen. Silly with a big 2-piece up top. See the drone on the E United side of the map. That's going to be 3 dead for Optic Gaming. This is where E United needs to go.
Well, they're trying to get a play forward, but there's 2 still at mid-map. Tagging up Arcity's, but he's managed to stay alive. Needs some help. And he's really the only one here as everyone else coming off a spawn, and ultimately he'll fall. You sort of feel like they're falling one by one mid-map, so they're never able to really get a nice setup going here. It's Silly with some nice shots. He finds the second. His hip fire is on point right now.
Yeah, there's nobody even going for the drone right now. I mean, you've seen it in Optic's hands a few times throughout the game. You just have not seen E United outside of that one attempt to early really get a good push with the drone.
Well, Krim in a good position here to at least be annoying. He's 13-5 on a 4 streak. He's going to push from his right and also from Grandma's. He found one before ultimately the grenade come through from Pristini. They try to back him up, but a little bit too good of a defensive stand there for E United as they shut it down. Karma, the last remaining player here on the offensive side of the map, and he will ultimately get closed out. But let's talk kind of generally here. With 3 minutes into this game, a 1-0 advantage for Optic. Anything that really stands out to you from either side?
No, not really. I mean, Optic with a good push at the beginning. You know, Krim is playing very well. You know, double positive, 14-7. It's really, I mean, Optic Gaming, they should actually have more points on the board. They had that miss by Formal, and they're able to, to convert off that to go back to mid-map, grab drone, and push it forward for the other 1-point play. So you think Optic Gaming, that goes a little bit cleaner. Maybe they get some more points.
Well, who's that snuck in behind number 2 on your minimap? That's going to be Gunless, who was able to get behind the Optic side. He got 1 kill before dropping. It's not going to open up anything too much in a big way. And you've still got Karma sitting mid-map, Formal looking over him. This is a low-scoring, slow-paced affair, but for the time being, favoring Optic.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, you just see so much gunfire from window to window. Nobody's actually able to get into the mid-map and actually get hands on the drone. Now you see E United starting to push through. Silly has RCs directly in front of him. They're trying to get some of these kills in the Optic Gaming base, push them back a little bit, but it's just not working out.
It hasn't yet We've got 50 seconds left. Can E United get something on the board here? Maybe tie it up. Nice little crouch there as two will end up dropping. Arsity finds a kill. There was one pushing out of blue to his right. He's just trying to get forward. Now has the drone in hand, wrapping around the edge. There it is. Nice score. With 40 seconds left on the clock, and they're still finding kills in the base. Now they do shut it down. The last remaining player is Silly coming off a spawn. Can Optic Gaming make a play here in the final 30? Grimsix trying to tag one in window, but it's his buddy Karma behind that does end up dropping. Goes over the top. The hipfire connects on Arcities, and maybe you've got a chance here to make a play, but there's no one actually around the drone, and now it's going to be Scump by himself. I don't think you've got enough time to make one last play. If somebody grabbed the drone, maybe you did for United, actually. Yeah, I think you would actually get a one-point toss off. They're going to grab it now. 5 seconds left, trying to get to the edge. Doesn't get underneath. It's going to be Arcities with it, but they are there to shut down the defense. We're going 1-1 to the half, baby.
Yeah, it was a big one-point play, though, by Arcities towards the end. I mean, you needed some type of positivity for the side of E United going into the second half. I mean, if this is 1-0 with Optics just kind of slaughtering you as you try and get the drone into their base, would not have been good. At least you can kind of ride maybe some of the positive vibes going into the second half.
You have to avoid this 3-0 at all costs. You have the second series, but you just need to delay this. At least get a win under your belt in the first series so you say, hey, we can play Optic Gaming tough. E United seem to be the bane of Envy's existence. Seems to be the opposite here with Optic E United.
Yeah, I mean, E United has faced a lot of adversity in terms of, going up against top competition throughout the entire tournament, some crazy game 5s, but they have not lost yet. I mean, they have not lost a game. They've not lost an uplink yet. You do see they get the drone early. It'll be interesting to see if they do end up losing this, how they bounce back. A one-point throw wide left there from E United, and when you're just searching for positive moments and you're trying to get a lead here, you can't miss those one-point plays. I mean, that could have been something huge for them.
Well, there's a couple things to note on the line here then. The first uplink they would lose, the first series they would lose. That might be a tough pill to swallow maybe on this stage. They felt invincible pretty much throughout the course of the tournament, but it is going to be Optic Gaming pushing forward, but Arcities and Gunless have something to say about it. They clear out Courtyard. The only one remaining is going to be Scump, so Scump grabs the drone in hand, and he's going to try and make an individual play. Can't get the one-point toss off. Didn't have a lot of help, but I don't hate the effort there to try and maybe just get one off, get a long throw through.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing you can do with the drone in that position. I mean, he had no teammate support, not going to be able to get it any further up the map, and see Pristini going to toss it from some yards. But look, all the arrows on the map are green. They're all converging on top of him. Now it's going to be Optic Gaming with drone over by bike path side. They're starting to rack together some kills, trying to bring it down for some points.
Crimsix gets hit with a jammer there. Otherwise, he's in a pretty key position to make a play. Scump now in the back trying to do it. Karma has the drone, wants to make it, slides across. Tag can't get it. Everyone from Optic down. Good defensive hold there from E United.
We're still at a 1-1 game here. So obviously, uplink outside of precincts, we see a lot of low-scoring affairs. This one, definitely one of the more lower-scoring ones we've seen all weekend long. So you see Gunless going to throw the drone forward, try and push it onto the Optic side of the map. But when you see E United, they throw the drone for some yards. It's great if you have some teammates there to slay out. Nobody there in those situations.
And I'll tell you what, with this coming down to the wire, I've seen a lot of clutch plays, specifically from Gunless at the end of uplinks. Last second score against FaZe. Last second score against Envy in pool play. They've done it a lot, and when he gets camo, look how close he's actually getting to it. 75% of the way there. You think that he might be the one to make the separation, but now it's going to be Scump. Passes it forward. They look for the dunk. They all get cut down. Scump can get it through. Tries to get shut down again. The goal line defense for E United is too strong.
And you look, it's going to be the two camo players that I feel like if we keep going down, maybe we're at a minute left and we're still at a 1-1 game, that are going to be the difference makers. That's going to be Gunless and Karma. So pay attention, see how fast they get these abilities, and Hugh uses them the best.
You feel like this could be a decent Optic lead, though, with the couple of opportunities we've seen specifically from this side. That could have been dunks. Maybe you get a one-point toss off.
You got to give props to E United. I mean, they have just played tremendous defense. Rotations back to their base. The big two pieces by Pristini. It's been an incredible defensive effort from E United. They are not going down this first series without a fight.
Gunless is filthy. He wants to make the play. It's up. It's away. It's good. Gunless coming up clutch yet again. Under 2 to go. God, he's nasty.
They get the points, and he doesn't have camo. You're going to have camo as well. So you should think you get at least a one-point play if you use that camo effectively. So you think E United may have one more point on the board here. Optic's going to have to get it too.
90 seconds. Pressure building here. Gunless very close to that camo. Mentioned Karma in the same boat. He's a kill away from being able to maybe find a dagger here. He got the assist. He's jammed up as well. He has the drone. Wouldn't it be delightful here? But they're all cleared out. They're wrapping back from blue. Not going to be able to get there in time. And that's the lead for Optic Gaming. 3-2. Plus you get the camo. Gunless is close to his, but now you're trying to wrap back out and see if you can get a rally going. Coming up behind one. The split spawn comes in as one's going to be at blue. Karma tries to get back to the base and help as they've got control in. The teammates pick it up. That's Scump finding two. Maybe there's another dunk, but he's able to turn and find it. Can they get it through? He's got camo still to work with. Here it's through. 5-2. Optic Gaming, 50 seconds left. It's a field day in the E United base.
Yeah, Scump has blown this game open. He was currently on a 7 streak before he falls, but he's all the way in this back statue just picking off the spawners from E United. You see Karma with streaks. He does have that camo to work with as well. It's going to be a 1-point miss there for E United. The drone goes back to the middle of the map and 30 seconds left, Maven. Optic Gaming look like they're going to take this first series.
And that was a full team effort, but God, Scump and Karma go huge inside the base. Don't allow E United to make another defensive stand. 20 seconds on the clock, and we will be seeing a second best of 5. I don't think you have enough time for a miracle. There's streaks raining down from the heavens. Scump finds 2, finds himself in the masses, and Optic Gaming has done it. There's the salute from Karma.
Karma 30 and 23. You saw Scump and Crim both above 30 kills as well. The slaying power of Optic Gaming showing up in our first series of the grand final.
That is exactly what you need if you're Optic. A quick series. Let's rip through this. We've been grinding all day. It doesn't get much faster than that, man.
No, and that's the first overall loss for E United and also their first loss in Uplink. So, obviously it's a very tough one here in the grand finals. Lose that first series. The second one's going to come up quick. The hard point got out of control in the first series. They got to just figure something out before that one comes up.
It's something that separates kind of a champion from maybe a new and upcoming player. How you deal with adversity. You suffer your first loss. Can E United bounce back? You'll find out after this break.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4. Of course, we're here at the CWL Atlanta Open Grand Final underway. Of course, we've just had the bracket essentially reset. Optic Gaming with a swift 3-0. It was pretty quick, T-Bar, I'm not going to lie. And one of the questions I'm sure a lot of people out there would want to know, if you're on E United, how do you recover after a very, very quick loss like that? I mean, that was fast.
I think you just need to get the energy up and wipe that from your memory as fast as possible. You don't have too long to recover from that one. But going into this first hard point in the second best of 5, you have to try and find some sort of life. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Basically, the uplink, they played it pretty close, but the rest of this series just really wasn't. Even starting from this first hard point, Optic is playing at such a fast level. They're getting loud, and it does not look like they're running out of steam at all. Yes, that was the 6th series in a row today, just today, that they've won in a row. But does that look like they're running out of steam? Not by any means.
Yeah, absolutely not. That was, of course, one of the big questions we had, Chance, is how much steam does Optic Gaming have? Are they going to run out of energy? I think we got a pretty decisive answer right there. No, they're not running out of energy.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that E United has started slow quite a few times. And Optic Gaming, one of the most important factors they have is any one of those players is capable of going off at any given moment. They have so much big play potential. Just in this game alone, you had Karma going on like the 10 or 11 streak, and Hardpoint helps blow the game open. And on the flip side of things, the only times we saw E United go big, Pristini had a couple key stops in the uplink. Silly had an ace at one point in the search and destroy, but there just wasn't enough. I mean, we saw Scump going on 7 streaks in the uplink. Karma was going off in the search and destroy. We won a 7 streak. So again, Optic Gaming has more of that big play potential, and they brought it out the entire series.
I feel like that begs the question, Momo. What does E United now need to do a little bit differently? Because I don't want to say it was necessarily a flat performance, because I don't want to take anything away from Optic Gaming. That was a dominating performance from them, but that wasn't the same E United we've seen so far this tournament.
E United, what they've done so well throughout this whole tournament is they've set the tempo. And they went into that game probably thinking, you know what, let's just do what we do best. This is, you know, our game. We've not lost a series. And Optic set the tempo there. They came out faster, they came out quicker, and they took the lead. And that's something that E United really haven't had to deal with this whole tournament. So it was like a new experience. They're like, hang on, you know, we're 50 points down in Hardpoint. We've got to come back from this, because it's something that they won't be comfortable with doing. And to answer your question, what they need to do differently is they need to take back control. You know, whether it's go away, have a little break, which they'll do now. Like Teep said, you've got to forget it. As hard as it is, you've just got to put it behind you. Some players can, some players can't, but they need to get back in control of this game. They need to set that tempo.
Definitely going to be very tough, of course, for E United on a lot of those big hurdles we've seen so far, Teep. They have played from behind. You know, you look at that Splice matchup, the reverse sweep, the first couple of games on May Stage, dropping that map #1. Now you're a little bit further behind. Obviously, you just kind of gave away your cushion. But is there a way you see that maybe they do come back into this one and maybe they do take the second set?
In my opinion, go back to the fundamentals. Obviously, they're a really strong team. A lot of things have been working for them, but all Call of Duty is playing off of kills in competitive objective game types as a whole. So you can't do anything if you're just dying over and over again. You need to take a second, slow it down, and, you know, as Krim said in his previous interview, maybe start camping just a little bit more just to get yourself going. You can't be going supremely negative in a situation like this because Optic's playing at such a fast speed off of these kills, right? So slow it down for a second and get your Slayers going. Gunless and Pristini did not have a very good first hard point. Really, no one did, but when Karma's playing like that, they just kept getting caught sprinting over and over and over again. How many of those gunfights that Karma won were they shooting back at him, right? Karma was playing supremely well, putting himself in a very good situation, but it wasn't really gunfights the majority of the time. Slow it down. They can do it, man. They can do it.
All right. Teep still has a little bit of faith left in the E United boys.
Bad, though.
Hey, man, there's still faith. That's what counts, right? Talking a little bit about the uplink, no chance. I know you kind of eyes laser focused in on that one. It started off very slow. I mean, it didn't seem like an uplink we've seen all throughout this tournament. It was very, very slow. I mean, here's a look at exactly kind of what happened in round 1. It was tied at 1-1. Then Optic Gaming all of a sudden started to pull away a little bit, and they end the second half, of course, 4-1 up. What was the big deciding factor for you in that one?
Well, it was really just the end when Optic Gaming kind of exploded again. Scump went on a 7 streak. Karma was going off as well. But very competitive game the entire time. Same with the Search and Destroy, incredibly competitive. I mean, E United was right there. Just a few key plays that go their way, and they would have won that game. But again, close the entire time. Neither team is really able to take advantage of the other. I know there was the one missed throw opportunity, but again, the score was 3-point difference between the two teams, so it's not a huge effect. But again, if it's Optic Gaming, they're the only ones making the big plays, then of course they're going to win.
Fair assessment, fair assessment. Of course, talking a little bit about the crowd as well, Momo, we kind of talked about briefly, E United will need the neutrals on this side, and, well, there was a little bit of noise for those E United plays.
Yeah, there was. I mean, we had a little bit of a joke about it when E United did something crazy. I can't remember what it was. We heard a little bit of a clap, but then about 10 seconds later, I think Karma got a 2-piece, put the salute up, and the crowd just went crazy. And it's like, as a United player, it's like, it's just a 2-piece. You see that in the bottom corner, but they feel this roar as well. I don't think it's something that I think they're letting get to them too much, but I think it's something that Optic are really feeding off.
Obviously, we're halfway through our grand final, essentially, now with the bracket being reset. We should talk a little bit about that Control Freak MVP. I think it was yourself and Merc TP who were saying, for me, the MVP needs to be in the final at least, preferably, win the event. Sure. Right now, if you had to kind of pick 2 names that you're looking at for that Control Freak MVP, who are you looking for?
See, here's a tough one. Full tournament, I 100% easily pick Formal, right? If Optic wins, obviously, right? Okay. But today, Karma, man, absolutely dominating. So, you know, you have to go and look at the stats. Stats are pretty important when it comes into a decision like this. But overall, I think it's pretty fair to say that Formal has had the most consistent performance throughout the whole weekend. And then, let's say United comes back and wins this in the second best of 5. You know, Pristini and Gunless, really all-star-like performances, but, you know, looking at stats, looking at the consistent performances, and all the clutches is what does it for me in Gunless.
Oh, yeah, Gunless has had a fantastic event, and I feel like just kind of need to see that now. He needs to kind of summon a little bit of energy, if you will. I mean, Chance, who specifically are you looking for now at Control Freak MVP?
Well, again, as you already pointed out, I think if Optic wins, you have to give to Formal, essentially just because he's been their leader the entire tournament. He's been an incredible factor of bringing them back to begin with. On the flip side for United, if they're able to pull off the second best of 5, whoever goes on for them in this series, I think deserves it. Because, again, this is the most important match they have. So, I mean, that's the most valuable thing. When you're going against Optic Gaming in the grand final, second best of 5, that's your most valuable player.
Very true. Backs truly against the wall. Memo?
Most important series is right now. I think the MVP is still up for grabs. I honestly think so. Someone goes off here, like you said, on a United, they can take it away. Big game from them. Overall, though, you can't doubt Formal.
Yeah, it seems Formal unanimous across the board. It's hard to not have his name in that conversation with just the sheer brilliance of his play style. I'm sure Maven is backstage somewhere with a big old smile on his face. Of course, Maven, a #1 Formal fan. I remember like years and years and years ago, Maven looked at me and had a conversation. He was like, I guarantee you, Formal will be one of the best, if not the greatest, Call of Duty player in the world. And I looked at him and I was like, you're crazy. Maven's pretty right about things. I can tell you that Formal has turned into a fantastic player and also kind of leading the Green Wall through Championship Sunday. Looking at the second set of maps, though, we have it in front of us, a hardpoint throwback to kick things off. Chance, you've been very kind of analytical in terms of the map set that's come through. Who does this one favor then? Is this Optic Gaming who could potentially start to even excel further into that second series?
If I remember correctly, the last time they played this was against FaZe on map number 4, and this is when they clutched up, win big in the final seconds, and won by 8 or 9 points on the very final hill by baseball. So I think if they have a performance like that, they're just going to continue the ride. And, you know, they've 3-0 up so far in the grand total of the series. That being said, though, we haven't seen E United lose 2 hard points in a row at all. So I actually think they're going to be able to pull this one off. I just think they're too strong of a team.
And how important is this first map, TP, in your opinion, of this second series? Is it in this kind of case where if Optic win it, you think that's the series? Or maybe does E United still have a little bit of room to play with?
I'd probably put it down to the first 2, definitely. And to play devil's advocate a little bit, making a bit of an excuse for the E United side. They were waiting for a while. Maybe that first series was their warm-up.
Okay.
Very bad warm-up. Should probably do a little bit better in that warm-up. However, you know, they got their shots a little bit more warm, and one of those players has to be due for a solid game, an all-star game that we've seen from them this entire tournament. It's got to happen now.
Fair enough. That's going to be everything from the studio. We can send it back to the wonderful Matt and Maven.
I'll tell you what, we were enjoying that conversation kind of about Karma and Formal, and it reminds me, you know, we're both Lakers fans back in the day, and it reminds me a little bit, now bear with me.
Yeah.
Back to the kind of Shaq and Kobe day when, like, Shaq was in his MVP form. He carried the whole way to the fourth quarter, foul out or something with Hack and Shaq. He couldn't hit the free throws. All of a sudden, you need Kobe to take over. Like, Formal has carried.
Formal's gotten them there.
And Karma is closing right now. Like, he's been insane the last 2 series.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to pick. I think I kind of almost agree with Momo. It's like I want to see what goes on in the second series. I feel like, obviously, you know, both teams' tournament lives rely on what happens over the next potential 5 maps. I feel like this is where you will figure out who your MVP is. I can't imagine picking it before now.
Well, guys in attendance, we're getting there. There is a second best of 5, which is one of the more absurd runs we've ever seen for Optic Gaming. And E United, the newcomers here, trying to take the throne. Make some noise as they're getting ready for our second best of 5.
And I kind of take a stance a little bit, I don't want to say opposite of Teat, but he was talking about these first 2 maps are huge. I think this first map is the game for United. I really believe it. I mean, they lose this one. Optic Gaming, they've actually been really rock solid in Search and Destroy. Now, United, they jump up in the first Search and Destroy in our best of 5 series, you know, in our first grand final series. And, you know, Optic Gaming comes back and just takes it right from them. So I got to believe, you know, United, they got to come up with a win here if they're going to keep this going.
I agree with you on that point, Matt, and it is going to be throwback. Hard point to kick things off. It ended here in the uplink. It's starting here for our second best of 5, and I kind of agree with what they were saying on the desk. Like, United, go back to the fundamentals, do what you did to get you here. If it is Optic is just too hot right now, I mean, at least know you went out fighting. You went
really
out
easy to say.
Game.
Go back to the fundamentals. I mean, in a game like this with the crowd and all the pressure, it starts to feel like it's just moving a lot faster than normal sometimes. And I think it's going to be pretty difficult for them to slow it down. I mean, maybe they bring out a, another NV4. We see most of the teams run, one at most, bring out a second one. Maybe you can just play a little bit further distance, but it seems like going to have to end the game.
No one wants to start
starting the
first
same
game.
way as we started the first series.
Yeah, someone's trying to ice him here. But going to get a bit of a reset. Not sure if somebody spawned in on the wrong team or what the case may be, but we're going to get to this final set. I promise you.
And we usually don't ask you questions because you usually don't have opinions of some sort.
Or just good answers.
Who would be your Control Freak MVP at this moment in time from either side? You got to pick. I know you're going to say Formal for Optic, so just give me the United side.
It depends on how the series goes for Optic. Honestly, if Karma carries through this second series the way he did in the first, it's Karma for me. He was ridiculous in every single of those 3 maps. On the other side, it has to be Gunless. I don't even care really to the performance of, if one of them stands out to me, it wouldn't change my opinion because he's been so absurd all weekend long. It would still be Gunless.
Yeah, I mean, Pristini's been really consistent, just not as flashy as Gunless. Gunless has been their playmaker, though. I mean, you look back at some of the plays in Search and Destroy and Uplink this guy has made. He's been a huge part of this United squad. And at the beginning of the weekend, to be quite honest, I was doing a lot of the player interviews, asking who's the best player here or whatnot. I got a lot of Arcides and I got a lot of Gunless. It's like, I got to see it here to believe it. And I'm definitely a believer now.
The who's the breakout player one? Yeah, that's what I heard from half the people I talked to. Gunless, Gunless, Gunless.
No, I got a lot of people when I asked who's the best player.
Oh, best player. Oh, I was talking about the breakout player.
No, not just breakout. I got a lot of people who said Arcides and Gunless were just unreal. The 2Ks coming into this, and obviously they've proven themselves here.
Well, I was talking, I think, with Aches, and he mentioned how hard of a carry Gunless kind of was at Vegas. I believe he had something like a 1.25, 1.3 KD, and the rest of the team was basically sitting under 1. And part of me wonders if that's just, kind of like I talked in the one video, I talk about this team, that the first time you go to a LAN, it's a bit scary. There are nerves. You don't play the same way you did online. You get a little bit shook. But now that you got that under your belt, you come here, and it has not phased them up into this point. I'm not saying that the crowd or the magnitude of the situation is the problem right now for them. I think it's more Optic just being hot, kind of, in my opinion. But Gunless just overall has been a beast, man.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're at home and you're wondering, where did some of these guys come from? Previously, before Infinite Warfare, Arcides and Pristini, they are on the Apotheon team last year at COD Champs. They give Rise a pretty good game. They do not place well. And then Gunless, he placed for I2 online last year. So I know some of the more hardcore competitive Call of Duty fans, they've heard about those guys before. Very good online in some of the tournaments. And then coming into this game, Silly was on this team at the beginning playing with these guys, and then he got the offer from United to play with Pac-Man & Co. that they had in Vegas PSX. And then after that does not work out, he goes to the organization. He's like, hey, let's bring these 3 guys in. Best decision United's made in a while.
Silly always, when I think about it, it just comes back to, remember that team with Dito and Llama God when they were making plays, back in AW? I just remember some crazy clutches for him in Search and Destroy where I was like, wow, this guy is the real deal. And I don't want to say disappeared for a while, but wasn't on the big stage necessarily. And now's his shot. And hell, man, they are taking advantage of it.
Yeah, in a big way. And I know Silly, obviously we talked about his kind of grudge match against Formal. Formal wins it in that first series, although Silly did play pretty well in that one. They do not get any wins in the first set of 5 maps. It was a 3-0 for Optic Gaming. We take a look at the rig draft. Nothing too surprising there.
All right, we're going to try this again, guys. It's MLG Primetime Part 2 as we kick off our second best of 5. Optic 1 series away from one of the craziest losers bracket runs we've ever seen. And again, United telling all the haters, all the doubters from fans on social media to players to casters to everybody, shut up. We are the real deal, and we're here to play.
Now, a lot of pressure on them, man. I mean, I know when you're playing in one of these grand finals, you just never know when you're going to get the opportunity to get back into one. Obviously, Optic Gaming, they've had the luxury of being in a ton of them. United, this is the first time for all these guys, so they really want to kind of seize this moment, take it home.
All right, let's kick it off. Hard point in our second best of 5, kicking things off with a hot hand. It's been Karma throughout this final and really throughout Sunday that has been an unstoppable force. And his first gunfight going to go in his favor. He's able to take out Arsony's bounce back to mid-map, but it's Silly with the headshot able to shut it down.
Yeah, some early time for E United, but it's really going to be fighting for the spawns for them. They do get a flip here early, so within the first 30 seconds of the game, they flip sides with Optic Gaming. They're going to have the spawns, at least for now, for Barn.
They can do some damage there, but heck, they're doing it right now at top middle as they've picked up every point. Pristini dropping out as Scump is able to find 2. Shut down all the aggression coming from mid-map. Karma gets caught sprinting there up top. You heard Teep talk a lot about, maybe for a new fan, talk a little bit about what he means by that. When you get caught sprinting constantly, you can't get into a flow. You're not getting in gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, I know some of the gunfights in Call of Duty are timing, and there's players in these great positioning, whatnot, and you're just sprinting, and coming out of the sprint, obviously, it takes a while for your gun to come up and fire. You get caught off guard. You can't really fight back. Now, you saw a lot of the E United guys, so a lot of the aggression there on the retaliation hardpoint in the first series. They just were not able to get any shots in. Karma just in fantastic spots.
Well, here we are in Barn, Matt. Crim6 finding one at the back roof. There's another to deal with as he wraps the edge. A couple shots in. Can't win the gunfight. The slide too much. And who else? It's Gunless finding 2 as he's on a 3 streak. At 4 and 2, let's see what he can do here. Trying to continue to deal with the pressure. Another one to get tacked on. 25 from the Scarab. More streaks he can build towards as now he's on point. You can see how accurate he can be when he's feeling it. They're looking for him at Lemon. He wins another one. 6th streak, 7th in front. On a 7th streak, he is a wrecking ball. And now inside, racking up some time as it's a 48-11 advantage. And we've got to stay with the man right now. He's been on a mission to prove everyone wrong this weekend, and it has been an incredibly, incredibly impressive performance.
He's going to use the Scarab here, going to get it back towards mid-map. Maybe just trying to pick up a kill here to earn these more streaks, and oh, not going to be able to get a kill with it. Now going to have to go earn these further short streaks with his weapon. He's going to get tagged up, coming across the mid. Nobody in control of bike path just yet.
He's only 25 off, able to finish it. There's the bombardment, and one more coming through. What a huge play.
So he may not even realize it, but with it, his movement there, he kind of falls back towards that hard point. He actually gets the points for securing the hill, so gets fully streaked out there.
I wonder how he jumped straight from that Trinity to the bombardment. Sick stuff there, even if it may be unintentional. Coming in for Gunless. Nicely for E United, but Scump of Optic Gaming trying to battle here close and personal. Clears out the corner and now trying to pick up some time. Turns and gets the assist there on Gunless. There's one more in front towards Lemon. Nice shots, but eventually will be traded out. But this is, I mean, this is kind of the dream start for United in a way, right? With the way that last series went, to just get some kind of advantage, get a little bit of a flow going.
So look, I like it that they get streaks from Gunless, but the score is still very close. Karma not getting off to a good start, 3 and 10 here. Seeing with Formal and even Scump at even, you expect him to play a little bit better on this map, very close quarters. I would be worried a little bit for United. Those guys start to get going, with the game so close. Optic Gaming could just storm back into the front driver's seat of this one. But United definitely looking much better in this second series thus far.
Well, they're trying to hold off the spawn from Blue. Optic keeps flying in, but they're able to shut it down. You saw that spawn come in against FaZe in their match earlier with Optic as they just soared in and took control. They couldn't do it here against the United as they're able to lock it down. Silly, some wild shots all over the place as Prim able to close him out in courtyard. And with just under 15 seconds left, this time should be going to Optic Gaming. It looks like they're going to take one more crack at it. I think it was Pristini pushing in through Blue, but you can see in the kill feed he does end up drop. So all the time goes the way of Optic Gaming.
Good first half, though, for E United. You see Scump win a gun battle here, trying to get set up the top window to potentially take some more time here in this center hard point, but he's controlling these spawns right now for Barn. That second hard point, that's where you can get a ton of time on. Let's see how E United decides to do this. Maybe they can take a ton of time here and then maybe push through. So you see Gunless win 2 big gunfights mid-map. He's going to push straight on through, trying to push for these back spawns.
Gunless 15 and 9, having a monster performance, and a big part of the reason they have the edge. He's going to have to turn now as he realizes everyone hit mid-map. Are they ready for him at window? The answer is yes. It's Scump getting a team kill, but also taking out Gunless. And now, with 25 seconds left, the transition will start, but the spawns did flip. So Optic Gaming had Barnside control for quite a bit of time, but now it's going to be Pristini and the rest of the E United squad that'll be at a nice of who's trying to get in behind. That was going to be Karma. They do pick him out there outside of Grandma House.
It's a big kill. Now after this, all you need to do for United is trade out, but 3 kills in favor of Optic Gaming. It's going to be E United still controlling this back spawn. They do have to be careful. You see Karma, that one arrow at the top of your mini-map. They're coming in on a pinch.
And well, you see a bit of a split spawn here because you see Gunless and Pristini spawning out. They're going to be coming in for the flank, trying to make plays. Formal going to have to go huge here, get some bullets in, finally able to close out the kill, but he's the only one alive. You can see the rest of his team spawning out. He needs to stay alive here and try to get an effective pinch in. Scump leading the charge for the players coming off his spawn, tags him up and should bait him right into Formal. Able to do that and pick up the one. All that's left is Gunless. You saw he used his payload ability there. If they can clear him out, now you've got control for Optic. Nice break.
Yeah, with how good it's been for E United here in this hard point at the beginning, it is going to be Optic Gaming taking the lead, and the score starting to rack up. If you are E United, you just do not keep pressing, do not give them score streaks. You have Gunless streaks to use over by Baseball, where you make a lot of this time back up.
Scump drops inside. That's Arcades picking up 2 nice kills. He's involved in the action with Gunless. They're really carrying the slaying load right now is Silly and Pristini. Struggling a bit, but now let's rotate out of Barn. It's Formal watching the lemon side here of Bike Track, but does end up falling. You do see the Centurion available for Crim6, trying to hip fire, never able to get that reload in with the MV4. And Silly will be set up underneath with FTL jump.
Yep, he goes to the opposite side of this hill. You want to hold that right-hand side of your mini-map. Lock down that baseball field because the hardpoint will spawn up on this side of the map. And, you know, Crim has been playing very well here to start things off. 27 and 18. It's really looked like, you know, the old Crim at times today. And we'll see Silly. The hill's going to be contested, but he's not going to jump out and fight this. Going to let his teammates come from over the top. And see streaks starting to come in. It's going to be Gunless using one. He's going to be able to use one streak, pick up a kill, and then get a kill with his gun. Going to jump right back down into the hard point.
If they can get one more set of kills here, rack up the closing time, and then also get the rotation over to Baseball, they're going to be able to get a little bit of an edge here. But as Gunless drops, Silly able to answer the call. They still have control. Who's spawned top side? So you see that number 2 on the minimap. That's going to be Formal. So he's going to try and break in from blue. Wins the entry kill. There's another there. He does get tagged up. So at least for the moment, you've got 2 players in Gunless and Silly that are going to look to lock down Baseball field in the pinch now coming in from Optic. You've got Crim6 at the top. A player just spawned in behind him. He's not going to be ready for that at all. I believe it's Arcades. So Crim may drop any moment. He was at least able to find a kill before getting chopped down. And now it's to the other side. The pinch is effective. There's one left in blue. He's gone. That was Pristini. And Optic Gaming gets the break.
And we'll see if E United uses these streaks. You see them coming down from Silly. It's going to be Arcades, though, picking up a big 2-piece as he flies into the hard point. Everybody flooding this from E United. And just like that, Optic Gaming gets a break. E United breaks right back.
These guys just battling back and forth. No one able to get a little bit of comfort here in the game 1 in our second best of 5. Whoever takes this one will be crowned your CWL Atlanta Open champions. Big prize pool and pro points to go with that one. And these two fighting so hard for it.
You see it's going to be Optic Gaming taking the last few seconds here. We're going to go back towards that center hard point. We will see some of the more powerful abilities come up here, you know, reactive armor soon. And, you know, maybe we see another camo use out of, you know, Karma and Gunless. And Gunless has already worked his way about halfway through to his second camo.
And I believe Karma was really close to getting that. Some magical play from Pristini opens things up momentarily, but sliding out is Silly. He drops down. Pristini still picking up kills. That was 3 in a row before he ultimately fell. Optic is doing just enough to hold on, right? I think E United's had a bit of a lead here. Lines up a few for Arcades. Third there at Trax is Crim6, at least able to answer back. But are they going to be able to put Optic away? A win here in game 1 would be so huge for them. You feel like if Optic takes this, you're looking at another 3L. There's just too much going right for them. But E United not going down easy here in the first one.
You see Silly inside of the hard point. He's going to get 2, but the spawns for Barn in favor of Optic Gaming right now. E United needs to push straight through. Luckily for them, they do have some abilities. So if Optic Gaming gets this hard point at the beginning, you use these abilities in tandem, and you're able to break.
All right, well, let's see the setup here for Barn. Trying to get into FTL jump, spraying everywhere. That didn't work out quite like we saw it on Breakout Hardpoint a couple of 2Ks ago, but he tries to make a play. You do have kinetic here and a nade to your own face, Pristini. Get out of there, bud.
He's going to fall. You see Silly coming in the side, and you can't see E United get frantic here. You're starting to see players, you know, just pushing one by one. Nobody in position to trade. They need to slow down a little bit.
Crim6 still holding on to the Centurion, Matt. When do you think is going to be the best time for him to use this? I mean, in Barn is always, we see it quite a bit. From there, the reactive armor not enough. He actually shuts that down. He's 200 off the Trinity. There's 2 pushing him now. Might line them both up, but he splits them. Can't find the kills. And E United about to break the 200-point mark with these final 5 or so seconds. as we'll begin to fight down towards tracks. It's Karma already set up with Camo. Not an easy gunfight. He can't win it. That's a big gunfight win for Arcides.
Yeah, and Arcides actually uses, Gunless actually uses his camo previously to get into Barn. He's already working on yet another one, I believe. And you do see Silly and Co, they get control of the hard point. You do have Karma and Optic Gaming drop right down. He does have camo. You're going to save that if you're Optic for that Barn Hill. But man, Krim, 40 and 29 right now, absolutely crushing. He's kept Optic in this game.
We haven't seen that many 40 bombs in hardpoint. Krim putting on a show here, but it's Pristini that's trying to find the kills there under bike path. Not able to do so. It's Karma, the last man standing. Still holding on to this camo. You take a look at the top right. You have a lot of payload abilities available for this Optic Gaming side. Karma, Formal, Krim, all have stuff to work with, and you got to think they can combine those to bring this one back. Not going to be another push here towards bike path. These final 10 seconds is going to put, what, just over 230 here for E United. You're going to need a perfect hold. Now it's going to come out. Well, it's going to go somewhere. Able to get it down. And now the first gunfight engagement. Arcides just melts Crimsix there. And can they get the pinch in? They have the advantage. Watching mid lane is going to be Scump. He's able to find the first. Another around the edge he finds as well. He's got two. Formal drops in the back. It's Arcides going huge. He gets Krim, Scump, Formal, and the break. But you still have the close spawn. They spawn a blue and are able to fly right back in. It's similar to what we saw against FaZe.
Oh, I thought Arcides was going to win the game there for E United. 4 straight kills. You see Gunless. Now he's going to call down his streaks. He's going to get one. Not going to pick up a second. It's going to be Arcides in the kill feed. Taking out Formal, though. Nice assist there. Pristini's going to finish off Krim. This is E United's best chance of this hard point. You see Karma flying in with the camo. He's able to get one. Optic Gaming holding on here. 25 seconds on the overall game clock, though, Maven. Just keep that in mind. We don't see this go all the way down to the wire quite often.
It is very, very rare. And now Scump trying to push towards blue. They know they have to make a play. The 240 mark now hit for E United. Just 9 points away as we're going to wrap back. And
they got to get the hill Optic.
Someone has to get in the hard point. You can't let this clock tick down too much. You don't even have to get in right now if you're E United. Just play around it. Keep them out of the hard point. You'll be able to submit the victory. Now E United decides to hop in. They want to close it out here. 2:44. Time ticking away. Under 10 seconds. No one getting the touch. Optic, you have to be in every single hard point. Somebody's got to get in. It's E United. That's not what you want. And there it is. They get game one. What a huge victory that is in the second best of 5.
That is a tournament-saving victory.
Yes, it is.
For E United. Arcides and Gunless. 40 kills apiece. An incredible game one for E United. It's so rare. I feel like I can't remember the last time a hardpoint did not end at 250. And it's just a difficult situation, especially going back to that center one, because you want to kill them off of it, but then also you can't get back close to it. And with 5 seconds left, Optic had no choice.
And that was mayhem at Statue there towards the end of the game, because first I thought when the break came in from Arcides with the 3-piece that they were going to be able to spawn out Optic and make a play. Optic spawned blue and they're able to rush back in. Crimsix gets a couple kills, think they have control, and then you see immediately it's broken back the opposite way. Just insanity there.
So just listen how ridiculous this was.
Okay,
I mean, Gunless, he goes 43 and 29, 7,000 points. Like, obviously we don't really kind of look at points as like an actual, like, kind of legitimate stat, but it's just kind of silly when you compare to everybody else in the lobby. And then Krim above 40 kills as well.
You could use those points at the MLG store.
Yeah, right, I'm
wish. Kidding, Adam Apicella, that was a joke.
But no, just a tremendous performance from Arcides and Gunless there in game number 1. I mean, cannot stress enough how big of a win that is for E United.
And you wonder, is this them getting control of the series, or is Optic running out of gas, or is that just two juggernauts going up against each other? But let's take a look at the statistics here. What stands out for you, pal?
I mean, look at the hardpoint time on all these hills. It was a lot of hardpoint time actually for E United in the first one, 55. They win Barn, they split bike path, and then baseball was really 50-50 as well. So the biggest difference in this one were the first two, Train in the center of the map and over by Barn.
Look at the stats for Gunless. 43 kills, a 1.54, over 100 seconds in the hard point.
He's pretty good.
You wonder why we talked about him being our unanimous MVP if E United takes this? It's statistics like that. Insane, insane stuff. That is a face you are going to be seeing throughout the entire year and for several years to come in Call of Duty.
Yeah, I mean, even in your first tournament, no, not your first tournament, obviously, but your first tournament, you know, as kind of a favorite, you know, on the radar of a lot of teams to get onto the main stage and, you know, kind of live up to the hype and have those type of performances. It's kind of crazy.
And against the likes of, you've done it against Optic Gaming, done it against FaZe. I mean, your series versus Envy wasn't even all that close for the most part. I mean, they handled them with, what, a 6-1 map count or something like that?
Yeah, Envy just does not match up well with United. I was very impressed with Envy, what we saw from them this weekend. But, man, a big game one from United. Going into game two, search and destroy. This is what Optic Gaming, it's kind of interesting. You know, back at COD Champs last year, search and destroy is really the reason why they lost. They've been very good in search and destroy. It's really kind of guided them up until this point.
Now, what does it feel like, though, you know, if you're Optic and you've been cruising, 6 series, you get the 3-0 there, you're feeling good going in, and then you have a little bit of a break and you hit the road bump here in game one. Does it change anything for your mentality a little bit, or is it still...
I mean, they've been playing straight all day.
Right.
This is probably that's probably the first time they got like a solid, 10, 15 minutes to kind of just like kick back. Because when you're in that loser bracket run, I mean, you're winning a game, the next game's already ready to go because a lot of them, winner bracket games are on the main stage. So we fly through them there. You're getting sent to a station here, you're ready to go. Then maybe you get 10 minutes for launch, 15 minutes for launch, somewhere in there. But it's just a lot of games throughout the day, so you kind of get in a good rhythm. To lose, that time, obviously we have a little break between these two series. United takes game number one. It's the first time Optic's really been beaten like that all day.
Very true, but like you said, search and destroy up next. It's going to be on retaliation. Highlight a couple of players for me here, one from each side that you expect a big game from, maybe you need a big game from.
I think Formal for the side of Optic. We talked a little bit about it. Could he be your Control Freak MVP? He's gotten you to this point. You need him to show up big in this series, and especially in this search and destroys. He's been really their superstar in search and destroy. And then on the side of United, I think you just need a good overall team effort yet again. Obviously, the nerves, something that could potentially be kicking in. You need everybody to play rock solid.
Well, if you're just joining us, we are still live for MLG Prime Time in our second set at the CWL Atlanta Open. It's been a long day, but for those of you that have joined us, thank you. It's been a fun one. And we've still got some Infinite Warfare action to come. Kicking things off, though, here with Formal. Bomb already planted. Not the best range for an MV4, but he's dipping, diving, somehow trying to slide past. But it's actually Crimsix that takes him out on the cross.
Yeah, it's probably so difficult. Formal just trying to stay alive. 2 players up there for United. Crim just puts a few bullets in him, takes him out. It's going to be an easy kill for Scumpus. Silly's trying to cross. Good first round there from OG.
You answer back from the game 1 loss quickly in that round. Solid stuff, and you'll see Crimsix at a monster game 1. Shot on point, 2 line up, and he's not missing bullets right now. The time you spent coaching those guys, what's maybe the single thing that stands out for you the most about Crimsix as a player?
I just love Crim's just hatred of losing.
Okay.
Like, I just think, the way...
He hates it.
I mean, everybody hates to lose, but just, how he feels after a loss. I mean, he just knows he's going to give you everything he has in every game. That's what I love to, working with Crim.
Well, Arcides also hates losing. And he hits a snipe throughout the break. Someone's shin is getting peppered with bullets, but Scump can't finish it. Still able to come in from behind, but there you go. 1-1, United on the board.
The big first pick there for Arcides with the sniper rifle. Now, after that, things just fall apart for OG. So, first 2 rounds, we see action over towards B. You won't see too much action over towards A here unless it gets later in the rounds, because it's so risky coming across that bridge, especially with 2 very good snipers in this game, with Forum on the side of Optic and Arcides on the side of E United.
You see a full shot of the team there. From your experience with these guys, do you see any fatigue, or they look good?
They look fine. I mean, it's kind of really hard when you just take those kind of shots. I think really where you kind of see the fatigue come into play is like if you were listening to their comms. That's where you really see the fatigue, or you would notice it.
All right, well, let's see what Formal can keep going here. He has already found one. He knows there's one in top bedroom. Saw him for a second. He wants to challenge the gunfight. Not able to connect on any shots here. We'll swap over to Crimsix, who is staring at the bottom of this bridge. And now he's set up there. Good cover behind the car. You've got 1 down from either side in the 3v3. Matt, how do you see this developing, buddy?
Arcides ties it up in the man count, taking out Scump. And it seems like E United is trying to figure out how they want to hit this. It looks like they want to go hotel hallway to top patio. Woo! 2 big kills by Arcides, working on an ace here as he picks up 3, but looks like Karma's gotten lost here.
He's got to defend this. There's not a whole lot of time left. He has to find a couple crucial kills. He's already found one. They're sticking it. No, he's already hopped off and checking the corner. Shoots the foot. 9 seconds left. Surely he has it. Able to snag it in time, unless you had a real real misplay there. You had a couple extra seconds to make the play. He wins one more gunfight. He actually probably would have had to kill one and get away there.
That is a huge round from Arcides. He picks up Scump to even things up for United, comes down Hotel Hallway, takes out 2 more. Karma, the last one alive there, made things a little bit interesting, but they're able to finish him off.
He expected him on the bomb, right? So he came out just kind of aiming at the feet. If he's gun up, if he knows the position there, probably able to win that gunfight. But that's just an awkward one. You're looking for the bomb defuse.
And I mean, if he tries to like fake out the kill cam and go inside towards garage and then go around the other way, they probably defuse the bomb. Not enough time.
All right, well, Arcides hit a snipe the last time we saw it out. Let's see if he can get it done here. He peeks the bridge. They're pushing hard. They're going to need his help as it looks like he wrapped back towards mid-map. Formal able to use the vehicle there to take Gunless out. One of the key players you certainly want to eliminate. You see the snipe go over Silly's shoulder as they're trying to hit the shots of the Optic Gaming members. Pushed up at Grave. This is one of those tough situations where you kind of hope Arcides is able to find a secondary gun here.
Yeah, but I mean, look at where the bomb is down. Not a great position for United all the way up. I mean, right on the site. It's going to be very difficult to get to.
You have to take the fight on bridge when you have a sniper, right? I mean, where else are you going to go at this point?
I feel like you got to hit it fast on the bridge if you do run the sniper. I feel like if you play it a little bit slow, it's just not going to work out. Here comes Formal on the flank. Misses a lot of shots. Arcides with another big kill. Oh!
Formal just got annihilated, and now it's Scump in a 1v2 around that seemed virtually impossible for United. The tides have shifted very, very quickly. Scump trying to sniff it out. Where's the play going to come from? Finds one in front. Can't win it, and that is a round you can't lose if you're Optic Gaming.
And I feel like all the plays that were going in Optic's favor in that first series, you know, where they went up and then they, you know, kind of came back in the search and destroy. You know, Optic with some crazy plays. Now are starting to go in favor of United.
It's certainly feeling that way. That Arcides kill on Formal was disgusting. I mean, he didn't see him at all as he's soaring through. Formal can't snap on him, and he just turns and takes his soul. That was brutal.
Now we'll see what happens for Optic on the offensive here. Like we said, not a lot of pushes over towards A. You saw how bad it went for United in the previous round. They end up winning it. But Optic Gaming is going to be Krim getting tagged up, so knows where the players from United are coming from now.
The slide, not enough there. As Krim gets the first blood onto Pristini, they have the 4-3 advantage. They had the advantage in the last round as well before Arcides was able to tip the tides. Now let's see how the collapse is going to happen. Krim still playing patiently here inside of Hotel. They've got the bomb down. Gunless and crew have to work to defuse. Crimsix finds another in Arcides. He is having a monster final as well. Him and Karma have just been nuts. It's Crimsix again. Crimsix now going to be working on the ace here. It's just going to be Gunless. We've seen him in a 1v3, but there's 12 seconds left. He would need bullets ricocheting off the walls, deflecting into faces. Not much he can do, but at least he can try and work towards Camel a bit here.
Yeah, he picks up 1 kill, but Optic Gaming takes the round. Meaning, what, 1v3, 15 seconds left. Bomb down.
That's what you call impossible.
Realistically, no chance for Gunless to win that one. Now with
Crimsix does finish off that ace.
Yep. With United now going on offense, I wonder if we see them try and go back towards A. I mean, they don't win the round in the fashion they expected to, but you know, maybe they kind of catch Optic off guard. I mean, Optic's probably thinking about who's crazy enough to go to A 2 rounds in a row after it didn't work out that well, but you know, it's going to be United going something a little bit safer here.
This grenade may connect. Shots in, able to get the assist at least on one. Formal and Scump do drop. Thankfully for them, Karma and Crimsix have been your 2 studs at least through this final. Crimsix specifically in this game 2, 7-3. Checking it, he is there. Able to do some damage, but not finish the kill. Down a man. In crunch time, they're worried about the flank. How do you hit this? Looks like they're just going to try and fly out steps. Take the gunfights quickly because you only have 30 seconds to work with.
Yeah, it's difficult. If you do not get that player off that top patio, it's going to be almost impossible. It's going to be Krim taking out Gunless. He gets blown up by a Scarab. You know, we talked a little bit about it, maybe. You know, maybe United, you know, they play a little bit lackadaisical in that first series, having the luxury of the second one. And it seems like they have, you know, when we go to shots to them, they just seem a lot more on point. Just coming into this one, you know, now that they realize their backs are against the walls, maybe you go into that first series, you can't really kind of go as hard because you know you have that second one in your back pocket.
It's like, you know, we mentioned David and Goliath earlier. Maybe it's like it's more like a boxing match, right? The heavier guy comes out, throws everything he's got at you, you weather it, and then you out-survive him. They've got some energy left in. They feel like they took Optic Gaming's best punch and survived it, and now they can come back in this second best of 5.
They cannot let this search and destroy get away from them, though. Optic Gaming in the first series is able to make a comeback in Game 2. S&D. See if they can do it here. The bomb will go down. You have Arcedy's up top trying to pick up a first blood, but it's going to be Karma taking out Gunless to open things up.
See if the nade can work in Arcedy's favor. Not able to do so, but hopping quickly over to Pristini. He's got to fight here at Patio. It's a wild one, but he does take out Formal. He manages to stay up. 20 seconds remaining. They've got to make the plays, but it's Scump inside Bike, finding one, tries to slide a closet. It's all going to be on Crim now with only 14 seconds left. He's got to play his life. Trying to defend it here, backs them off of it. Just needs to stay alive a second longer. He's stuck it, though. He's got to find him on it. He's going to get it. He's going to get it. Pristini sticks it and should have it easily. A second and a half left. That's a tough spot, though, for Krem. But what do you advise there?
I mean, where the bomb is planted, all you have to do is just go prone on it and just hide behind the bomb site.
Yeah.
The only way Krim could have gotten, like, good vision on it if he jumps on top of the bar there and then jumps up.
You got Silly staring at you,
It's an easy kill for Silly if he does that. So, very difficult play for Krim to make there with that bomb placement.
Well, we will keep chugging along here in our second best of 5. 5-2 advantage for E United as they're looking to take a 2-0 advantage. Let's see what we got working for Silly. It looks like they want to hit mid-map hard here. Haven't had an encounter yet as there's more of a passive defense coming in from the side of Optic Gaming. They're going to quickly work a plant. Silly able to put some bullets into one, but not finish a kill yet.
They're in a very good spot. Bomb down. Everybody up. It's going to be Karma getting another first blood. Back-to-back rounds. He earns camo as well. They may need to use it here to get back down onto the site.
Well, let's see if he opts to use it. This is a crucial round. Obviously, you lose this, you're losing the game too. You have camo to make the play. You see one across. You can't take that with a K-bar, right? First the NB4 is just out of range. You drop in front of him. He's able to win it. Tags up Karma as well. You have Krim and Karma who might be able to make the play. He's gotten caught, and the bomb does get defused. I thought he caught it before he got it off. All right.
Half a second too late.
It had to have been real damn close.
It's about as close as it can get.
Wow. I thought it was over.
Yeah, the player.
I thought it was over.
Yeah, it looks like he's just getting up after defusing the bomb there, and Silly burns the FTL jump. But I do like using the FTL jump just to like get a little bit pushed forward, almost like a mini like dash, just trying to get a little bit of a better sight lines on it. He's a half a second too late. He picks up that kill. He wins the round.
Well, you saw a 2-5 comeback against Panda earlier today. Can they do it again? The first opening kills, both of them coming in the favor of Optic Gaming. The third for Optic Gaming. Now it is Gunless. If he gets one kill, he has camo. Likely a situation where you save it, but we've seen him work the 1v3 magic before. Can he find this kill and give himself a shot? I mean, he's taking a lot. He's not going to be timed by the time he gets around.
And it was a 1v3 he pulled off against FaZe in the same kind of manner. He picked up one kill, got camo, went right away, but he was on the offensive side of things during that. So much different scenario. You're going to play it much differently, obviously, from the defensive side of things. And going to come right around this corner. Has a player to his right. Not able to win it. So Optic Gaming, 2 straight rounds here. Karma has gotten first blood in our last 3 rounds.
You have to think with that route, he was just playing to get his camo, maybe find an easy kill. I mean, there's no chance he was going to be able to pull off the 1v3. There was like 18 seconds left.
No.
So just trying to get that camo, maybe have it to start this round. Again, you've had some clutch comebacks. You've seen some chokes when going up against Optic Gaming and Search and Destroy. This would be a painful one to lose for E United. You get the game 1, you're back, baby. You got him against the ropes here in game 2, and then you let it all slip away. And who else but Karma with the camo? Formal. Watching Hotel Hallway. Karma's got to be the one to make the play. Did he spot him on the bomb? He's going to know surely what's going on now. Scump's made the call, peeking the edges. Karma, he sees one, I believe, at the back van. It looks like he wants to try and at least hold on to this for round 11. When you have the 4-3 advantage, save this if you're able to. Silly's been tagged and backed up. This is looking like we're seeing around 11. It's going to be Formal coming through now. It's just Gunless and Silly. They have to try and make the clutch. Look how close he is to camo as well.
And it's the same thing they did when they pushed A the last time. They're just a little bit too slow. Optic Gaming played nobody on the defensive side of things over towards that site. E United just does not take map control. And we will see a round 11 here in game number 2.
Stop letting them do this. No one can close them out, man. You gotta just put the knee to the throat and take it. and United can't get it done. And now, remember, you've got Karma with Camo. Gunless a kill away from Camo. The Optic chant starting in the crowd.
A lot of pressure on EU United to win this round.
Everything you could ask for, Matt, here in round 11. MLG prime time and the grand champs here for the CWL Atlanta Open. A 2-0 advantage for EU United would be so crucial. But Optic Gaming have something to say about that.
And Gunless is still about 1 kill away from Camo, so it'll just be Karma with that ability at the beginning. You do see the bomb moving up here for Optic Gaming. They're going to be able to get it down at B.
Just keeping my eyes on that number 1 on the mini-map, which is going to be Karma. Remember, he has this Camo getting tagged through the wood. You got to back up if you're Formal. He might get peeked from the top bedroom. They're going to come out and challenge. Formal's got it. Karma's found one. Karma still has Camo. He pops the Camo. He's trying to get it behind. Finds the kill. Now it's Gunless. Also has Camo. Soaring out. It's a 1v3. There's one. Can he make the play? 19 seconds left. Can't turn it. Optic's done it. They tie it up at 1-1. And that guy knows. You can't choke those, Matthew. You can't choke them.
You cannot let that happen. You're EU United. You had a great opportunity to go up 2-0 in this series, and you blow it. And I mean, against a team the caliber of Optic Gaming, you cannot let them come back into a series like that when you have the opportunity, not necessarily to put them away, Maeve. I mean, you go up 2-0, there's a real good chance you're going to win the series. You can't let that happen. That's Falcons level.
You hear it. They're hyped up. That's maybe a must-win map if you've ever seen one with how long they've been playing. They go down 2-0. Maybe the morale drops. But again, twice in one day, we see them come back from down 5-2 to get it done. How do they keep doing it, man?
You know, it doesn't really show up in the scoreboard, but when Optic started to make the comeback, you know, early we were talking a lot about our cities, right? Getting these first bloods, round after round after round. Karma draws first blood, I believe 3 straight rounds, may have been 4. No, it was a guaranteed 3 straight rounds. He draws first blood, helps Optic get back into it.
Taking a look at some of the highlights here from both sides of the attack. That one, a fortunate one for Formal. I thought after he got tagged up, he was going to be called out and maybe pushed. I did not expect the player to hop out a window and just look the opposite direction. I wasn't expecting that whatsoever. And as soon as you see Karma pop up in the kill feed, you know he still has Camo. You think it's basically done. Crim6, though, he gets the ace, and this is a huge round. You're down 3-1. What a monster round this is for Crim.
Yeah, and just a lot of accurate shots with the NV4, and it seems like Crim has found a gun that's really working for him here. You see the final kill picks up right by the bomb site. Man. You see the United guys, they were so jacked up, so pumped up after that first hard point.
Pristini looks like he needs like a hug or a pep talk.
I mean, dude, it's a tough loss. Man, it's a tough loss. You got the crowd chanting after. That is a tough pill to swallow. I mean, you're right here in the finals. You see the opportunity to go up 2-0 right in front of you. I mean, 1 round away. They had a lot to play for there, and they just don't get it done.
Oh, the tension keeps on mounting. Hell, this is great Call of Duty. I'll stay here until midnight if the play stays at this level. I'm just kidding. If I stand much longer, my feet might break.
Yeah, I mean, this
Do you
is the
see me?
most
I've been like tapping around. I sat on the floor for a little while.
Yeah, if you ever met me in person, you realize I'm usually not as tall as Maeve, and I have a wonderful, comfy box to stand on here.
I wish we could just get some.
I wish we could show it. It's quite ridiculous.
You're tall in your heart.
Yeah, every event I just keep growing. Just keep getting bigger.
You're a late bloomer, But we'll take a look at the rig draft here before we get into precinct uplink. Now, remember, the first uplink that United dropped was in the last series. By last series, I mean the first best of 5 in this grand final. Surely, you're not going to lose 2 back-to-back, right?
Precinct is one where you can put a lot of points on the board.
Yep.
And you got to imagine that if Optic Gaming gets going in the slaying department, they spawn them in that back alley, it could get ugly, could get out of hand score-wise. But we did see, Gunless go big in the series that we casted earlier. On this specific map, we saw the crazy play, Camo 2-point play, and then just taking people out left and right after that. So we have seen United win this against a good team at this event today.
Located in progressive Japan, the early stages
of the STF invasion. All right, let's go through and talk a little bit.
First uplink station is on a war-torn street.
Hey, I think we're hearing this is my elegant voice.
Who is this man?
This is me talking about how amazing Precinct Uplink is.
Do you remember, so we wrote the scripts back. Can you remember where this is?
War-torn Geneva? Or not
no, that's retaliation.
Darn it.
Just shows how much you pay attention while we actually write.
We spent so much time scripting out little fly-throughs for these. It was you and I, just like a buddy system for 5 hours one day.
Yeah, no, it was very long days. But you do see Precinct Uplink loading up now, and we will talk a little bit about it once we get into the game. Just looking at the signs here, it looks like you're going to have E United spawning on the side. We talked about where you can spawn trap the team in the back alley. Just look at that top of the mini-map. If you want to kind of get an idea who's winning this game, who is controlling that top side of the mini-map, it's going to tell you a lot.
Well, 3 dead, 4 dead immediately for E United, and that is not the break you want. You already have Karma in your base, high-flying, finding assist, and pushing it. The drone coming in from behind. They find yet another kill. That's 2 for Formal, and that's a dunk for Optic to start off the game. That took 30 seconds.
And they're getting back towards mid-map. They are not done putting points on the board, and I love this decision. So you know the defense for E United is going to go topside. That's just where you put the points on the board. They bring the drone straight through construction. They're going to try and push this in for at least another 1-point play. Karma with a shot over the building, not going to go through.
Not enough of a bounce there to go through, but what pressure you see from Optic early. Now it's going to be the chance for E United. Arcides has been a beast throughout this one, but they all need to go off. Pristini's starting a little bit slow here. I mean, his demeanor didn't seem great coming into this one. You saw how frustrated he was after that game, too. He has to turn it around, has to find the energy. That's where you need a vocal leader. You know, someone like Clayster who gets you hype, gets you in it no matter what the situation. He's got to find another gear.
Yeah, I mean, the drone's going to go down. It's going to be E United holding on the defensive end, but you'd be surprised, man. A lot of things go through your heads in grand finals like this. I mean, you lose a map like that, you start thinking about all the time you put in at home and whether it's going to go for naught or really pay off. And right now, they've done a good job. It could have gotten out of hand early. Optic Gaming slaying heavy at the beginning. A missed throw. You need to knock those down.
Got to hit the gym, silly. Those you got to put through. Just misses it a little bit short. Still a 2-0 advantage. Did I hear an airball chant in the crowd?
Yeah. I mean, they're quite used to it here in Atlanta. They have Dwight Howard shooting free throws often. So.
Oh, I forgot Atlanta still had a basketball team.
Hey, he burned our Lakers. It's only fair.
All right, back to the action, though. 3-0 advantage now for Optic Gaming. A 6 spree for Formal. You wondered if the beast would awaken here in the final, and now it's coming through. The major notification coming in. There's the 8th. Oh, sorry, that's an assist. Karma takes it, and Scump takes the slamma-jamma.
Man, Formal on in this 7th spree. He has just locked down this area of the map. He's going to earn score streaks as well. Gunless just trying to play some semblance of defense here. He's going to pick up 2 by his base. Then you see the 1-point throw going in there from Silly.
I thought he shortened it again. I thought it was going to be just a little short. Learned from his mistake the last time, and Silly puts it through. But the drone now back in Optic Gaming's hand. It's going to be all on Silly to play defense now as they're flying forward. Up over the top, and not good. It'll be automatically reset there as it clips the edge of the roof.
Yeah, it clips the roof, gets reset automatically. It's kind of like if you remember back in the previous uplinks where you can throw the drone on top of the building. Not possible. This game, it's going to get reset instantly. So do see Karma dropping the drone, pushing forward. E United set up on the defensive end here. There's no pressure on Optic Gaming. I mean, they're on the side where we usually don't see a lot of points go through. So E United needs to push forward to get the drone in this situation.
Well, Karma trying to beast his way in. Arcides with the defense. Pristini helping out as well, but Crim6 has gone ahead and wrapped it. Wants to get it over the top. The shot's away. The shot is good. A sick one over Apartments as they're able to tack on there. But what can you do right now if you're E United? You're down early. You're playing on what we see teams probably do the most damage from, typically at least.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I told you a little bit earlier. Pay attention to that top side of the minimap. They have not pushed this top ticket area, had not gotten control. Optic Gaming, they've controlled this statue area. They put a lot of points on the board.
Well, Silly caught reloading, but Arcides there to finish it off with the melee, and now you're going to have points. This should be a dunk coming through, able to find the last one, but actually they get it in, but can he set up here is the question. Not able to do so, so you don't get the spawn trap you're looking for. And now the counter attack coming in for Optic Gaming. You've got Karma with drone in hand, Scump trying to push out the top side of the map, Crim6 trying to push out the bottom as the pinch is going to come in. Crim loses his gunfight, but Scump wins both of his. And now the attack is coming in. The third is in front. A little bit of a bait and switch, a little bit of a nade to your own face. The defense still seems to be there as there's a change of possession. The drone wrapped out by United.
Yeah, 30 seconds left here. I mean, best case for United, obviously, they get a 2-point play here. They make it a 1-possession game. I think you at least need to get a 1-point throw off. They do push the drone up towards that mid-street, but as soon as they get it there, they are just gunned down, 4 dead in favor of Optic Gaming. Now they're turning this into offense.
Yep, now you're going to be having gunfire immediately off of spawn, and who else but Scump to get in their face. Karma over the top. Intercepted. I thought it was reset there. Maybe didn't get over the edge, but I believe that was picked off.
Yeah, it was Silly with an interception there, so a good defensive play there by Silly. Stopped the bleeding a little bit, but the damage is done. It's Optic Gaming up 6-2 going into the second half.
Formal, a big part of the reason they're able to get the early edge in the first half. That 8 streak he goes on, a big catalyst. You know, you think back to the game 1 hard point in the first series where Karma goes on a big spree there to get them going. It seems like it's always someone, right? Crim has a big hard point. Somebody's stepping up. And it seems on the other side, it's either a team effort or it's gunless, right?
Yeah, I mean, you've only seen wins when it is a team effort. You've not seen wins from United in this series when it has just been gunless. Only so much you can do as an individual in these team-based objective game modes. So, do you see Karma just get the drone out of their way? You do see the drone down the middle of the street. So you do see RCs on your minimap spawn in that back alley. Woo! Nobody in that top ticket area. Silly picks up 2.
And Arcides gets involved as well, so that's 3 down, Matt, and maybe an attack opportunity now for E United. You look into lobby there on the minimap, you see it's Crim6 set up. So he's locked and loaded to shut down any potential push. He's out in a 1v1 with Arcides, and Crim6 wins the fight. And this sets the offensive attack up again for Optic Gaming.
The Optic Gaming attack, I mean, they just do not need to push this recklessly. They do not want to give up that top side of the map. They're going to push this down towards that middle street. You see, it's just they grab the drone, push a little bit forward. Formal picks up 2. He's got 1 more player coming from his left. It's going to be Crim there to clean it up. Needs to touch the drone here quick, or else it's going to go back towards the center of the map.
It looks like they're going to leave it for the reset. No, they're going to go ahead and grab it, maybe wrap down through Cherry Blossom. Try to win some gunfights as Pristini does get one there in the mid lane. Waiting patiently here to see if maybe they can catch an Optic player playing a little bit over aggressively, but they're getting tagged up. Teammate dies near him. Gunless says, I need to get the hell out of here, and wraps it back mid. But Silly finds 3. Silly opens things up. He can't find the 4th, though, so Formal's still on defense. Gunless has to go topside, but in the time it takes to wrap, everybody going to be up on the defensive end for Optic Gaming. He needs some help, and slowly they're working towards him.
Yeah, not even a chance for a 1-point play there because there's 3 players there for the interception set up. It's going to be 2 kills for E United. Crim with a big kill on the defensive end. Scump there as well. A 1-point throw goes off. It is too short. Now Formal's going to start running this towards that top side. We'll see if Optic can get any type of offense here.
So far, it's been a slow second half. No points on the board. Karma can't get it done. Scump gets killed at the edge. The meat grinder set up for United. They find all 3 kills, and surely this is an opportunity. Silly with another multi-kill there to try and get something going. But as he falls, Optic already back on defense, already pushing it out. You don't even see the drone get forward for United.
Yeah, we've seen Silly pick up some nice double kills during this one. They have not been able to turn this into offense. See, as soon as he goes down, the push falls apart for E United. Silly going to have Crim in front of him. Not going to win that one as Crim goes high there. Pristini and Arcees pick up a kill apiece, though. But look at this. Scump just going to throw the drone down. Going to rely on his gun skill to just hold it in this position.
Yeah, honestly, you're fine with this is the section of the map where you see the drone kind of locked many times. Time's on your side if you're Optic Gaming. You don't have to get fancy on offense. You don't need to turtle. Just sort of play this trench warfare here outside of the lobby spawn. And the game will be yours in just a couple of minutes. Crim6 flying high. 1 more in front. Is there anyone there to trade it out? I think it was Karma, but Arcees actually finds both. That's now 3 down. You've got to try and make a play, but it's still going to be Formal. Now, Formal can cut down 1 or 2. That's everybody. You cleared everything out. Surely you try to get at least an opportunity on the board here, but everybody is now spawned up. The defense is ready to go. They find the first. They find the second, and the drone is still just sitting back by Crim6 really on the minimap.
Yeah, and you see the streaks coming down from Formal. Nothing out of that push for E United. And they have had no offense in uplink. This is a team that their first uplink loss of the entire tournament was to Optic in our first best of 5. They do not look like the dominant force they were in the game mode early in the tournament.
And Krim shooting lasers here. The three-piece, the dunk through. Wow, that was some sick stuff there from Krim. 60 seconds left. And, you know, TP has said that he thinks the best game mode for Optic has been uplink throughout the weekend. They've been a bit shaky and hardpoint at times. You put the undefeated uplink team against maybe the best mode, and it's gone back-to-back times in Optic's favor.
I mean, they've been great in search and destroy as well. I mean, you can kind of make that a toss-up. You see the drone, they're just going to keep playing this game, Maven. They're going to keep throwing it down over here by Statue. Post Formal up on top and just let him just rain down terror with the NV4. You see Scump here. All I need to do is keep trading these kills out. I mean, Pristini in the top picks up 2. By the time he gets down, throw and reset mid-map.
This had to be a phenomenally frustrating game for E United. It seems like no matter what you did, no matter how many kills you found there around mid-map, you were never able to get offense going. As our city drops, that's another 4-man wipe of E United. And Optic Gaming is now going to be 1 map away from being crowned your CWL Open champions.
It's a very tough map for E United. Could not get anything going on the offensive side of things. This map, more than any of the uplink maps, favors teams that have great slaying power. Not the Gaming shows you why, as they take it 7-2.
The crowd on their feet. They know how hard the boys of the Green Wall have been working all day long. Let them know they appreciate what they've been doing, as this has been a real treat for us, a treat for everybody at home. It's been a hell of a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, and you know, if Optic Gaming is going to do it, they're going to have to take a hard point here against E United. E United, at the beginning of this series, they steal that first hard point. You know, they played very well. It's been a very strong hard point team throughout the tournament. Nah, I kind of want a game 5, personally.
Of course.
I mean,
of course
to see that, to see that would be pretty awesome.
That's what I love whenever like somebody talks about caster biases. Like, listen, I can speak for every caster in every game. All we want is an epic series.
You can speak for every caster in everything game on the planet.
You want the game 5, the game 7, the game 3, whatever it is. You want an epic comeback. You want the underdog story. We're all rooting for the spectacular, right? That's what we want. I would love to see a game.
I'm happy the representative of all casters.
I represented every single caster.
A bald, almost 40-year-old man in a yellow jacket.
I will be their spokesperson.
I feel like he's talking for all of us.
I will take on that responsibility.
I mean, I do agree with you, though. Yeah. You do want to see great games,
right?
Man.
You want great games. It's more fun to cast. It's more fun to watch. It's what we live for. It's why I want to do this as a job, man. It's a blast.
We can see the box score here for Precinct Uplink. Optic Gaming, 6 points in the first half. The second half, I mean, was really low scoring just because of how we saw Optic Gaming play it. But Formal, 36 kills, a 1.89 KD.
So, all right, I said that. My Control Freak MVP would be Karma, depending on how this second set goes. It's shifting back to Formal if they take this series with some of the stats we've seen him dropping here. 1.89, are you kidding me?
I mean, he's had stats at this event that have just been silly. It's kind of reminiscent of G3. You remember when he was on Envy? He just put up insane numbers during that tournament. It's kind of the same type of feel you get for the way he's played today.
Well, 1 match away. They're already into the rig draft here. Is Optic working to be crowned champions, and this will be the first time they can host a trophy. And it's been 6 months.
In a really long time.
Yeah.
It's kind of odd to say. I mean, I feel like
a bit of a drought.
We go into each event, talking about how they're potentially the favorite and whatnot. And for them to have not gotten the job done with the roster they have, it's kind of crazy to see.
And if you're not aware, which you probably are, but there is a whopping $200,000 on the line here for this event, and it could all be decided here in this map.
Now, the next map will be Scorch Hardpoint. So going into this one, obviously a very fast-paced hardpoint. A lot of big money hills. You're going to be looking at Turbine. That, I think, is where the game's going to be decided. A lot like how we saw in Barn on Throwback, where E United did a great job locking it down. Really focus on that second hardpoint.
I'll tell you what, speaking with Crim6, I know that at least for him, and I believe he was speaking for his team, this is their least favorite hardpoint. Much more favorable of breakout, of retaliation. This isn't one they feel as comfortable on. Maybe this is where E United can get it done, and this is where I've seen them put together some absolutely beautiful pushes. Those 4-man delayed pushes where you wait for everybody to group up, hit from either side. E United does it very, very well. Will Optic Gaming be ready for the swarm?
I feel like E United, a strong hardpoint team coming in here. Optic Gaming's hardpoint has been up and down all weekend. If you're silly, you're kind of the leader on the E United side. You got to say, guys, don't even think about potentially going a game 5. You got to tune the crowd out. a really good opening break here can turn the tides in this. I mean, it kind of sounds ridiculous, but those first 4 kills, if they go the way of United, can definitely just change the game completely.
I mean, look at how that uplink started. 4 down for United pretty much immediately. Optic gets out early. It's not a super high-scoring affair, and they get 2 points in the opening 30 seconds and never really look back.
No, exactly. I mean, you can't kind of stress enough how important these opening breaks are. Obviously, some maps more than others, like on throwback, where you're trying to get positioning where you don't have. But just in terms of confidence and momentum, I mean, you start getting in a rhythm. You're starting to figure out the spawns right away if you can get that advantage.
All right, well, we are 10 seconds away from yet another hard point in this final. They've split now 1-1. And, I mean, the first one you think goes very well in Optic Gaming's favor. The second, pretty much the 250 to 200 game. They look pretty strong, but here we go. MLG prime time. Can Optic Gaming close it out, or can United push this to a game 5?
And there's been a lot of pressure on Gunless in this tournament, like we've talked about. I think you need Silly, the most experienced player on United coming into this to have a big game here.
You really, really do. And Pristini able to connect there with the nade, backing everybody up. Formal trying to play his life as he's being swarmed by United, and now they get control. The first 14 points go towards Optic Gaming. Now their chance to get a little bit of a swing, but we know this is more about holding the left side of the map, holding those spawns for the rotation coming up for Turbine.
And United has been pretty aggressive how they push this. They've potentially spawned themselves out, at least at the beginning here. You see they're both spawning on that right-hand side of the mini-map. You see the number 3 arrow. That's going to be Scump going all the way over towards Turbine. It's going to be a big gun battle between Arcides and Scump here to determine who gets Turbine first.
Well, it looks like Arcee was waiting more for the other cut. He's actually able to get Formal on the cross, so now by delaying that, it's going to turn this into a 2v1 fight, but Scump able to find one, try to turn. He actually was surrounded by 3 players there, and now look at the minimap where Optic spawning.
Massive for United, Maven. They get a big lead here early, and they get the spawns for this next hard point. You have one player, it's going to be Pristini, inside of the hard point. Needs to come up with some big kills here. He falls to Karma, but you see United just flooding in, trying to trade these kills out.
That's all it is, effectively trading inside the hard point. They're able to do it. Gunless still here, trying to play his life until his teammates can back him up. He's got one to work with, but Crim6 takes off Pristini's dome. And now Gunless trying to use one of the better covers in the entire game, able to tee up one. There's a second to his right, finds that, now turning before the push comes, but not able to do so. But with 15 seconds left, you get a pretty good hold for United. You've got a 30-point advantage. Yes, you're going to lose. Actually, maybe you don't lose these final seconds, as it looks like Pristini might want to just come in and disrupt here.
You don't really need that. It doesn't really matter. I mean, Optic Gaming is going to hold on the last 2-3 seconds.
Oh, look where he spawns, too. Now that he might have spawned for a good flank, actually, where Pristini's coming from, if he gets there quickly enough.
Well, with where he spawned, he's going to spawn his team out. So you see, when he goes on that, pushing towards that garbage time, he dies. He spawns towards the bottom side of the mini-map, and because he's in that position, he kind of drags the rest of the team with him all the way across, and they're going to lose Hanger.
Well, Hanger now controlled by Optic Gaming. It's going to be Gunless pushing through rocks, trying to flank into Hanger. Karma on Optic trying to deal with it all, though. He's inside. He's won 2 gunfights. He saw the third spring on the corner. He has 5 bullets left in his K-bar. Not enough bullets to get it done. Doesn't connect with any of them. And now you've got a break for the other side. With 20 seconds left here, all but a tie game. It's Silly and crew trying to hold on. But as you look at the mini-map, look at the bottom where the spawn's coming in for Optic. They're going to be in good position for drill. But it's still going to be United holding on to a narrow lead here, Matt.
Yeah, and Silly working on a 5 streak, has the Trinity Rockets working towards full streaks. And that would be huge. Going into drill, he's going to use the Trinity Rockets, going to get one. Gunless coming around the outside. So we talked about Silly taking some pressure off the rest of his younger teammates, stepping up here early in our game number 4.
He's doing it. A 7 streak here. His teammates covering his back as well, and he's going to try and hold from the turbine spawn, but he gets the call off. His teammates are getting tagged up from behind. Will he get a fortunate timing? Looks like he'll be shot from behind, so the streak will end there, but you still have Arcides as well on a 4 streak. He's 13-7. He will drop. Optic able to take out everybody, but some damage was done there, right? United was able to extend that lead in a big way.
Again, Silly uses another streak here. He's going to be able to take out Scump, but he kills a teammate in the process. So playing pretty hard for these last 30 seconds or so of drill. It's United trying to go up a little bit more than 50 here. They're going to have a 40-point lead. And it's dwindling down as Optic's taking the rest of this time here on drill. Going back to the center hardpoint, though, United with a very good first half.
You still have, I believe, the Scorchers available. But yeah, that's a dream first half for you if you're E United trying to push this to the Game 5. I'm sure the deeper this goes, the more viewers are coming in. If you're just joining us, this is our second best of 5. Winner takes the whole tournament and their chunk of the $200,000 on the line for the CWL Atlanta Open. And there's so much on the line here. Pro points leading into the Global Pro League. Champs later in the year. Pro points more important than ever. And this has been insane to see how high United's left in the standings, right?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, they have gone, winning a lot of, making it to the finals of a lot of the 2Ks. With a great performance here, they have climbed the pro point ladder. And you will see Optic Gaming taking a lot of time in the center hard point, but just focus on the top of that mini-map. You're going to have to see players from E United work all the way through that center hard point to Turbine. Optics there, set up already. This is going to be a big break if E United's going to do it.
And look where Scump spawned on the minimap. You see that 3. He's actually going to be in a good position, probably to flank here. We'll see if he can get in behind a couple. We switch to him. Shots in both. He gets the 2 assists. He actually, that's the reason that the Scarab probably picks up both kills for Formal, because he gets a couple bullets in there around the edge.
That is huge there. Formal with a double kill with the Scarab. The Hill still in control to Optic Gaming. It seems like here come the Scorchers for Silly. Not going to get anything, so they burn through all the streaks. The team kill for E United on the push. Silly falls off the map, but Gunless with a huge 2-piece gets a break there with 30 seconds left.
How do you get that break?
Oh, you cannot body stack like that if you're Optic Gaming. He fires a few bullets straight through 2 players. Takes both of them out, and it's going to be good for the last 30 seconds on the Hill.
Let's switch over to Gunless, because he has a 6 streak right now. He's 18-11. Gunless has just been destroying through this one. He's going to be racking up the remaining time here, so we'll actually hop back off. But I want to get back to him as soon as he gets into the fight, because I want to show the crazy streak that he's on. So we had, what, a 7 streak for Silly, a 6 streak now for Gunless, and now Gunless is going to start to get in the action. He's going to have to push across either Skybridge or the outer wall run. Looks like he wants to hit the wall run here and try and get the break. Can he find the opening kill? He sees him, but he drops. He's already been fully streaked out, but it's going to drop there. If Arcedy's in them can get the break, is this maybe a good time to pop the Centurion?
You would think so. A nice kill there. Double from Arcedy's. He's going to have one more player in the back. Nice shots there on Crim. And Arcedy's locking this down for E United. And Optic Gaming, they've been getting to these hills early, Maven, but E United's been breaking it with about 30 seconds left. They're not making up any time in the overall score.
Arcedy's holding strong inside. Another melee comes through. Shots a little bit off. Can't swivel it on par. You see Gunless very close to that camo. Karma on the other side already has his to work with. And Optic will be able to pick up the final 10 seconds.
Yeah, and it's big. We know we talked about when Silly burns through all his streaks, does not have those for Drill. Well, now Gunless, he has full streaks. So you have those at your disposal. United plus abilities towards the second half of this game. They just need to play smart Call of Duty to close it out.
This is looking like a Game 5 if E United can close it out with the final 70 points, but it's going to be Scump of Optic. Pushing in here at Drill, has one outside of Drill control, can't win it. Look at the kill feed, that's 3 coming in, and it's a streak for Arcedy's. He's got 3 in a row. Let's switch over to his POV, he's plus 10 as well. Another one wrapping the edge, has him tagged up and goes ahead and pushes. How many streaks have we seen come out at United?
I don't know, but I feel like Arcedy, some nice shots there on Crim yet again. 30 and 18 on a 5 streak. In the respawn game modes, we've talked a lot about, Silly and Gunless and the flashy plays they make. Arcedy's almost always plays well in the respawn game modes. You see just accurate shooting, some fantastic movement on a 6 streak of his own. As a lot of Drill goes to E United.
I thought he'd have another around the edge. He was so close to picking up Trinity Rockets and Bombardment, but can't get it done. Now look at the top of the map. Everyone just spawned at Turbine here. 4 United.
Fine, you have streaks to break this.
They're trying to break it through. Okay, the streaks will get it done. What else do you have remaining here? Just the Bombardment?
So you have full streaks, I believe, on Gunless still. He uses 1 there, so you probably only have 1 more left. And then you do have the camo as well on Gunless.
Did Silly use his Scorchers? Yes, he did.
Yes.
Okay. All right, the FTL jump across. Fancy footwork, but not able to close it out as Optic continues to rack up time. But Berstini tries to shut it down, catches a fastball to the face there as Formal tags him with the grenade. And there's the bombardment we were talking about. The laser shots coming in from Gunless as well. You're at 2:25. You've got camo, you've got bombardment. Matt, what's going on?
They should play for the rest of this time. You just look at the overall clock. They can get this to 2:45, 1:58 game. And I think if you can just force out the game and keep coming, you send one player on the overextension, you get control for that turbine, you win the game there.
Well, can they get somebody through is the question. It looks like it is going to be Optic Gaming that's going to be set up very nicely. They've pushed out. They've got one of the hard point. And what do you have?
You got to get a good use of this camo.
Okay, Krem using the Centurion as well. But yeah, this camo is going to be crucial. Let's see how Gunless can make the play. Here goes the camo. Trying to push across. He's getting tagged up from behind, but he's able to slip in from behind to pre-fire at the door. It does nothing. That's 2 down for United. Optic trying to mount the comeback, still trailing by 50, but there's 40 seconds remaining here. This is going to be a ball game.
Yeah, if you lose this United, you need to rotate over towards Hangar. You cannot afford to lose that rotation battle. I think.
Uh-oh.
Oh, so we're going to use streaks here. Gunless gets one with it.
Just Karma, and Crimsix stays alive, but the push does come through. Can they get the break? You still have Scump playing in the back. He's got reactive to work with, but he does ultimately drop. Formo goes down as well, and you're going to get 12 seconds here. This is going to put you at 246.
Not enough to win it. You're going to be about 4 points shy.
But look where they are. They're already set up in Hangar as well. You got to get a perfect break here. Scump's reactive armor is going to be huge. I think you've got to use it to get in. He just goes ahead and pops it. He's going to try to find the kills. His buddy dies in front, tries to get through. They're able to get the break, and now you need a perfect hold. 55 seconds. United has 244. We've seen perfect holds here before. Can Optic do it and close it out here?
United, I think, you got to slow down a little bit and get
Silly.
2 really good breaks. Silly's going to get 1. Karma and Crimsix with a kill apiece. There's 1 more player left. It's Silly. He's waiting outside of the hill. I like this play. He's going to wait for his teammates to get back, try and get 1 more good attempt.
Krim just trying to play his life in the corner. Can he get his health back? Backing away. They're pushing him close. The battle is frantic, but they're not able to win it. Formal uses the overdrive to get back into the action. Now it's just going to be Karma and Scump trying to hold on. Make it just Karma spins. There, it might be. Nope, they're spawning close. They're able to fight back in. You haven't closed it out yet if you're United. Can they win these key gunfights? He able to do it. It's Pristini. Are we going to get a game 5? It's 2:49. They're in. Optic keeps trying to battle. Somehow they hold on, but the final tick is there. The final drill hard point is it. Baby, we're going to game 5.
For a while there, I was like, oh, man. Optic Gaming is storming back.
It's going to end.
But you know what? United, they don't get a really good clean break there, but they do just enough trading to contest the hill long enough that even if they don't really win that, you're looking at a tie game going into drill, and they have that rotational advantage. They're there first. You think they probably get the first 10 seconds there, and still way too close for my liking, man. Crazy. Are you going to live through this one?
I am. I'm having fun. But this is game 5, man. This is what it's all about. But let's take a look at the replays here from what was a fast-paced and crazy scorch hard point.
And 2 players we talked about, Silly and Gunless going in. Silly goes 30 and 29, a minute in the hill. It was really Arcides the one that stepped up. 35 and 29, a minute plus for everybody on the side of United. You look on the side of Optic, there was nobody who really stood out and played poorly. It was just a very well-balanced game from United.
I mentioned it before that started. This is not their favorite hardpoint map, not by a mile. I've seen them lose this several times this weekend. They pulled out some victories as well, but they get shut down ultimately. It was a valiant effort to come back in the end, but they couldn't do it, Matt.
And it wasn't even the abilities that really hurt Optic. I mean, we jumped on with Gunless, thought he could make a big play of camo. Doesn't happen. The FTL jump is Silly, doesn't get anything. It was the streaks they gave up early. That's really what hurt Optic. They gave up the full streaks to Silly and the full streaks to Gunless. When you take a look at some of the stats, Gunless, 28 kills, 1.12 KD, played very well, and then obviously Krim on the other side.
Well, you've heard a lot from us, but to break down the stats and hype us up before what is sure to be one of the best game 5s in the history of Call of Duty, let's throw it over to Ben at the studio.
Very much, Maven. I can tell you, we have not been sat down. We've been on our feet ourselves. We've been feeling the emotion of this grand final, and there's been a ton of different emotions. I mean, we'll talk about the second set a little bit. Chance, I want you to start game 1. Break it down.
What happened in game 1? I can't remember.
See,
I really can't remember. I'm still focused on the last game of Scorch. Like, it's too
nuts,
intense.
Dude. It's been unbelievably intense. It really has. In all seriousness, though, map number 2, I think, is where we all kind of looked at each other and said, okay, that's it. It's done, right? A 5-2 lead. I feel like this is like the 3rd, maybe even 4th time we've seen a 5-2 lead thrown here at CWO Atlanta. Me and you, we were in disbelief.
Unacceptable is the simplest way to put it. When you're up 5-2 like that, they threw away those 2 rounds leading up till 5-4 so darn fast that you need to slow it down. Everything you were doing before was working out just fine, but that's the moment where Optic is the one that has to make those, you know, sort of drastic decisions, right? They have to throw their bodies on the line and take more risks than you do. They didn't slow it down. There was one round where Krim just simply pre-fired through a hallway and got a kill. It's just things like that that are unacceptable. You have to slow it down and put yourself in better position.
There's that moment. There's the moment, the FTL jump. It was beautiful, but milliseconds away from clutching. And right now, we would have a champion. United would have won this event if that FTL jump is half a second. Then you consider the fact that you weren't able to get camo in 3 rounds as well, TP. This was a drastic meltdown.
The biggest what if of the tournament so far, I think, is Fastball in the 1v1 against Karma. What if he turns the other direction and Karma doesn't get it? Because that allowed for Optic Gaming to go on this massive run. The next biggest what if Silly doesn't bump into that wall with the FTL? What if the angle is just ever so slightly better? If like it would have been one of the greatest plays in Call of Duty history. You'd have to imagine, because the way this series has panned out, that could have won them the tournament.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And you know, you see the end of that section of story, we all looked at each other, and I think every single one of us agreed the next map number 3, was going up to gaming. There was no doubt about it, right? The crowd started a choke chant. I mean, if you're United, you're sat there with your headset on thinking, how do we recover from that? But Momo, up to gaming, they did just that, right? They took that map very, very convincingly.
I'm not surprised. At Optic Gaming, they were 5-2 down, and we had like looked at each other, and we were all thinking the same thing. We didn't even need to say anything. We didn't need to say anything. We're like, don't rule Optic Gaming out of this just yet.
Right.
It should have been over. Don't get me wrong. It should have been. But Optic Gaming, once again, they come up clutch. Time and time again, people, you know, all over social media, they're saying, you know what, they should have finished top 12. They should have finished this. Panda should have knocked them out. But no, they're here in the grand final. They're clutching up time and time again. But yeah, you're right. Going into that next map, I was frustrated. I was very annoyed. And I was kind of saying, no, United fight. And you were laughing at me. You go, it's over. This uplink is over. And you were right. It went in too quick. United couldn't bounce back. But
you have to give them some serious props. I really do, because I think me and you, T, we were both kind of on the same page where we thought, this grand final's done. It's over. This is up to games for the taking. But somehow, someway, United fought back in that hard point. And now we're going to a game 5. I mean, if you want to talk briefly about that game 4, though.
In situations like that where you're falling behind, you're not feeling too good, you need someone to spark. And who was the spark on that Scorch? Definitely Arcides. The man was lighting it up completely. You wrote his name down on a card.
That was my notes. It literally just says Arcides. That's literally it.
Exactly.
Unbelievable.
That's the sort of plays that you need in order to establish a solid lead. They were able to do that. I think it was like 190 to about 120 at one point. And then talking about Chance, you made some good points about Silly at the hangar hard point as well. You can touch on that.
The first go around on the hangar hard point, Optic Gaming had the full setup. Silly actually gets all 4 kills by himself. He comes on the flank, is able to kill 2 while hanging around the wall run area, and just continues through and bowls them over. Obviously, he had a lot of teammate support throughout that entire thing, but the first time, he picks up 4. The second go around, same thing. He's the one that gets his spawns for his team after Optic Gaming, again, out-rotates them, and eventually they're able to break through. And then on the last go around, where they just needed 1 point constantly, it was Silly the player. He was by himself. He was able to get in the hill and just hold him off for just enough time to let his team get back in the kill for support, and again, stop Optic Gaming from shutting them down there.
Well, our grand final starting to heat up. Optic Gaming versus E United. Second set, tied up 2-2. We're going to a game 5. Matt, Maven, over to you.
Thank you, guys. And, crowd, put your hands together. Ben, the desk have been incredible all weekend long. They've been crushing it. They've been looking into different matches. They've been doing fantastic analysis of the maps. And now we have the game 5 we all wanted. Whew.
Yeah, the studio's been awesome all weekend. The games have been incredible today. It's only fitting we end with a game 5 here in our second set. What are you doing?
Get over here.
Stop.
Just give me
Stop.
I wasn't awkward at all.
No.
You wanted it secretly.
No, not at all. Anyway.
I'm pumped, man. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a good one. E United in the search and destroys we've seen against Optic Gaming. They've gone up early, just not able to hold on and win them. Optic Gaming is just always stormed back into these games.
Who are you taking? I'm putting you on the spot here.
Oh.
It's not an easy choice, man.
It's not easy because, like I just said, E United, they've gone up. And a lot of these S&Ds, they've kind of given them away.
What was it?
Optic Gaming,
5, right?
Yeah, Optic Gaming, they've been so strong in S&D all weekend. They have the experience. Oh, it's a tough one. It's like
you don't have to choose if you don't want to.
No, I do. I don't want to do like Momo or Rel and not choose. I have to decide.
That was Golden Boy's favorite thing back in the day.
Yeah, not make a decision.
Oh, I sort of like this team, and I also kind of like this team. I'm Golden Boy.
My gut says E United, but I feel Optic. I'm going to go with Optic.
All right, you hear it there. Crowd, make some noise. Game 5. And who else but Formal with the sniper. Splits a couple there mid-map. But if he can get it going with that, he has had some of the most ridiculous shots, but he seems a little bit off right now, right? Those are 2 shots he could very well hit.
Yeah, I mean, well, you don't really see a ton of sniper play. Obviously, the top snipers are always going to pull it out. But, you know, I have not seen great sniper play. And just like that, E United wipes the board. Woo. Silly with 2, Pristini with 2. It's a very fast round number 1.
Yeah, it certainly was. You don't find any kill. Oh, God!
Like, I can hit left D-pad right back.
Oh, the salutes have just been rude.
You know, sure.
It's disrespectful.
Well, these two teams.
Karma did it first.
Yeah, but these 2 teams, I mean, they scrim all the time. We talked a little bit about, you know, Silly and Formal. This is like an under-the-radar kind of heated rivalry between these 2.
I love it. Round 2. It's going to be our cities now. Oh, he hits the shot. Scump, we'll see you later in round 3, buddy. And they just smoked them. There's not a single kill coming in for Optic until Formal finally finds something, and he's gone. 2-0 United.
That shot was nuts. RC.
I just picked Scump just puts his controller down. He's like, all right.
I'm dead.
Okay.
And what I've liked from E United in these first 2 rounds, Maeve, is just how aggressive they've been. You know, I think one of the guys on the studio desk, they talked a little bit about if you're going to go down, play your game. They're definitely doing it in Game 5.
They are, and a guy we haven't talked a lot about, like throughout Friday, Saturday, Silly, has a where's that bullet go? A hit marker on what appeared to be a neck. Don't jump up there and challenge him. Varsity's on fire. Formal's gone. Formal, the only one with the kill right now, but Silly, man, 4-0. He has the monster game. Crim6 is Mr. Game 5, right? He has got to pick it up. An ugly gunfight comes through, and now it's Crim in a 1v3. They're giving an early lead to E United, and the comeback kids are going to have to battle back yet again.
I mean, this is kind of how these other Search and Destroys played out. E United comes out on fire, takes the first few rounds. Optic Gaming makes a comeback. See Pristini here in the final kill cam. Takes Crim out. Optic Gaming, I believe, you know, we'll take a look at the scoreboard once we jump back into this. I think only 2 of their players have kills right now. You got Formal with 1, Crim with 1. It has not been a good first few rounds. I mean, Gunless is 0-0 through 3 rounds that his team's won. That's quite an odd stat line. It's Pristini, Silly, who have led the way. Varsities with some nice snipes as well. Scump draws first blood here in this round, though.
Well, that's a start. You find 1 first blood, but there the FTL jump to get away. You like Silly playing his life. Pristini able to back one up and push through. It's Silly. If he doesn't stay alive there with the FTL jump, maybe he doesn't find that second kill. And now it's Karma trying to clutch again. They're getting stormed off the map. What are we watching?
I have really liked the way that Silly has used FTL jump throughout this event. A lot of players I don't feel like have used it, you know, to its fullest potential. Silly, you see him use it in multiple different situations. Get out of harm's way. You know, get a little bit closer to try and pick up a kill on a guy that's weak. You see it right there. He uses it to get out of dodge, keeps his streak alive. 4-0.
How many
in favor of E United here in Game 5?
How many punches can you take in S&D as Optic Gaming that you rebound from? How many times can you force a choke out of a team and come up clutch?
And you know, in this type of situation, Maeve, you know, I played way back. As you see, Gunless is going to get 2 kills here at the beginning. It's going to be Optic Gaming trading it out real fast.
1v1. 1v1. He has to reload. He's got him tagged up. Looking to push him. We saw him in the corner underneath. He's hit with a jammer. Can he win it? Oh! He gets it barely. That's how you get 1 round. All right. God.
Dude. Formal is just ice cold, man. I mean, that is a gunfight that not many players win. In that type of
with the jammer, I thought he was fine until that happened.
That type of pressure situation too. With, I mean, you know, the E United goes up 5-0. You know, I can imagine you can look up the stats on that. There's a high chance they win this one. Formal keeping them alive.
I think they see two hit the cross. They're able to get in behind. Now you have to be worried about every side of the map if you're Optic Gaming. But Scump chases, Scump follows, finds the kill. That's back-to-back first bloods, but they know there's one more in behind. They should have seen two cross. They've got to be hunting for Pristini right now. Here's the man himself. They know he's behind. He's going to find one. Formal able to snap and find the kill. Now it's going to be 2v3. Silly turns it into a 2v2. Karma and Krim. First Gunless and Silly. Silly starting to work his way up. He can't win it. It's now just Gunless. He's been a legend all day long, but Crimsix does it.
2 straight rounds for Optic Gaming.
Woo! I don't know what he's doing with his hand there. It is funky as hell.
Yeah, Krim always does that. It's kind of freaky, but Formal's round where he wins that 1v1 against Arcides. They come back. That is the catalyst here. It's going to be Scump also drawing first blood. 2 straight rounds here. Now, United, though, they were in still a very good spot, Maeve. You know, 4-2 up, obviously in a great spot with the round advantage, and they do have Pristini with this reactive armor. Maybe you use it this round, you know, just kind of put yourself only 1 round away.
Sometimes it's like, of the camo and reactive players, who has a bigger start on either team, right? You give yourself a chance to use it a little bit earlier. Pristini does already have it available, but it's another first blood. That's 3 in a row. Scump able to find it with the grenade. Does Pristini consider using this here? Likely going to save it for a further round, but he's going to go ahead and push in. Not able to find the kill. Krim is a god. Finds 2 inside, and now it's on Silly. You've been playing like a monster, but you're pinned like a rat, and down he goes.
And you can kind of feel the momentum in the room just kind of swaying now towards Optic, and you needed to figure out a way to kind of turn the tides in your favor for E United. The one way you could do that is with that reactive armor. You have to use it. You have to get something for it. And look, I mean, you get to that 5th round, even if it goes a little bit longer than that, you're hoping you see an active camo use from Gunless. I think that's what you got to play for here.
Remember what he did last time. Arcides caught Scump on the cross. Not able to find the shot this time, a very passive defense coming in from Optic Gaming as things begin to slow down a little bit here in round 8. Basically a headshot with a Scarab, but Pristini will live through. There's a reactive armor. Burns him around the edge.
And he uses it in this round, so it's crucial that E United wins this. You cannot use this ability and lose the round. They have to put this round away. 2 kills for Pristini.
Finds the second. It's now just on Karma and Krim. This should be the 5th round for E United. He's able to take out Pristini, but he's the last man up. He's got camo to work with this. Somehow he turns this in his favor. Now it's a 1v2. 15 seconds left. They're pushing him. He's down. E United 1 round away from being crowned your champions.
And when you use the reactive, you got to get the win. They use reactive armor. Pristini comes up with 3 straight kills. And you have some house money to play with here with Maven. You're up 5-3 rounds. You can afford on the defensive end to get a little bit aggressive here. If I'm on E United, that's kind of what I'm teeing up here. Okay, I think you catch Optic off guard. Obviously, you know, they may play a little bit passive, but I would love to see an aggressive defensive push here from E United.
Karma does have this camo, though. Maybe he'll be the one to make a play. They're getting aggressive, just like you talked about. You see Gunless on the map, trying to be the one to come through. He gets caught. That's a first blood for Optic Gaming. And now you can start to mount the attack. You see the mid-map presence you have here from E United trying to push forward. It's like they were ready for the aggression, man. They waited for it. They baited it out. E United does get a little bit cheeky sometimes on the defensive.
You needed to go together, though. I meant like a 4-hit straight through B. That's the type of aggression I would like to see. Arcides picks up 1. Pristini with another. Silly in a perfect position here. 1 more player alive.
It's done just like that. You see the disappointment on the faces of Optic. And look at the hype from E United. E United are going to be your CWL Atlanta Open champions. The disappointment you see there on the face of Crimsix. You fought so hard. We know what a loss that is, but you have to focus on the champions. There they are. Look at the squad. E United proved all the doubters wrong, Matt.
And this is a team you got to feel good for. I mean, they put in a ton of time grinding throughout all the 2Ks, you know, battling against the top. A lot of non-believers of this team coming into the event. They show up in a big way, prove everybody wrong.
You survived every single punch that Optic Gaming could throw at you.
Not just Optic Gaming, I mean, throughout the tournament. I mean, you beat Envy, you beat FaZe, you beat Optic, you got through Splice. A very impressive run.
It's a beautiful moment for these guys as they enjoy the trophy. But on the floor, we've got Jack Courage Dunlop to chat with the guys.
What a grand final we just saw. E-United are your CWL Atlanta Open champions. What a victory there. Congratulations, gentlemen. From start to finish, an electric performance. It got a little scary there. And first, I want to begin down on this end. What are the emotions feeling like right now? Major title for you all. You've got to feel like you're on cloud nine.
Oh, man, it feels good because these fans are ridiculous. They got to, I don't know, they got to chill mid-game, man. It's just pissing me off, and it lights the fire in all of us, so it's not helping them.
Wow, you're saying the fans cheering gets you guys fired up as well. Arcitys, an incredible weekend for you guys. Now you come out as champions. Talk to me a little bit about what you guys said to each other going into that second best of 5 to make that possible.
We just had to play our own game and not theirs.
Well, it's easy as that. Play your own game. Silly, get over here. Come on, get over here, Silly. You're the big leader of this squad. You wind up taking home this title. This has been a long time coming for you. What is it about these guys that just work so well on this team?
I mean, they're good listeners. They stay composed, and that's all you need to do to win.
Now, Burns, I want you over here as well, my friend. Burns, long-time involvement in Call of Duty, now co-general manager of this E-United organization. A lot of people were wondering what you were doing when picking up this squad. You had a vision. Now it shows. How proud are you of these boys? What a moment for your organization.
Besides me getting a little emotional, I'm really proud of these guys. I guess I couldn't find a championship as a player, but I can find it as a manager, and these guys helped me accomplish that goal, so I'm really proud of them.
Awesome to see. Now, everybody knows that a major championship title has an MVP on the lineup, someone that just goes absolutely off, goes above and beyond what it means to be a champion. And guess what? We have our control freak MVP. It is Gunless. Hoist up that trophy, my friend. You've earned it. The control freak MVP for someone that goes above and beyond. Again, E-United, congratulations. All the doubters, I can promise they've been silenced now. We've got a new champion on top. Benson, take it away.
What a grand final that was. Of course, congratulations to E-United. We will see them in a press conference coming up shortly. I know Courage and the E-United squad are going to get ready for that, so make sure you're tweeting out any questions you have for the E-United squad. That will be live on stream. MVP, the control freak MVP, of course, massive congrats to Gunless, but I think we all kind of looked at each other there and said, any one of them could have just taken that. I mean, you could make an argument for all of them, right, team?
Oh, 100%. Pristini had so many moments where I was so impressed throughout this entire tournament. Arcity came in very clutch in that hard point, especially on Scorch. Yep. Just so many performances with all these guys. Silly as well. Just, they proved me wrong. I'll be the first one to say it. I doubted them so much. I did not know what to expect, but look at them now. Good job.
Yeah, fantastic performance, of course, there. Look at Gunless, top 5 respawn KD, average 76 seconds of hardpoint time, 27 maps, a 1.16 and a 25.39 as well. Gunless played absolutely out of his mind. Congratulations to him, the MVP of the CWL Atlanta Open. But we talk about that grand final as a whole. We touched, about the first 4 maps, and we went into that grand final, or map 5, I should say, and team. What was that aggression from E-United?
That was insane. I was laughing for half of that map. Pristini lapped the map in multiple rounds in a row. Optic just didn't know what to do. They didn't know where to look. They played slow some of those rounds, but E-United stuck to it. Usually you want to push with all 4 people, but man, they just took it to them.
That was one of the nuttier S&Ds I think I've ever seen. And I mean, especially to bounce back, because keep in mind what happened with the first one. Right. They blow that 5-2 lead, and they come that close to the Prestige, and they were able to hold strong. And they really just absolutely took it to Optic Gaming, too. It was just incredible to watch.
The one thing that I say is you've got to play your own tempo, and that last game, I don't know what kind of came into that team of United, but they went 100 miles an hour. They stepped it up, and those first 4 rounds, Teep said he was laughing. I was there with him. I was like, you take a toilet break, you've missed 4 rounds of S&D. That was insane, and Optic Gaming, they did start to come back. We all had that look in our eyes, but the composure level for these boys on E United, the inexperience, we saw the likes of Silly, Prestini, they were like 7-1, ridiculous scorelines within 4 rounds.
Yeah, crazy performance from them, and I think, you know, you look at this tournament for E United as a squad and you think, all right, well, now the sky's the limit. I mean, what's next for these guys? You expect them to obviously stick together. They've just won a major tournament, and then you think about maybe the next event. They seem pretty far ahead of a lot of teams. Obviously, you can touch on that inexperience a little bit there, but at the end of the day, they clutched up when it mattered most.
There were some mistakes, but you have to focus on the positivity here. Every single hurdle in competitive Call of Duty was thrown before these guys today. A roaring team through the loser bracket, Optic Gaming nonetheless, and they're able to pull it out in a map number 5. So much composure from these guys. When map number 2 ended on that search and destroy that they threw away completely, I thought the series was going to be over, but no. Enough resilience to force the map number 5 and to have the confidence to play at such a fast speed in those sorts of situations. You don't see that too often. Just great overall leadership, composure on this team. Man,
just phenomenal clutch factor when
they
did it most. It was a very fun grand final to watch. I imagine for the fans out there, both squads, it was almost like having a heart attack. But we can take a look now at our final placings here of the CWL Atlanta Open. Of course, E United walking away with first place, $80,000. Whew, that's a lot of money. Optic Gaming, of course, in second place, Team Envious in third, Luminosity fourth, Phoenix Clan fifth, Team Infuse sixth, Panda and Splice to follow as well there. But remember, this wasn't just about the money. We're talking a serious amount of pro points on the line here as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, first, obviously taking away 25,000. I mean, second, 15,000. You kind of split that between, you think it's a 10,000, pro point gap. It's not. We're talking 40,000. That's per player. That is so important for the boys of E United, not only because, they've been performing in 2Ks, they already, I think, during that grand final or before the loser bracket final, we said that they solidified their top 2 position. With that, I don't know in my head exactly where it puts them, but going into the next tournaments, there's obviously a long road ahead. They're in a very good position.
And I think every team out there is now going to be looking at this squad and really having their sights set on them, because they have proven everybody wrong here at the CWL Atlanta Open. That is going to be everything from the studio. I can send it now down to the wonderful Courage with the E United boys for a press conference.
Wonderful stuff, gentlemen. Once again, yes, down on the floor with your CWL Atlanta Open champions, E United, to quickly set the stage. Many people coming into this event doubting their LAN capabilities. They show up and go undefeated in their pool. They move all the way through the winner's bracket and finally get tested in your grand final against arguably one of the best teams in the history of competitive Call of Duty, Optic Gaming. Not only do they go to a second best of 5, but a game 5 in which they take the title, the majority of the $200,000 prize pool, and a lot of pro points moving forward. We've got their players here on E United, but first, before we get to some Twitter questions, we're going to open the floor to the media first.
Hey guys, James Matone from Gamers.com. Everyone, congratulations. Silly, I know this is your first grand final win in a major. I think that's the same for the rest of you. With that said, you take down Optic. What's the expectation now heading into ESWC Paris, especially with being locked into the open bracket?
Honestly, at this rate, I think we can win Paris as well, if we play the same way we do.
Just so everybody knows, that question was asked, Silly. The expectations going into ESWC. Where do you see this team going? What do you want to do from here?
Honestly, I see this team doing really well throughout the year. Hopefully we'll be in both of the leagues, and we can do the same thing on LAN again.
Anyone else want to give their thoughts? No, they're good. Thanks.
I'm the public speaker, I guess.
Hey guys, Joe Bartle from RotoWire. Gunless, how do you feel with the MVP trophy in your hands right now?
He said, Gunless, how do you feel with the MVP trophy in your hands right now?
Honestly, I feel pretty good. Honestly, it wouldn't be for my teammates. I wouldn't have this MVP trophy right beside me. They probably put me in the best situation to actually make me do good and help them out and, win the maps.
Awesome. Kevin Naki here from WWG. First off, Prestini, get some sleep. When you guys went down 0-3 in the opening set, what did you guys say to each other in between the sets and the grand finals to rally yourselves for that second best of 5?
The question was, when you saw yourselves go down 0-3 in that first best of 5, what did you guys say to each other to get yourselves back with the momentum you need for the second best of 5?
honestly, we all talked to each other and we told each other it's just our warm-up. They've been playing for a while now, and we haven't played for like 3 hours or so. So, I mean, Optic's a really good team. I'm not taking anything away from them. Just took a little bit to warm up and get it together. So, as soon as that happened, we played together and did our thing. So, ended up winning.
Hi guys, my name is Ifan. I'm reporting for Medill News Service. And my question is, earlier at a press office, we heard that you guys wanted to play Team Envious and Optic the most. And now that you have took down two of the biggest names in Call of Duty, how do you feel?
It feels good because coming from that online tag, it's just like it takes that whole tag away. We're not just onliners now. It's like we actually accomplished something in the community, and nobody can just sit here and still say it. I mean, now we're going to get tagged as jet hackers and that, but I mean, we'll get through that too.
Great stuff, gentlemen. Now, I've also got some questions from Twitter I want to bring up first from @EnvySinatra. What was your toughest match of the weekend, Arcides, if you had to choose one, and why?
Optic. They 3-0'd us. They're the only team who took uplink off us.
Makes a lot of sense there, right? When you go to 2 best-of-5s of the team, it's safe to say that would be your toughest matchup. Now, from @Variant on Twitter, what does this win bring to the mentality of the team, Silly? Coming into this, where were you guys at? And now moving forward, where do you see yourselves?
I mean, this title brings a lot of confidence. I mean, we had a lot before, but we didn't know if it was delusional confidence or not. But now since we won, good.
It proves you guys are the real deal. Now, from @Undetermined CJ on Twitter, he says, how do you feel this momentum will carry over into ESWC at the CWL Paris Open? And what do you hope to improve upon then, Pristini?
Some sleep. I hope to improve on some sleep so I don't crap the bed last series again. If I weren't doing so bad, I feel like it would have been easier. But, you know, yeah, improving on sleep, that's my main goal, right, for me. As a team, I don't think we need to improve a lot, but we'll figure that out.
You say the team needs to improve on a lot. Sleep, though, very important when you go to Europe because you can definitely get jet lagged easily. I'll speak from experience there. Final question. Gentlemen, this was probably one of the most miraculous wins I've ever seen in the history of competitive Call of Duty coming into this weekend. Is there anything you have to say to those out there that you've now earned as new fans, to those who doubted you, to anybody watching competitive Call of Duty right now?
Nothing to the haters, but I want to thank you all for supporting through Twitter and the fans. I appreciate every single one of you that came up to me and asked for pictures and stuff like that. It's honestly the best feeling in the world.
Great stuff, E United. I know this is probably a whirlwind of emotions, so for now, we're going to end the question and answer period here. Fantastic stuff again from everybody at MLG. What a weekend we just had. The Call of Duty World League 2017 season is well underway, and there's a lot more to come. For now, though, we'll leave you with one final thought. The CWL Dallas Open kicks off March 17th. We'll see everybody there.